Chapter 853. Lu Shi accidentally saw Gu Min's beauty and was shocked. He took advantage of her stupidity and found an opportunity to humiliate her and make her pregnant. By the time everyone noticed the abnormality, she was already 6 months pregnant. Gu Jin had known about this a long time ago. She had been helping to cover it up and tolerating it. When the truth came out, she would stand up and be willing to bear the stigma of being pregnant out of wedlock. She would protect Gu Min's reputation and marry Lu Shi with the child. She had taken all the benefits and poor Gu Min had died of a hemorrhage. Hearing Jiang Pingji talk about the past, Gu Zhen could not stop trembling. Jiang Pingji asked again, "Why? Are you feeling uneasy now that you've been exposed?" Gu Zhen trembled even more violently. Jiang Pingji said, "I don't want anything else today. I just want you to admit one thing." Gu Zhen looked up as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. "You admit that you had an illicit affair with another man and that you gave the child's father to Lu Shi." Gu Zhen's expression became conflicted and strange. Jiang Pingji said, "I would rather bear the title of an illegitimate child than have anything to do with a disgusting person like Lu Shi." As for her real birth mother, Gu Min, Jiang Pingji did not want her to have a bad reputation. That was good enough. Gu Dai held back her trembling and tightened her jaw muscles. She said, "Others won't believe it. It doesn't matter if others believe it or not. What's important is that there's such a saying." Jiang Pingji smiled. "If you do well, I'll guarantee that you'll have a comfortable life in your old age. If you don't know what's good for you, I can find other witnesses. I even killed Lu Shi, let alone you." Even though many years had passed, she still remembered how widow Zhao of the Zhao family village in Hejin County had died. Gu Zhen was so scared that her face turned pale. She answered while trembling. With this, official and unofficial history had a lot more material for people to talk about. The official history stated that the father of the Empress was Lu Shi from Hejin County, but the unofficial history stated that it was someone else. This was because Gu Zhen had personally admitted that she had an affair with someone else, yet she refused to say who the man was. This caused people's imagination to run wild. Therefore, the mystery of the Empress's birth became a hot topic for scholars of later generations. The royal family turned a blind eye, allowing them to talk about their ancestors. It was fine as long as these scholars didn't cause too much trouble. With this, the storm of killing one's father on the battlefield barely subsided. However, that was not the only thing that worried Jiang Pingji. Huang Song, who was the most competitive, had already committed suicide. The Nye family was only left with the remnants of their troops and defeated generals. Now, there were only 3 feudal families left in the world. Jiang Pingji single-handedly defeated the other 2. If there were no accidents, the world would be unified within 5 years. This was the consensus of everyone. This was a good thing, but Jiang Pingji's subordinates were not happy. Their lord was now 29 years old and still had no children. How could they not be worried? Without an heir, even if the dynasty was unified, its inheritance would be severed after a few decades, and the world would fall into chaos. Without an heir, he would always feel anxious. In short, Jiang Pingji was being urged to get married. Not only were the strategists sighing, but many of the trusted generals were also hesitant to speak. The eunuch is more anxious than the emperor. If the lord was a man, they only needed to send a beauty. If this woman couldn't give birth, they could just change to another one. However, the lord was a woman, and giving birth required the lord to do it personally. This was a pain in the ass. They couldn't even persuade the other party to pamper their harem, because the lord did not have a backyard. This matter is not urgent. Jiang Pingji smiled as she drank. Sitting next to her was her drinking buddy Feng Zhen. The 2 of them often colluded with each other. Their figures shuttled back and forth between various taverns, teahouses, and brothels. "She's only 29 now. What's the rush?" Feng Zhen choked on the fragrant wine in his mouth. 29 years old and she was not anxious? Did she have to wait until she was 39 before she started worrying? The lord became a bandit at the age of 12. She joined the army at the age of 16. She traveled from south to north. Now, at the age of 29, she only had such a foundation. How could there be so many years for her to squander? She was urged to get married by her subordinates in various ways. No matter how much Jiang Pingji didn't care, she could only think about this matter. Qiguan Rang said, "With the Lord's power, you can secretly choose someone who is good in all aspects. When the time comes, you can get rid of the father and keep the child. Wouldn't that work?" Jiang Pingji glanced at Qiguan Rang and asked him with her eyes, "How can you think of such a bad idea?" Qiguan Rang returned a cold look. "Why don't you think of a good idea yourself?" Jiang Pingji sighed again. "I'd rather have nothing than have something shoddy. If it's not the best and most suitable, I don't want anything else. Qiguan Rang's face remained cold. His children would be able to get married in a few years, but the Lord was still single. Seeing that the great undertaking of unifying the world was about to enter the final stage, there was no movement from Jiang Pingji. The wind of urging people to get married had blown to Wuxia. Even an invisible person like him knew about this matter. It was obvious how anxious everyone was. Wuxia had been keeping a low profile for the past 2 years, but his performance in the Battle of Songzhou was quite eye-catching. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be put in an important position. Although unifying the world was imminent, there were still many battles to be fought. If Wuxia could seize the opportunity, he would not have to worry about fame and fortune. He eavesdropped on Hanyu for a while and secretly noted this matter down. One day when she was dealing with documents, Jiang Pingji pulled her to talk about business for a while. They also chatted about many trivial matters. Wuxia took the opportunity to mention the matter of the heir. He spoke more tactfully than others, but the core meaning was still the same. Jiang Pingji was stunned for a moment. Her eyes inexplicably became a little sharper. She asked calmly, "What do you think, Zixiao?" Wuxia tried to figure out Jiang Pingji's thoughts. He felt that she was afraid of having a husband to divide the power, so he made the same suggestion as Qiguan Rang. Get rid of the father and keep the child. Anyway, it was the Lord who gave birth to the child. The child would be the Lord's bloodline. As for who the father was, it was not important. Jiang Pingji laughed. The smile on her face was disturbing. Is it really not important who the father is? Wuxia did not understand. He was stunned for 2 seconds, but he still nodded. As long as it was the Lord's child, it was bound to be the future heir. Was it important who the husband was? However, when he thought of the person he admired giving birth to children with others, he felt vaguely like a fishbone stuck in his throat. His Lord was still suitable to be enshrined on the altar. It was not only him. Perhaps everyone else thought so. After a few days, Jiang Pingji seemed to be annoyed by the urging to get married. She was finally willing to compromise. She said to Wuxia in private, "This is my personal matter. It's not good to trouble others." Wuxia did not respond for a moment. There was a problem with his Lord's logic. He also belonged to the category of others. However, he more or less knew his Lord's temperament. There were some points that he really could not criticize. Jiang Pingji said again, "Anyway, they just want a young lord to feel at ease. Then I'll go along with their wishes. As long as a man is not a castrated eunuch, he can make a woman pregnant if he's healthy. I don't want to be picky. You can make arrangements according to my orders." Wuxia was stunned. He did not expect his lord to be so casual. There's no time like the present. Let's choose today. Jiang Pingji smiled and squinted her eyes. She leaned sideways on the table and said as if it had nothing to do with her, "After the third watch today, the first man to pass by the back door of my manor will be the biological father of the next young lord." Wuxia was so shocked that he was speechless. However, thinking about this style, it was indeed like his lord's temperament. The fewer people who knew the identity of his lord's biological father, the better. His lord chose him to do this because she trusted him. Wuxia could only bow his head and agree. The day and night were quite torturous. The strange feeling of having a fishbone stuck in his throat became more and more agitated as time went by. Hearing the sound of the third watch, Wuxia was shocked. Under Jiang Pingji's gaze, he got up and went to check. There were female guards guarding the front and back doors of Jiang Pingji's manor. He opened the door and took a look. There was not even a male kitten or puppy, let alone a shadow of a man. Wuxia turned around and reported. Jiang Pingji, the person involved, was not anxious at all. "Come, Zixiao, sit down. Let's have a drink together." Jiang Pingji pointed to the chair opposite the table. Wuxia could hold his liquor well, but he was unwilling to drink in front of Jiang Pingji. He was always afraid that he would lose his composure after drinking and offend her. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked about Wuxia's family situation. She already knew about it, but hearing it from him personally made her feel different. After almost an hour, Wuxia got up again. It was still quiet outside and there was not a single person. What was going on today? Did all the night owls go home to sleep? Wuxia was puzzled. When he saw the faint smile on Jiang Pingji's face, he suddenly saw the light. There were no more night owls. It was obvious that his lord was unwilling and had sent people to clear the place. "If my lord is unwilling, why do you have to tease me?" Jiang Pingji said, "When did I tease you?" Wuxia said, "There is no one at night. Didn't my lord send people to guard all the main roads and seal off this road?" Jiang Pingji said, "Who said there is no one?" Wuxia opened his eyes slightly in shock. Wait, something was not right. Is the person in front of me not a person? Wuxia listened and looked around. He did not see any traces of a third person. His heart sank. The person that his lord was referring to could not be himself, right? My lord, since Zixiao also said that it is not important who the father of the child is, why are you stingy for one night? Jiang Pingji got up and came to Wei Xi's side. She looked down at his pale face from above and sat beside him. A gentleman's word is as good as a fast horse's whip. I said that I want to choose a man who appears at the back door after midnight tonight. But today there is no one else but Zixiao. Wei Xi bowed to ask for forgiveness and said, I know that I am lowly and dare not blaspheme the holy body. Jiang Pingji laughed angrily. You dare not blaspheme? Why don't you think that it is blasphemy when I casually said that I want to choose any man who appears at the back door? Whether that person is beautiful or ugly, good or bad, healthy or sick, you don't know anything. Isn't this blasphemy? Wei Xi crouched on the ground. He seemed to have 1,000 words in his mouth, but now they were stuck in his throat. He could not say a word. Jiang Pingji half squatted and raised her hand to pinch his lower jaw, forcing the two to look at each other. I've thought about it. Zixiao is the best. He has no family to implicate and is my loyal subject. I can be at ease. Wei Xi said after a while, I am old and weak. I am unable to serve my lord. Jiang Pingji said, You are only 6 or 7 years older than me. She changed the action of pinching his lower jaw to caress his cheek. Her palm touched a hot patch and she pressed it against the floor beside the table. Tonight will you obey me? Chapter 854. Qing Jing felt that the past few days were probably the most torturous and full of ups and downs for him. When he heard that Jiang Pingji asked him to go back, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He secretly wiped the cold sweat off his face, bowed and retreated. Looking at the blazing fire in the distance, Qing Jing's fear of Jiang Pingji deepened. Who exactly was this person? He was actually able to kill that kind of demon over and over again? Most importantly, would that monster rise from the ashes and descend upon the world once more? Qing Jing did not know any of these things. He sat in the carriage and prepared to return to the place where he was staying. There was a hurried sound of horse hooves in front of him. His coachman had to give way. Why was there someone galloping on a horse on the street at this time? Qing Jing lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw that the person riding on the horse looked very familiar. He could not help but call out, Zixiao. The night was too dark. He only felt that the figure was very familiar. He could not see the side of the face clearly, so he was not sure if it was Wei Xi. Qing Jing and Wei Xi were both disciples of Master Yuan Jing. They were not only brothers but also close friends who appreciated each other's talents. However, there were no convenient communication tools in this era. There was no internet or video chat. They could only rely on letters that were not safe and efficient. Speaking of which, Qing Jing and Wei Xi had not seen each other for almost 3 or 4 years. How could he not be surprised that they could meet again? If not, how could meeting an old friend in a foreign land be one of the 4 happy events in life? The man on the horse heard someone calling him and hurriedly pulled the reins. Following the voice, wasn't that Wei Xi's face? Yumo? Wei Xi was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to see his old friend here. It was a pity that it was not the time for old friends to catch up. He hurried over from Shangjing because he had an urgent matter to attend to. He could only postpone the reunion. Qing Jing could also see that Wei Xi was covered in dust. He had probably suffered a lot. He said with understanding, I'm still in Xiangyang these few days. There's no hurry to catch up. Zixiao, go and do your work first. Wei Xi bowed while riding on the horse. He waved the whip again and rushed towards the district headquarters. Qing Jing was surprised. He did not know what happened to make Wei Xi in such a hurry. Jiang Pingji had the same question. She had just sent someone to deal with the corpse of the time traveler when Wei Xi asked to see her. Isn't Zixiao building the provincial government in Shangjing? The weather was still hot and they had to travel back and forth. Wei Xi's body was weak. What if he fell ill? Quickly let them in and prepare some food to warm their stomachs. Zixiao has been traveling all the way. I'm afraid he won't have time to have a good meal. Jiang Pingji ordered someone to prepare supper in the small kitchen. Just then Wei Xi came in from outside, his face still covered with some dust stains. Greetings, my lord. Wei Xi saluted. Jiang Pingji asked him to stand up. What happened in Shangjing? Why did you suddenly come back? Calculating the time, Wei Xi should have stayed in Shangjing for a month before returning. Could it be that something went wrong during the construction of the prefecture? Jiang Pingji looked at Wei Xi's face and saw that he was calm. It seemed like it was not a bad thing. As expected, Wuxia took out a few pieces of rolled-up paper from the bamboo tube hanging on his waist. There are some things that are difficult to decide, so I hurried back to hand them over to my lord to make a decision. Although Jiang Pingji had given the authority to rebuild Shangjing to Wuxia and Zhang Ping, they had a sense of propriety and still had to consult her on some matters. Jiang Pingji said as she took the paper, "Your body has yet to recover. If there's anything urgent, you can just send someone to pass it to me. Why do you have to personally make a trip? The weather is still hot and you can't stand the heat. What if you fall ill on the way?" Wuxia heard this and lowered his head slightly. He did not dare to look up at her, but his ears were very hot and it made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang Pingji did not care about Wuxia's reaction. Instead, she carefully looked at the things that Wuxia had brought. There were many miscellaneous things inside, but there were two things that were the most important. One was Jishan outside Shangjing. Jishan had many hot springs, which was a gift from the heavens. During the earthquake in Shangjing, Jishan's hot springs were destroyed on a large scale. The spring's mouth changed greatly. Wuxia wanted to take advantage of the reconstruction and reorganize the area around Jishan. He could not let it go to waste. Of course, Zhang Ping disagreed with him. In Zhang Ping's inherent impression, hot springs were something that only the rich and powerful had the right to enjoy. It was a symbol of extravagance. Now that even Shangjing had not been rebuilt, why should they allocate manpower to Jishan's hot springs? Wouldn't it be a waste? Jiang Pingji asked Wuxia, "What do you think, Zixiao?" Wuxia said, "I have a different opinion from Shiheng. If possible, I hope to rebuild Jishan." The damage to Jishan's hot springs was not very great. If they waited for a few decades to come back and cause trouble, they did not know if it could be salvaged. Jiang Pingji looked at the letter that Zhang Ping asked Wuxia to bring along. It contained the reasons for his objection. Zhang Ping did not say that rebuilding the hot springs was just for enjoyment. He just felt that the cost would be too high. Jiang Pingji asked, "Is there any reason?" Wuxia also knew that if he caused trouble, it would increase the reconstruction budget. He felt a little awkward. He said, "Has my lord thought of staying in Shangjing for a long time in the future?" Jiang Pingji said, "There has been an earthquake in Shangjing. It might not happen again for hundreds of years. Maybe it will happen every few days. No one can predict what will happen in the sky. No one would feel at ease living in this place. If there is further development in the future, we will naturally have to find another place." Based on the earthquake that had happened in Shangjing, if she wanted to unify the world in the future, she would not consider setting the capital here. Wuxia said, "I have looked carefully. In Shangjing, other than the hot springs and the capital, there is no other outstanding place. Shangjing was no longer the capital, and it would not be the capital in the future. What special feature would it have? There had been an earthquake here. If there were no other means, perhaps this place would not prosper in 100 years. If Jishan's hot springs could be preserved, it would at least be a special feature." Jiang Pingji understood what Wuxia wanted to express. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let's do as you say." Wuxi's body trembled and he bowed to thank her. He was not a stupid person. If he still did not understand, he was afraid that he was really stupid. His lord seemed to be especially indulgent towards him under the premise that it did not violate her principles. Wuxia was very flustered. There was some indescribable joy, but also some indescribable fear. He did not know how to respond, so he could only choose to remain silent. Other than the matter of Jishan's hot springs, there was another matter that needed Jiang Pingji's approval. This matter could not be said to be big, but it was not small either. Building a reservoir? Jiang Pingji asked, "Whose idea was it?" Wuxia said, "This was Chongming and Xi's idea. Xiao Guang was inspired by the reservoir in Xiangyang district. He felt that if he could use the terrain to build a reservoir, once it was completed, Xiangyang County would benefit a lot. As long as it was not a particularly serious drought, this place could survive. It was just that the project was too big and he felt that he could not handle it." Chapter 855. Looking at the blueprint, the size of the reservoir isn't big. Xiao Guang was indeed a disciple of Moism who specialized in water conservancy. The location he chose was excellent, and it seemed like he had done some careful planning. He chose a pocket-shaped basin. The terrain was deep, the reservoir capacity was large, and the water collection area was considerable. There was a natural dam in that area. They only needed to dig out the reservoir and dig a man-made river that was about 100 miles long to divert the water from Dongqing's mother river into the reservoir. The scale is indeed small, but if it's completed, the people of Xiangyang County will not have to worry about drought. Jiang Pingji did not agree easily this time. Instead, she frowned and calculated the pros and cons. There were no explosives or advanced siege weapons. They could only rely on manpower. The difficulty of building the reservoir was not small. Money was not a problem, the key was the lack of manpower. This matter. Let's put it aside for now. Jiang Pingji said, we'll talk about it after we conquer the northern borderline and have enough manpower. Wei Xi's heart was still heavy with the first sentence, but he could no longer hide the smile on his lips when he heard the second sentence. Jiang Pingji said, the kitchen has already prepared supper. Go and have some first to avoid hurting your stomach. Wei Xi's ears turned red again. He bowed his head and thanked her for her kindness. Jiang Pingji suddenly asked, it's already dark. Zixiao, do you want to stay the night? Wei Xi's hands trembled, and the porcelain bowl in his left hand almost fell on the table. Without waiting for him to react further, she said, the guest room has been empty. If you stay, it will save you the trouble of running around. Wei Xi relaxed and tactfully declined Jiang Pingji's good intentions. After all, he was an outsider. If he stayed the night, it would be bad for the Lord's reputation. Wei Xi had a simple meal and hurriedly got up to leave, as if there was a terrifying beast chasing after him. Jiang Pingji thoughtfully pinched her chin and looked at Wei Xi's receding figure in deep thought. Is the advice from that group of unreliable people really useful? Can a frog be cooked in warm water? She muttered to herself. Her weak voice was blown away by the night wind. The next day Wei Xi woke up early. Although he had rushed back from Shangjing, he still made a trip to the government office out of habit. Just as he arrived at the government office, Li Yun ran towards him. He looked very nervous, as if something big had happened. Wei Xi did not react in time and was almost hit by Li Yun. Fortunately, Li Yun had good reflexes and managed to stop the car in time. Otherwise, based on Wei Xi's physical fitness, he would have been sent flying by Li Yun. Wei Xi said with lingering fear, Han Mei, the government office is not allowed to travel quickly. What if we startle the Lord? Li Yun knew he had made a mistake and hurriedly apologized to Wei Xi. Without waiting for Wei Xi's reply, he wanted to leave in a hurry. Han Mei. Wei Xi was shocked and guessed that something big had happened to Li Yun. Otherwise, why would he be in such a state? Li Yun said in a panic, I heard that a poisonous snake sneaked into the stables and scared Whitey. Stable? A venomous snake sneaked in? Wei Xi was stunned. For a moment he did not understand the precise meaning of these words. A poisonous snake had sneaked into the stable. Why was Li Yun so flustered? Could it be that his beloved horse had been bitten by a poisonous snake? However, White seemed to be the Lord's mount. If anyone were to panic, it should be the Lord who panicked. How could it be Li Yun's turn? Prompted by his curiosity, Wei Xi followed and questioned Li Yun as he walked. After asking in detail, he found out that the foal in White's residence had already been promised to Li Yun by the Lord. Li Yun had been looking forward to the birth of the foal for a few months. In a month's time, White would be due to give birth. He did not expect something like this to happen at the last minute. The poisonous snake had been caught and the horses in the stable were not injured. However, White was frightened and seemed to be going into premature labor. It was not easy for a premature foal to survive. If it encountered a troublesome mare, its chances of survival would be even slimmer. Li Yun had been looking forward to the foal for so long. When he heard the news, he was so anxious that he almost cried. White and Little White lived in the same stable. However, in order to take care of the pregnant White who was about to give birth, Little White was sent to another place by the stableman. Little White seemed to be aware of White's situation and was very anxious. Unlike its usual meek and bashful self, it kept kicking the ground with its hooves, trying to break through the fence. After all, it was a warhorse that had followed the Lord to the battlefield. When Little White became fierce, the stableman's legs trembled in front of it. Seeing Li Yun coming over, the stableman who was taking care of the two horses was excited as if he had seen his savior. Although the stable was kept very clean, there was still a strange smell. Li Yun often dealt with horses, so he did not care about the smell. Wei Xi's expression did not change either. Inside the stable, White was lying on its side on the ground covered with soft hay. Its belly was huge and it was in low spirits. It looked very uneasy. Seeing a stranger coming over, White kept whining and seemed to want to stand up, but after trying for a long time, it could only lie down. Wei Xi said, "What's the use of calling Field Officer Li over when the mare is giving birth?" Instead of preparing to help White, he came to find the ignorant Li Yun. If this was delayed, it would be a tragedy in 2 lives. The stableman was so anxious that he wanted to cry. It was not that he did not want to help White, but it was clear that White and Little White were too fierce and he could not get close. Since the Lord was not around, he could only find Liyun. No matter what, he had to comfort the mare first. Wuxia observed for a while and saw the dilemma of the stableman. He could not help but frown. Han Mei, go and pull little White away. Don't let it cause trouble here. Wuxia asked the stableman to fetch the bridle. He tied it up neatly and fixed the wide sleeves, revealing 2 slender and fair arms. Animals were different from humans. Communication was a problem for both. Fortunately, little White was intelligent. Facing Liyun, it could still manage to calm down. If it was the stableman, how could he suppress it? White should be injured somewhere. I'm afraid it can't stand up. It looks like it's its first time. Without external help, I'm afraid it can't be born. Wuxia then asked the stableman to fetch some hot water and scissors. Just as he was about to enter the stable where White was, the stableman was scared out of his wits. White was extremely aggressive. Would Wuxia be able to come out alive if he entered? The stableman could not stop it. He could only close his eyes in despair, afraid that White would bite Wuxia to death. The result was unexpected. The originally aggressive White was exceptionally docile in front of Wuxia. It would even rub against his arm from time to time. The stableman muttered, "Isn't this the Lord's horse? Why was it so close to Wuxia? Bear with it. Otherwise the child won't be born." Wuxia stroked White's mane. He did not find it dirty. He knelt on the ground covered with straw and washed his hands with warm water. He then cleaned the horse's mane. Liyun felt as if his 3 views had been shattered. He carefully lay on the ground outside the fence and stared at Wuxia's movements without blinking. "Wait, Zixiao, you know how to deliver babies?" Wuxia did not answer. He only reached his hand inside and carefully felt the position of the foal, helping it to adjust its position. Not only did he know how to deliver babies, but he also earnestly consulted many midwives. He was very experienced. Chapter 856. Liyun clenched his teeth nervously, as if his wife was waiting to give birth inside. Zixiao, does this hurt?" Looking at Wuxi's actions, Liyun inhaled sharply from time to time. His expression was unusually rich. There was no trace of the cold and fierce general. The stableman felt that he had lived for a long time. A strategist who knew how to deliver a horse, and a general who became silly and sweet in an instant, suddenly felt very down to earth. Wuxia turned his head and said to Liyun, "Go to the side, don't make a ruckus here." Although White was very intelligent, the maras that gave birth were unreasonable. The surrounding environment was too noisy, which was not conducive to the birth. Liyun was scolded. He hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands, his pair of black eyes filled with silent grievance. Wuxi's expression was somewhat solemn. If it was another month, the foal in White's belly would automatically adjust its position, but when he touched the position just now, he realized that the foal's position was not quite right. If that was the case, no matter how hard White tried, the foal could not be pushed out of the birth canal. "Bear with it, it will be fine in a while." Wuxia comforted White's emotions in a gentle voice. It kept whining and became more and more anxious, its ponytail swaying non-stop. Not long after, Jiang Pingji also received the news and hurriedly rushed over. Before she arrived, she could already hear White's whimpering in her ears. "White!" she called out, and Dabai responded with a whimper upon hearing a familiar voice. Jiang Pingji pushed away Liyun, who was blocking the fence, and happened to see Wuxia kneeling on the ground with his arms crossed, his clothes stained. Wuxia had always liked cleanliness. Jiang Pingji did not expect him to disregard the filth and personally deliver a horse. "Zixiao." Jiang Pingji entered the stable. Wuxia heard the movement and said without lifting his head, "Lord, help to stabilize White." As the pain intensified, White might not recognize him. When the time came, the situation would be even worse. "Oh, okay." Jiang Pingji stayed near Wuxia. White stretched out its head and rubbed against her hand, as if complaining about its grievance. With Jiang Pingji around, White's emotions were obviously much calmer. Wuxia was relieved. This was Dabai's first time as a mother, so she didn't have enough experience, so giving birth was going to be a little difficult for her. Wuxia concentrated on delivering the baby. Hot sweat broke out on his forehead and flowed down his cheeks to his neck, burying into his collarbone. He was about to raise his hand to wipe his sweat with the hem of his sleeve, but the sweat on his forehead had already been wiped away with a handkerchief. My lord?" Wuxia followed the direction of her hand and was almost frightened by Jiang Pingji. "Just take care of Dabai." Jiang Pingji retracted her hand as if the person who wiped his sweat was not her. Wuxia endured it and could only swallow back the words he had yet to say. At that moment, a crisp ding-dong sound came from Jiang Pingji's mind, and a large system notification popped up. System notification: the merging of the live stream rooms has been completed. The current level is level 6, and the maximum number of live stream rooms is 850,000. Under normal circumstances, when the live stream room was upgraded to level 6, the maximum number of viewers should be 700,000. However, Jiang Pingji snatched the other streaming room and shut down the subsystem. The two streaming rooms had merged. After combining the 700,000 upper limit of the woman from another world and Jiang Pingji's 150,000 upper limit, the upper limit of the streaming room expanded to 850,000. Jiang Pingji glanced at the button to start the streaming room. The originally gray button had turned green, which meant that the streaming room could be operated normally. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. She felt that the bullet screen of the livestream that day would be very interesting. It might turn into a charaba. Start the live broadcast. Jiang Pingji pressed the button, and the beautiful and wide live streaming screen suddenly unfolded. The upper limit of the audience was indeed 850,000. Less than a second after she started the live stream, countless viewers swarmed in, and the empty screen was filled with two kinds of comments. One was red and the other was blue. Even the ID of the audience was divided into red and blue. Sinusi, good morning, host. The live broadcast room opened so late today. I'm not in the mood to work today. Qiong Jia Wu, I heard that the live stream is undergoing maintenance. The upper limit will be increased today. Why do I feel like it's still so hard to get a spot in the live stream? Inya, I think so too. Every time we fight for a seat, it reminds me of the shadow of fighting for a small bench in kindergarten. Luluo Peanut Candy, what's going on today? What happened to Dubai? He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Hizumo Zwahuan, Dubai is going to give birth. Is Beauty Ci a midwife? Many viewers beat their chests and stamped their feet. Why didn't they have a boyfriend who knew everything except getting pregnant and giving birth? Mo Lingyin, I'm scared to death. Look at the upper limit of the live stream. Mama, it's actually 850,000. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Many viewers switched the screen to look at the number of viewers online. It was bright red and dazzling 850,000. They all knew about the maintenance and upgrading of the live stream room, but they always thought that an upgrade would increase the upper limit by tens of thousands at most. When the live stream room first appeared, the upper limit was only a pitiful 3,000 viewers. At that time, the audience jokingly called it the ancient era. To be able to get a seat in the live stream room at that time, one must have practiced the Qilin arm. Under the Bodhi tree there is a grain of sand. I took a look. It's really 850,000. The bullet screen has turned red. In the past we could only send simple white bullet screens. Now it's red. No, why can we also send blue bullet screens? Many viewers wanted to try the blue bullet screen, but they couldn't find the option to send blue bullet screens. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were so beautiful. They didn't expect to see so many blue bullet screens. It made people with obsessive-compulsive disorder uncomfortable. Taking a closer look, these blue bullet screens were a little strange. Sad fat pig Lou, what the hell? Why did the streamer change? I want to swallow heaven grassland, that's strange. Is the live stream room sold? Where did the previous streamer go? What the hell is this place? Watching film plus me, I didn't enter the wrong live stream room. Who the hell is this streamer? Don't call me big brother, I'm here to see beautiful girls, not to see two gay men and a mare. What the hell? Compared to the sea of red bullet screens, the number of blue bullet screens was much smaller. It was only 1/3 of the red ones. Xinjia, are all the people above new? Our streamer has never changed, okay? Even if you want to spread rumors, you have to follow the basic rules. Ridiculous. The red and blue bullet screens each had their own opinions. However, the blue bullet screen had a lot of obscenities. The bullet screen immediately exploded. Just then, a system mission announcement popped up. Chapter 857. This bullet screen was the standard brown color, meaning that it was a system announcement, but the audience's ID was blue. Without waiting for the red bullet comments to explode, the viewer with the ID "Brother has plenty of money" posted another bounty. A song of a beautiful dress danced, and the voice of a beautiful woman spread in all directions. Today there was an audience member named "I have plenty of money," who was eager for the host to dance to a song. He requested for the dance to be moving and naked. Mission reward: 9 luxurious private helicopters. Audience member "Bro has plenty of money," whispered to the host, Little girl, you just started in this industry, right? Be a little sweeter and call me hubby. In the future, I will especially treat you well and reward you. What? The audience in front of the screen was dumbfounded when they saw this bullet screen. When they came back to their senses, they were filled with endless anger. If it could be said that it was just brewing and about to erupt just now, then it was like magma gushing out, rushing into the sky. The overwhelming red bullet screen flooded in, and in an instant the blue bullet screen was completely overshadowed. Happy point, I have plenty of money. Did your village just connect to the internet? Tell me your home address and I'll fly over to chop you up. Only 9 luxurious private helicopters, equivalent to 9,000 renminbi, Liang Jingru gave you the courage to pretend to be rich in the live broadcast room? Zhangshua Shijian. What kind of country bumpkin is this? Nutty and little pudding, how dare you jump out without understanding the status of this streaming room in the streaming world? What a disgrace. Lao Ciji Lianming, I'm sorry. I didn't zip up my pants properly, so this dirty thing is exposed. Thornbloom, my dog ran out. I'm going to drag him back by the leash. The red bullet screen kept surging like a geyser. They were all defending the unfamiliar streamer Jiang Pingji. The viewers in the blue bullet screen were puzzled. This had always been the style of the live stream. Why was it like they had poked a hornet's nest today? This was like a group of old men who had been holding back for a long time, excitedly grabbing a handful of money and going to the brothel to have some fun. Unexpectedly, not only did they not see the erotic scene that they had imagined, but they were instead beaten up by a group of brainless burly men carrying sticks, to the point that they saw stars. The number of people on the blue screen was only 1/3 of the number of people on the red screen. Furthermore, the comments on the screen had a cooldown of half a minute, so they couldn't beat the red screen in terms of numbers. Many viewers in the blue bullet screen were so angry that they slammed the table or smashed the mouse while cursing. Are you crazy? They only wanted to look at the beauty to relieve their stress. Why did it seem like they had committed a grave mistake? Unbeknownst to him, the viewers in the red bullet screen were thinking the same thing. Which country bumpkin dared to behave atrociously here? Jiang Pingji had been live streaming for many years. Although she had never granted any audience any special privileges, the old viewers consciously maintained the order in the live stream room. They even established a special alliance organization. The identities of the members of the organization were announced. Each of them was a big shot in their respective fields. Occasionally, someone would come over to cause trouble. That person had to be mentally prepared to be dealt with. Many years ago, a tearful post appeared on the forum. A viewer teased Jiang Pingji. He posted a message on the bullet screen offering a reward, asking Jiang Pingji to call him brother and learn how to moan in bed. A minute later, the man received an email telling him that he was fired. His wife wanted to divorce him. Chiwa Bo He, I'm so angry. Although the host usually ignores this kind of trash, I'm still angry. After a while, another system notification popped up. The grievances of the Jianghu have been settled. I only hope that the heroes will lend a helping hand. Today, viewer Chiwa Bo He posted a reward to viewer I have plenty of money. The reward has reached as high as 9 luxurious private helicopters. If the number of votes exceeds 50%, viewer I have plenty of money will be forcefully kicked out of the livestream room and banned for 30 days. Viewer Chiwa Bo He quietly said to I have plenty of money, the 9 helicopters are ready. If you want to see an erotic dance, go back to your chicken coop. Don't pollute other people's view here. The audience was stunned. What was going on? The function of the livestream room after the upgrade was amazing. For a big shot, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. In the next second, a small voting box popped up on everyone's screen. After 0.1 seconds, viewer I have plenty of money was kicked out of the livestream room. The idle viewers in the red bullet screen were all stunned. There was actually such a thing? The system made another announcement. Viewer I have plenty of money has been kicked out of the livestream room. Half of the reward will be given back to the viewers in the red dimension. A bright red treasure chest filled with gold jumped out. When everyone poked it, the gold coins in the treasure chest splashed all over the place. Although the reward was very little, it gave them a great sense of achievement. This was like snatching red packets in the WeChat group. Knowing that they could only snatch 0.01 yuan, there were still people who would happily snatch red packets from their phones. Seeing this, the viewers in the blue bullet screen could no longer sit still. Some of the more angry viewers were ready to kick someone out. When the livestream room was still in the hands of the lady from another dimension, she had given them the privilege of livestream room in order to win over the whales. According to the different levels of the aliases, the privileges they had were also different, such as kicking people, banning people, and so on. However, when those whales were rubbing their palms and getting ready to fight, they were notified by the system that they had no right to kick people or ban them. What the hell? Which B** starred had secretly removed their aliases. When the audience went out to take a look, they realized that their sock puppets had all become white. The nouveau riche sock puppets that were hanging high up had also been removed, leaving only the donation list and the active list. Seeing this, many of the nouveau riches' faces darkened and they started cursing. That was a privilege that they had spent a huge amount of money to obtain. What right did they have to remove their aliases? For the privilege of live stream room, who knew how much money they had given to the streamer? Now they wanted to turn their backs on them? In their dreams. Wu Jiao Xixiang, where did this pheasant come from? How did you remove my aliases? After a while, the system notification popped up again. All the grievances in the pugilistic world have been settled. I only hope that the heroes will lend a helping hand. Today, viewer Yi Wu Yanling has issued a bounty to viewer Wu Jiao Xixiang. The bounty has reached as high as 9 luxury private yachts. If the number of votes exceeds 50%, viewer Wu Jiao Xixiang will be forcibly kicked out of the livestream room and banned for 30 days. Viewer Yi Wu Yanling quietly said to Wu Jiao Xixiang, "Get lost." Before the blue bullet screen viewer could recover from his shock, the screen turned black, and the web page indicated that he had been kicked out of the livestream room. Seeing this, the person was so angry that his heart hurt. "Damn, you're crazy." The person could not help but roar. In the livestream room, the audience frantically snatched the treasure chests, and after getting them they sent bullet screen messages to worship the big boss. Rows of "thank you boss" filled the screen. Jiang Pingji was lowering her head to comfort the anxious White, so she could not care about the livestream room at all. When the livestream room had just started, she realized that there were many privileged aliases in the livestream room. She guessed that it was done by the woman from another world. Jiang Pingji thought about it and without a word she removed all the aliases to avoid unnecessary trouble. She did not expect the combat power of her idol audience to be so strong. They kicked people one after another and the red treasure chests came out one after another. Chapter 858. No, it might be even livelier than the new year. The viewers on the red bullet screen continuously kicked a few of the viewers on the blue bullet screen who were spewing vulgarities or insults. Their momentum was as high as a rainbow. The viewers on the blue bullet screen were aggrieved and furious. Some of the hot-tempered ones had already started cursing. Since the beginning of the live stream, these nouveau riche viewers had never suffered such grievances. Compete in throwing money? Have they ever been afraid? It was just a live stream. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Why did the rich like to watch live broadcasts and throw money at the streamers? Apart from truly liking the streamer and rewarding her, he also enjoyed the feeling of being flattered by the beautiful streamer and being envied by the other streamers. The nouveau riche enjoyed the process of being pretentious. They were here to enjoy, not to be abused. How infuriating. They had just entered the live broadcast room to look at the pretty girls as usual. Why did they suddenly encounter a group of strange lunatics who bit anyone they saw? At this moment, the audience from the 2 dimensions had yet to realize that something was wrong. They only thought that they were from the same world. Adhering to the principle of being slapped in the face, a blue bullet screen viewer could no longer sit still. As a nouveau riche, if he couldn't enjoy the pleasure of being pretentious, he might as well be a salted fish. Big brother Jiuling, Yi Wu Yanling, I'm warning you, don't cross the line. Do you really think you're the only one with money? After this bullet screen was sent, a system announcement popped up. The grievances of the Jianghu have been settled. I only hope that the heroes will lend a helping hand. Today, Spectator Big Brother 90 has issued a bounty to Spectator Night Dance Flame Spirit. The bounty has already reached 9 luxurious private yachts. If the number of votes exceeds 50%, viewer Night Dance Flame Spirit will be forcefully kicked out of the live broadcast room and will be banned for 30 days. Audience member Big Brother 90 quietly said to Night Dance Flaming Spirit, "Your parents didn't teach you well, so I'm here to teach you how to be a person. Do you really think you can act like an elephant just because you've stuck 2 cloves of garlic in you? Little guy, don't try to act cool with me." After posting this reward, the blue bullet screen audience clicked their tongues and revealed a mocking smile on their faces. If it weren't for the fact that he had suddenly lost his privileged avatar, he would have long since kicked all these noisy red bullet comments away. That's right, this audience member was one of the tycoons in the female broadcast room. However, he did not like to talk. Usually he would quietly watch the live stream and silently send gifts. He was always in the top 10 of the gifts list. He was waiting for the audience, Night Dance Flaming Spirit, to be kicked out of the live broadcast room. He didn't expect her to be so stubborn and fight him head-on. As soon as his bounty notice popped up, the system prompted him that a bounty had been placed on him by the spectator, Night Dance Flame Spirit. The grievances of the Jianghu have been settled. I only hope that the heroes will lend a helping hand. Today, spectator, Night Dancing Flame Spirit, has issued a bounty to spectator Big Brother 90. The bounty has already reached 9 luxurious private yachts. If the number of votes exceeds 50%, audience member Big Brother 90 will be forcibly kicked out of the live broadcast room and banned for 30 days. Spectator, Night Dance Flaming Spirit, quietly said to Brother 90, "Heh." The other party didn't say any nonsense and just threw a cold, "Heh." Being provoked like this, the tycoon's temper immediately flared up. Just as he was about to increase the bounty, a system window popped up on the page. "You have been kicked out of the live broadcast room? What the hell?" The tycoon's curled-up smile froze on his face. He was stunned for a second before he angrily smashed his phone. In the live broadcast room, the number of votes for Night Dance Flaming Spirit had barely reached 31%. Having successfully kicked out a blue tycoon, the idle spectators on the red bullet screen cheered like a tsunami. Watching a battle between tycoons, it couldn't get any better. Seeing this, the spectators on the blue bullet screen instantly felt bored and sullen. One after another they began to retreat. They were here to look at the beauties and feast their eyes, not to watch a bunch of lunatics dance around. It was fine if the host was suddenly replaced, but the host that was replaced wasn't good looking and didn't know the rules. What was there to watch in a live broadcast like this? Gentle girl high school student? Where did these crazy people come from? Forget it, I'm not watching the live broadcast anymore. My lungs are about to explode. Throwing money to kick people without saying a word? What's the difference between this and a mad dog biting whoever it catches? Some of the spectators on the blue bullet screen chose to quit. The lucky tycoons would not easily admit defeat. It was a great humiliation to be defeated in the field that they had the least amount of. More and more tycoons on the blue bullet screen joined the battle. The entire live broadcast room was full of gunpowder. The proportion of the spectators on the blue bullet screen dropped from a quarter to a fifth. Almost all the spectators on the red bullet screen joined in. Cafeteria Daffin Auntie? What's going on today? I thought I could only watch the live broadcast just now. Suddenly, there was a notification that there was an empty seat, so I quickly grabbed one. A bite of Shanghai Jing? I'm so excited that I'm crying. I didn't expect that a school dog could grab a seat in my lifetime. The big shots were still fighting. The idle spectators were more concerned about the content of today's live broadcast. The bullet screen was densely packed. There were too many of them. Every inch of the screen was occupied. The idle spectators had to choose to block the bullet screen to watch the live broadcast. They wouldn't know if they didn't watch, but once they saw it, it was terrible. Their daughter, White, looked like she was having a difficult birth. The idle spectators were extremely worried. They all sent bullet screen messages to inquire about the specific situation. Little Lucky, White hasn't shown signs of giving birth yet. It's her first and premature birth. The foal's situation isn't optimistic. White kept whining like a slave. From time to time, it stuck out its tongue to lick Jiang Pingji's hand. Its teary eyes were filled with pity. Jiang Pingji didn't have the extra energy to care about the situation in the live broadcast room. She looked at Wei Ci with a solemn expression. Not ready yet? She used her hand to comfort White. At the same time, her scalp went numb as she glanced at White's belly. Her heart was filled with anxiety. When she helped Jingxian deliver the baby, Jingxian would cry out in pain. However, White was just a horse. Other than whimpering like a slave, it couldn't use words to express its emotions. Jiang Pingji's heart ached even more when she saw it. Other than trying her best to comfort White, she couldn't help at all. Wei Ci had already strenuously straightened the position of the foal. Beads of hot sweat seeped out of his forehead. He said, "It's almost time." White seemed to understand Wei Ci's words. Its whimpering became louder and louder. Its breathing became heavy, and its belly contracted and expanded rapidly. The foal's 2 front hooves were pressed together. Its head was tightly attached to its forelimbs. It slowly gave birth with White's strength. Wei Ci said, "Lord, please help." White consumed too much energy. If it was squeezed for a long time without giving birth, the foal would easily suffocate. Jiang Pingji didn't use her upper arms to roll up her sleeves. She casually rolled up her sleeves. She didn't mind that it was dirty. She directly held the foal's front hooves with both hands. Chapter 859. After more than an hour of hard work, Wuxia had become filthy. His entire body was covered in an indescribable stench. However, the way he treated the foal was unbelievably gentle. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in a layer of gentle light, causing others to subconsciously overlook his disheveled appearance. Jiang Pingji did not leave. Instead, she stared intently at his side profile. White turned its head. After a while, it found the foal at the side and whimpered. It was a beautiful, spotless, snow-white little fellow. It stuck out its tongue and licked the remaining mucus off the foal's body. Its gaze became gentler. One could not tell that it was fierce on the battlefield. Wuxia looked at White and a pure smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and stroked its mane. No one knew what he was thinking. Although it was born prematurely by a month, the foal had inherited its parents' excellent bloodline. After a while it tried to stand up. It spent some effort to break its umbilical cord. It staggered as it tried to get up from the ground. Its attempts were futile. Outside the stable, Liyun stared at the foal. Seeing it fail a few times, he was so anxious that he wanted to rush over and help it. Wuxia saw his expression and laughed. Let it get up on its own. Hanmei, don't come over and cause trouble. Liyun was depressed for a while after hearing that. Then, he mustered his spirit and continued to look at the foal with great interest. Although it was a newborn foal, if it grew up successfully, it would definitely surpass its master. Liyun had picked up a treasure. Wuxia stood up. Perhaps he had knelt for too long. After he stood up, he still felt a little dizzy. He calmed himself down and waited for his legs to regain feeling before calmly leaving the stable. He took a dry towel from the stableman. Wuxia said to the stableman, "Keep watch here. In about an hour, White's placenta will come out. Remember to keep it so that it won't be swallowed by White. If the placenta has not come out after an hour, remember to send someone to look for me or a vet." The stableman nodded and bowed in acknowledgement, but in his heart, he secretly admired Wuxia. He was a commoner. In his heart, the concept of nobility and inferiority was rather vague. If it was another scholar, he would definitely mock Wuxia for doing such lowly work. However, the stableman felt that Wuxia knew a lot. "I'll remember it." Wuxia wiped the filth off his arms and washed his hands carefully. The stench was still lingering at the tip of his nose. He said to Jiang Pingji, "My lord, I'll go back to the residence first." It was very impolite to look disheveled. Jiang Pingji nodded in agreement. Wuxia used a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to the manor. Seeing that Wuxia had left, Jiang Pingji said to Liyun, who was smiling foolishly, "Hanmei, I'm leaving first." Liyun said, "Farewell, my lord." She turned her head and continued to be infatuated with the pony. Jiang Pingji shook her head. Liyun's obsession with good horses was deep in his bones. There was no way to save him. At this time, she saw the audience asking if the newborn foal had a name. If it didn't have a name, then they would come up with one. She thought for a moment and turned to ask Liyun, "What are you going to name the horse?" A few months ago, Liyun had ordered this colt from her. As the owner, Liyun naturally had the right to name the colt. Since ancient times, which good colt didn't have an awe-inspiring name? Not to mention, Fu Wang's peerless colt had an eye-catching name, Chasing Lightning. As for Jiang Pingji's steed, Cough Cough, that was definitely an accident. They were obviously rare peerless horses, but one was called White and the other was called Little White. It sounded so cute. Where was the awe-inspiring name? Liyun scratched his head. He wasn't good at naming things, so he kicked the ball back to her. "Why don't you give it a name, my lord?" Jiang Pingji was silent for a moment. The audience in the streaming room went crazy with bullet screens. "Please don't let the streamer name it. She's bad at naming things." Unfortunately, their thoughts didn't reach Liyun. What they were most worried about still happened. Jiang Pingji thought for a while and said seriously, "Look at its snow-white body. Why don't we call it White?" Liyun, "My lord, can I take back my request for a name?" Jiang Pingji asked, "Is it not good?" Liyun didn't dare to say no. If he said no, Warner would find out and cause trouble for him. No. It's a good name. I can tell it's a beautiful white horse just by hearing it." Jiang Pingji left contentedly. Liyun looked at the colt in the stable that staggered to its feet and sighed with melancholy. Although the name White doesn't sound good, it can't be changed when the Lord gives it a name. Liyun looked at his future comrade with melancholy. He nagged the stableman to take good care of White. The stableman nodded and bowed in agreement, not daring to object. It was his fault for carelessly letting a poisonous snake into the stable and scaring the pregnant horse. His lord didn't pursue the matter, so he should be grateful. Now he had to be extra careful and take good care of the newborn colt to make up for his mistake. On the other side, Wei Xi hopped onto an inconspicuous path and returned to his mansion. When the servant saw him in such a sorry state, he almost jumped in fright. Which cesspool did his Langjun fall into? How did he end up like this? Wei Xi said calmly, "Go and prepare some hot soup and clean clothes." "Yes, I'll go and prepare now." The servant was very efficient. Wei Xi immersed his body in water of suitable temperature. Only then did his sore and swollen muscles relax. He washed himself with pig fungus twice to wash away the strange smell on his body. He changed into clean clothes and carefully burned some incense. After a while, he heard the gatekeeper report that someone was visiting. "Who is it?" Wei Xi took the visiting card and looked at the handwriting on it. He smiled. "Quickly let Yumo in." He had originally planned to catch up with Cheng Jing, but he didn't expect the incident with White to happen. He was so busy that he almost forgot. He had just finished bathing, so his hair was still wet. It was very impolite to meet a guest like this. However, he and Cheng Jing were from the same sect and had a close relationship, so it was fine. Cheng Jing saw his expression and teased him with a smile. "We're not in Langi now. Why are you becoming more and more lazy?" Wei Xi replied with a smile, "How can I be lazy when I see a gentleman?" Cheng Jing almost rolled his eyes in his heart. If Wei Xi had to bathe and burn incense every time he saw him, why didn't he receive such treatment in the past? "You're getting sharper and sharper." Cheng Jing smiled. "Usually you don't leave your medicine alone. Now that you're full of vigor, you should really show those who are worried about you. The land here is really good for nurturing people. Look at your complexion, you look much better than before. I'll be relieved if I know." Although Wei Xi was the last person to become Master Yuanjing's disciple, he had been studying in Langi Academy longer than Cheng Jing, who was the first disciple. When Wei Xi was born, his 8 characters were taboo. If Master Yuanjing hadn't coincidentally visited the Wei residence, there might not have been Wei Xi. Strictly speaking, Master Yuanjing not only taught Wei Xi, but he also saved his life. They were both teachers and friends. In Wei Xi's heart, Master Yuanjing was also equivalent to his other father. "I've been away from home for a few years. I wonder how teacher is doing now." In his previous life, Wei Xi had moved to Zhongzhao's Bianzhou with his clansmen. He hadn't seen his teacher Master Yuanjing for more than 20 years. Chapter 860. Now that he was reborn, Wei Xi was always concerned about his teacher's recent situation. Unfortunately, the world was becoming more and more chaotic, and a letter was comparable to 10,000 gold pieces. The round trip would take at least half a year. If they were unlucky, they might even lose contact with their letters. Wei Xi had not received his teacher's reply for a long time. Cheng Jing was under Huang Song's command. Huang Song's territory was in Haozhou, which was only a month's journey away from Langya County. Communication was relatively convenient there. He said, "Recently teacher has had many happy events. He's doing well." What happy event? Wei Xi was delighted. If Master Yuanjing could live a good life, he would feel better. Last year, Langi Academy recruited a student with great spiritual energy, and the teacher was overjoyed. Although this man was born in a poor family and had no parents, his talent was amazing and his appearance was not ordinary. He was born with a cinnabar dot on his forehead, so Wunyang took a fancy to him at first sight. You also know that teacher dotes on Wunyang and has always been worried about her marriage. Now that he had met a suitable candidate, how could he not be happy? Acting as a go-between and helping the two of them get married. The Wunyang that Cheng Jing mentioned was Master Yuanjing's youngest daughter. Her maiden name was Zhu Qingning. Wunyang had always been fond of Wei Xi. Unfortunately, the falling flower was in love with Wei Xi, but the heartless stream was heartless. The goddess had Mingxiang, but King Wang had no feelings for her. She was not a vulgar woman. When Wei Xi explicitly rejected her, she felt uncomfortable for a while and then let go. When he heard that Wunyang had been betrothed to someone, Wei Xi first felt happy for her, but then he frowned. The man was born in a poor family and had no parents. His conditions were indeed a little poor. The teacher loved Wunyang so much. How could he choose such a son-in-law for her? He had always regarded himself as Wunyang's elder and even treated her as his daughter. In Wei Xi's eyes, Wunyang's husband was naturally equivalent to his son-in-law. Usually Wei Xi made friends regardless of one's family background. However, the standards for a father-in-law to judge his son-in-law and to make friends were different. Is this the teacher's choice or Wunyang's idea? Wei Xi knew how much his teacher loved his daughter. He wished he could pluck the stars and the moon and bring them to Wunyang. How could such a loving father choose such a husband for his daughter? Cheng Jing understood the meaning behind Wei Si's words and instantly understood the hidden meaning in his words. He said, although teacher loves Wunyang dearly, he won't indulge her without principles. Since he had agreed to this marriage, it was clear that his teacher was also satisfied. Come to think of it, what was so special about that person? At the end of the day, a teacher is also a father, and I still hope for my children's happiness. Wei Si asked again, what is that person's name and where does he live? In his previous life he had moved to Zhongzhou with his clansmen, but he had never stopped contacting his friends. He had always kept in touch with them through letters. He vaguely remembered that Wunyang married one of his teacher's students. That person was a young scholar in Langyue County and was known for his talent. However, after the second marriage, Wunyang didn't live a happy life. In the end, she divorced and went home for some reason. Cheng Jing thought for a moment and said, I heard that he's from Zhongzhou's Bianzhou. His surname is Nie and his name is Sun. His courtesy name is Qingyun. Nye Sun? Wei Si furrowed his brows and rummaged through his memories, but he could not find any trace of it. Cheng Jing asked, Zishao, have you heard of this person? Wei Si shook his head. I've never heard of him. Perhaps this person is a late bloomer and only became famous recently. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Wei Si had never heard of this person called Nye Sun. This was suspicious. One must know that Wei Si had lived in Zhongzhou for many years in his previous life. Although he was an invisible person who was not valued, he still visited his relatives and friends. To put it bluntly, there was almost no famous scholar in Zhongzhou's Bianzhou that he had not met. If Nye Sun's talent could catch the eye of Master Yuanjing, there was no reason for him to be unknown in his previous life. As for the inborn cinnabar between his eyebrows, such an obvious mark, if Wei Si had really seen or heard of it, it was impossible for him not to have any impression. Could it be that this Nye Sun had only appeared in this life? Thinking of this, Wei Si felt relieved. The difference between his previous life and this life was too great. Even the big picture of the world had been distorted, let alone ordinary people. However, this person was born in Zhongzhou's Bianzhou. What is his relationship with the Nye family in Bianzhou? The Wei family in Langyue, which Wei Si belonged to, was a branch of the Wei family in Bianzhou. The former had fallen, but the latter was still flourishing. There were two aristocratic families in Bianzhou. One was the Wei family and the other was the Nye family. The two families had been connected by marriage for generations and had a close relationship. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Nye family became a hegemon in troubled times and was the third last feudal power to be eliminated by His Majesty. Thinking back to that time, there were no less than 20 feudal lords in the world. For the Nye family to be able to survive until then, it was obvious how powerful they were. Of course, after the Nye family surrendered, they did not stop stirring shit up. Thinking of this, Wei Si's eyes had a hint of coldness. In the case of Crown Prince Zhang Zui, in the 18th year of Emperor Yongqin of the Jiang dynasty, the Nye family secretly added fuel to the fire. Other than large families like the Nye family and the Wei family, there were many other aristocratic families involved. If they had not instigated, schemed, and tried to sow discord, the outcome would not have been like that. He and His Majesty were responsible for their improper upbringing, but at the end of the day, these ambitious aristocratic families were the main culprits. Cheng Jing smiled and said, according to the rumors, Nye Sun was adopted by a branch of the Nye family. If he was born in the Nye family, how could he be considered to have a humble background? It was precisely because he was adopted, his background was unknown, and his adoptive parents died early that Nye Sun was looked down upon. Wei Si said, that's true. It's just that, this person is related to the Nye family. Why did he come to Dongqing to study? Master Yuanjing's reputation was indeed resounding, and he was comparable to a famous teacher in the world. However, aristocratic families like the Nye family had always implemented clan education and arrogantly thought that people like Master Yuanjing were just unorthodox. Even if Master Yuanjing's students were all top-notch, they were still criticized by these people. Nye Sun came to Dongqing to study, and he even became Master Yuanjing's son-in-law. Wasn't this a slap in the face to the Nye family? Cheng Jing said, this? I vaguely heard that Nye Sun is not from Zhongzhou, and his hometown is in Dongqing. Perhaps he came here to look for his relatives? Although Nye Sun's surname is Nye, the Nye family does not acknowledge it. He stayed in the Nye family and suffered from both sides, so he might as well come out and be independent. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Nye Sun was really talented, and he could become famous even after leaving the Nye family. Wei Ci nodded and did not say anything. He was not curious about Nye Sun, and he only asked a few more questions because he was Wunyang's husband. Naturally, there were endless things to talk about when they reunited. Wei Ci asked about the others and Qing Jing hesitated and said, Wenbin sent a letter recently, and it seems that he wants to go to Zhe County to take a look. Wenbin was naturally referring to Han Yu. Wei Ci remembered that Han Yu worked under Su Pei in his previous life, so he was not surprised that Han Yu went to Zhe County. What about Xiaoyin? I haven't heard from Xiaoyin for a long time. Wei Ci asked again. He remembered that Lu Jing sought refuge with Huang Song in his previous life. Huang Song was defeated and killed himself, and Lu Jing guarded the last isolated city and refused to surrender. When the city was breached, he cried blood and cursed and jumped down from the city wall. If there were no changes in this life, then Xiaoyin would have gone to find Huang Song. To Wei Ci's surprise, Qing Jing did not know Lu Jing's whereabouts. Half a year ago, Xiaoyin said that he wanted to go to the alliance meeting, but there is no other news until now. Wei Ci choked and then shook his head helplessly. Chapter 861. Both Qing Jing and Wei Ci had written letters to their schoolmates. But everyone had their own plans. Han Yu and Lu Jing had their own opinions. It couldn't be forced. Old friends reunited. Even though they belonged to two different camps, they could still talk happily as long as it didn't involve official business. After talking for a while, they seemed to have returned to their student days in the academy. The estrangement that they hadn't seen each other for years had disappeared and they were closer. At the same time, Jiang Pingji was also very happy that day because the idle fish in the streaming room took all the laughs. She wore a bamboo hat leisurely, carried a fishing rod and basket, and found a place where no one was around to fish. She said she was fishing to add to the meal for her subordinates, but what was the truth? She just didn't want to stay in the government office to deal with paperwork. Fishing while watching the battle between the red and the blue in the streaming room. It was a joy in life. Obviously, the viewers on the red bullet screen were Jiang Pingji's fans, and the viewers on the blue bullet screen were her original viewers. From the beginning of the battle between the tycoon and the tycoon, the viewers on the red bullet screen fought steadily and steadily, which made the viewers on the blue bullet screen fly into a rage. In the words of the viewers on the red bullet screen, I just like to see you fly into a rage but can't do anything to me. It could be said that this operation was already very cool. I really don't know who led these idle fish astray. Their combat power is actually so strong. No matter how fierce the battle between the two sides was, Jiang Pingji was as steady as a mountain. She half lay on the giant rock by the stream and squinted her eyes to fish. In the eyes of the viewers on the red bullet screen, Jiang Pingji's behavior couldn't be more normal. Their streamer was so aloof and rarely interacted with them. If she interacted with them one day, the idle fish viewers would panic and be afraid that the streamer had been transmigrated by someone else. Even if Jiang Pingji was so aloof and distant, they still loved her very much. On the contrary, the viewers on the blue bullet screen became more and more bored as they watched. They chose to leave one after another, cursing before they left. How Cui Xiao Jia, let's go. What kind of trash streaming is this? You didn't even say a word after watching it for so long. Ingu Mao, I thought there would be some special streaming but I didn't see anything after watching it for so long. Go ahead and fish, at least say something. You're so aloof. Do you think everyone wants to watch your streaming? To put it bluntly, at least the previous host knew how to dance erotically, tease the audience and liven up the atmosphere. The current one was a block of wood, stupid, and ugly. What a waste of my traffic. Disappointing. Of course I'm forgiving her. I heard that this live stream is very powerful. I've been driving for more than 20 years and have never been censored by the country. I'm here because of its reputation. How is it censored? Forget it, it seems like I won't be able to see any interesting content. I'll leave first, the traffic can't keep up. Heavenly visitor, I feel cheated. I'm leaving too. Lang Defingyi, it's a little strange. These red bullet screens seem to know this streamer. They're as crazy as dogs. Most of the blue bullet screen viewers chose to cross and leave in disappointment. After half a day, only 10% of the blue bullet screen viewers remained. Of course, this 10% of the audience was either bored out of their minds or bored out of their minds. In any case, it was very difficult to get a spot in this live broadcast room. Being able to get a spot meant that they had fast hands and good internet connection. The bullet screen war in the streaming room went on for a long time. Jiang Pingji fished for a long time, but her fishing basket was still empty. Some salted fish could not stand it anymore and urged Jiang Pingji to give up. Nuzwang Xinghang, streamer, you'd better stop struggling. You can't even catch a shrimp, let alone a big fish. Accept the reality. Jiang Pingji's momentum was too strong. Wild animals were far more sensitive than humans. Where she was, all fishes and shrimps were basically extinct. Every time she came out to fish, other people would catch one, but she always got nothing. But fishing was about loneliness, not fish. Jiang Pingji sat cross-legged, holding the fishing rod in her right hand, her left hand on her knee, and her chin propped up. There was no one around, so she did not need to send bullet screens. She spoke directly to the audience. I see that the streaming room is especially lively today. You guys don't get along very well. What do you mean by not getting along very well? The salted fish were stunned, and it took them a while to react. Little angel, people with different beliefs cannot make plans together. There's no way we can get along. Streamer, do you know where these bumpkins on the blue bullet screen came from? The originally good atmosphere had unexpectedly turned into a mess. If I had known this would happen, I would not have leveled up. I'd rather fight with countless salted fish for 15 spots in the streaming room than stay in the same streaming room with these losers all day. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu, I don't want to get along. I'm so angry that I want to jump up and beat their heads. I'm so angry. Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes in front of everyone, like a salted fish that was stranded on the shore. She yawned. People from 2 dimensions are fighting for a limit of 850,000 people. People of all kinds can sneak in. I can't do anything about it. It depends on your hand speed. The streaming room has a limit of 850,000 people. Whoever is faster will be able to get it. The group of salted fish. Wait, they seem to have overlooked something? Host, can you repeat what you just said one more time? That's a lot of information. Let's highlight the words 2 dimensions. Jilan Yushu, wait, streamer, don't scare me. What do you mean by 2 dimensions? Could it be that the color represents the dimensions? The red bullet screen is for allies, and the blue bullet screen is for people from another dimension? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, why would I scare you? It's really 2 dimensions. Whether it was the salted fish in the red bullet screen or the defeated soldiers in the blue bullet screen, both sides were so shocked that their eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground. They had been fighting for half a day. Both sides were furious. One by one they said that they wanted human flesh. They fought it out. However, no matter how powerful the big shots were, they could not find any clues. It was as if the people on the other side had appeared out of thin air. So, they were actually people from another dimension? Chami Dalao, wait, did I go too far just now? Did they all die? People from 2 dimensions can actually fight in the same streaming room and watch the streamer from a 3rd dimension. This is epic, making fate. Hello my friends. Duxing Yufeng, if I knew this would happen, I would have been gentler just now. In the sea of red bullet screens, a small group of blue bullet screens occasionally floated by, but they were immediately caught. Fanlu, hello my friends from the other dimension. Xinjia, friends on the other side, look over. The bullet screens here were very exciting. Due to the huge disparity in the number of people, the blue bullet screen was swaying and trembling in the sea of red bullet screens. It looked very pitiful. Although the viewers on the blue bullet screen were very annoying, they were able to tolerate all kinds of people. They would not kill a person from the same dimension in one go. No matter what group it was, there would always be good and bad. They had to be tolerant and get rid of the weeds. However, the salted fish's way of thinking was always different from normal people. One of the audience in the red bullet screen could not help but complain. Chapter 862. Why did the viewers from 2 different dimensions use Chinese characters? It was a good question, but Jiang Pingji couldn't answer it. She made up a story with her eyes wide open. Maybe it's because Chinese characters are the universal language of the entire dimension? The viewers in the 2 streaming rooms were speechless after hearing it. What she said made sense. I'm actually speechless? A certain viewer on the blue bullet screen spoke shakily. He was mentally prepared to be kicked out of the streaming room by the big boss on the red bullet screen. Buxian Xian. In the past, there were always people who said that English was the universal language of the world. Now I can hold my head high and say that Chinese characters are the universal language of the entire dimension. I'm so touched. I hope the country can take this seriously and abolish CT4 and CT6. In the sea of red bullet screens, the blue bullet screen was particularly eye-catching. It even received countless likes. The viewers on the red bullet screen cheered for the blue bullet screen. CT4 and CT6 were all tearful after saying too much. The 2 groups of people who were fighting each other to the death were now tearful when they saw each other from the same place. The 2 sides had a friendly discussion about the 2 dimensions. However, the restrictions of the streaming room were too great. They couldn't talk about topics related to politics. They racked their brains and could only figure out the timeline of the two dimensions. Other than some differences in historical events, the general situation was actually the same. Many quick-witted and ill-intentioned people had already come up with crooked ideas. Since the situation of the two dimensions was so similar, but the development was different, could they help each other? Thinking about the more popular plagiarism category in online novels, maybe they could imitate it. Who knows, it might become popular. Anyway, it was two different worlds. Even if someone pointed out plagiarism, it would be extremely difficult for the two dimensions to pursue the matter of plagiarism. To put it nicely, they could learn from each other and develop together. They couldn't bear to let the magnificent civilization disappear just like that. Jiang Pingji casually glanced at the bullet screen in the streaming room. Many viewers also noticed it. Some felt that plagiarism was wrong. Some felt that since they were from two dimensions, what was wrong with exchanging civilizations? Anyway, the original author couldn't cross the dimension wall to pursue the matter and sue. Online novels were all like this. No one would know even if they plagiarized. They forgot that this was Jiang Pingji's streaming room. As a streamer in a level 6 streaming room, her authority was higher than before. After a while, those in the audience who were discussing the feasibility of borrowing were all kicked out. They were stunned for a moment. When they looked at the system notification again, their faces couldn't help but twitch. Because you have violated the rules of the live broadcast room, you have been kicked out of the live broadcast room by the host. To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Pingji took the initiative to kick someone since she took over the streaming room. Even a fool would know that she was a little angry. Not only were there blue comments, but there were also quite a number of red comments. Jiang Pingji had a warm smile on her face. According to the federal law on the protection of original works of literature and all kinds of property rights, the crime of plagiarism is very serious. The minimum penalty is 3 years and the maximum is life. Even if they weren't sued by the original creator, 90% of the profits would still belong to the original creator, and they would have to compensate for their mental distress. If you want to use it as a reference, I won't object, but please ask the original author to personally authorize it. Furthermore, you can request the government to take the lead and establish a special alliance to regulate the cultural exchange between the two planes. After that, she got up to pack up her fishing rod and basket, preparing to go home. After hearing what Jiang Pingji said, some of the audience blushed. Some felt that she was meddling in other people's business, while others strongly supported her. After all, the streaming room was someone else's territory, and the audience had to act according to the basic rules. After going through half a day of battle, the audience from the two planes could barely communicate calmly. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji revealed a faint smile and leisurely returned to the city. Unbeknownst to her, the matter of the streaming room had grown wings and occupied the headlines of major websites. It was fine if it was a cross-dimensional live broadcast, but now she could communicate with the audience from another plane on the same streaming platform. She was going to go to heaven. The red comments were relatively calm. Although Jiang Pingji's streaming room was a little strange and often showed all kinds of violent scenes, on the whole it was still positive. Many directors who filmed ancient wars liked to edit the content of the live broadcast and use it as a reference. Nowadays, the film and television industry preferred to shoot indoors more and more. They used the green screen wherever it was useful, and they rarely spent energy on shooting real scenes. In general, Jiang Pingji's streaming room was more positive in the eyes of the public. However, it was different for the viewers in the blue bullet screen. As soon as the news spread, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Abuse and mockery had the absolute upper hand. Thanks to the female transmigrator, the streaming room had been labeled as despicable. In addition, the streaming room had been around for more than 20 years. Many of the audience had a fixed impression of it. Once it was mentioned, they could not help but curse or mock it, as if it was a pile of stinky feces. After such a long time, the audience in the streaming room had been fixed. Now that the streamer had suddenly changed, not only did it not attract new readers, but it also drove away this part of the audience who liked beautiful women. As a result, for a long time, the ratio of red to blue in Jiang Pingji's streaming room hovered around 9:1 or 19:1. The red bullet screen viewers were overjoyed. The cake was only so big. The streaming room's upper limit was 850,000. They could not wait for all the upper limit to be theirs. Yes, the streamer was theirs. No unruly people could snatch her away. Jiang Pingji did not care about this. She did not care which plane the audience was from, as long as they were not from her original plane. As a general of the Federation and the commander of 1/10 of the army, she had now been reduced to a small farm owner. Her fate was miserable. Humming a tune, Jiang Pingji walked into the city under the orange afterglow of the sunset. The streets were still bustling with business. The street vendors were shouting and hawking, and children were chasing and laughing. Ah! The child who was leading accidentally bumped into Jiang Pingji. She did not move an inch, but the child fell. There are carriages and pedestrians everywhere. You naughty children, if you want to play, go somewhere else. Jiang Pingji's face was fierce. She picked up the child who had fallen. The child was sobbing. A woman in the distance saw it and was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly ran over to carry the child away. She was so scared that her shoulders were trembling. The woman saw Jiang Pingji's face clearly. It was as if someone had stolen her voice. She could not say anything. Jiang Pingji was usually very close to the people. Many people knew what she looked like. The woman had seen her before. My son is naughty and has disturbed the prefecture magistrate. As the woman knelt, the 2 or 3-year-old child in her arms knelt as well. Jiang Pingji had a very good memory. She saw the woman's face and found it somewhat familiar. You are. Listening to the woman's words, she was obviously not an ordinary village woman. Chapter 863. Jiang Pingji was surprised. She lifted her hand to help the woman up and said with a smile, "This isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we sit in the restaurant next door?" Judging from the woman's appearance, she lived a hard life. She lived frugally and only ate 1 meal a day. The child beside her was raised well. He was fair, chubby, and adorable. Even the clothes he wore were made of fine cotton. Fine cotton was not expensive, but for a peasant family with an average family, it was a huge expense. The woman hesitated for a moment, then beamed with joy. She carried the child in her arms and followed Jiang Pingji to the nearby reception house. The reception house was opened in all the towns and cities in Wanzhou. Its reputation was improving day by day. The dishes developed by the chefs were also changing day by day. Although it was geared towards middle and high-class customers, ordinary people could occasionally have a meal if they gritted their teeth. The woman followed Jiang Pingji to a private room. She and the old housekeeper lived frugally to support their young master. They had never been to the reception house. Order more of what you want to eat. This child, if I remember correctly, is he the one protected by his mother? How many people had Jiang Pingji saved during the earthquake in Shangjing? Most of the people in Xiangyang district today had followed her to escape from Shangjing to this place. The woman nodded with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot, but she did not look like she had been wronged. Instead, she looked excited. She had always remembered Jiang Pingji, but she was a busy person. How could she remember her? She had just reminded her, but she did not have high hopes. She did not expect Jiang Pingji to be right. Yes, it is my young master. The woman nodded excitedly. The chubby child in her arms twisted in confusion. He looked at Jiang Pingji and then at the woman who was holding him. He did not understand what had happened. He could only step on the thigh of the woman who was kneeling. He tiptoed and tried to wipe her tears with his chubby white paws. How have you been all these years? Jiang Pingji looked at the child and dug out the relevant fragments from her memory. She remembered that when she rescued the child from the ruins, the child was protected by a woman who had her back curled up. If the woman had not protected him with her body, her spine, and her head, arms, and chest, he would have died a long time ago. A pure smile appeared on the woman's face. It's all thanks to the prefecture overseer's good governance that I was able to survive in this world with my master. In the past, there were 20 people in the mansion, but after the earthquake, only 3 survived. A wet nurse, a housekeeper, and a 2-month-old child. The world outside was too chaotic. The 3 of them were old, weak women and children. There was no way for them to seek refuge with their relatives. They could only follow Jiang Pingji to Xiangyang district. The old housekeeper did the accounting and outside work, while she knitted sweaters or embroidered some patterns at home to sell. She lived frugally on weekdays. After deducting the small amount of rent paid to the county headquarters, the remaining money was enough for them to live on. The 2 of them were loyal and devoted servants. They would rather work themselves a little harder than suffer the slightest injustice to the child. Therefore, among the 3 of them, only the child was wearing clothes made of fine cotton. Jiang Pingji said, "You're the wet nurse? If I remember correctly, there was an old man who survived." The woman said, "Prefecture overseer, you have a good memory. That was my wife's dowry butler." Jiang Pingji said to the child, "Come here." The child was very guilty. He had just bumped into someone. How would he dare to take the initiative to approach her? The woman encouraged him and he ran to Jiang Pingji hesitantly. Jiang Pingji carried him and bounced him up and down. The 2-year-old child was quite heavy. I remember that the child's family seems to be extraordinary. Have you never thought of bringing the child to look for his relatives after so many years? Before the earthquake, land in Shangjing was expensive. Those who could buy property there were either rich or respectable. Logically speaking, the child's parents were not ordinary people. The woman said, I had this plan for a long time, but there were wars everywhere in the past. The housekeeper and I didn't dare to bring the young master to take risks. Therefore it has been delayed until now. I plan to save enough money in a few years to set off to look for my relatives, so as not to delay the young master's initiation. In the whole of Dongqing, what place was safer than Wanzhou? The lion was entrenched and heavily guarded. The prefecture magistrate loved the people like his own children. He governed the whole of Wanzhou in an orderly manner. Outside the boundaries of Wanzhou, there were either wars or all kinds of disasters. How could she and the old housekeeper protect the young master? Jiang Pingji carried the child and put some food in his bowl. What is this child's background? Since I saved him and met him on the street today, it seems that we are fated. If I can help, I can send someone to pass a message to the child's relatives and ask them to bring the child back as soon as possible. Looking at you, these years have not been easy. The woman's eyes turned red again. She kowtowed and said, Thank you, prefecture magistrate. If there is a next life, I will definitely tie a ring to repay your kindness. Wiping away her tears, the woman continued, My master is from the Cui family of Chongzhou. The Cui family of Chongzhou? Jiang Pingji carried the child in one hand and ordered the food on the table with the other. What a coincidence. Chongzhou was her father, Lu Shi's territory. As for the Cui family, Jiang Pingji had vaguely heard rumors about them. The Cui family had been in Chongzhou for a long time. They were the local tyrants, but they were not a proper noble family. They had resources, but they were looked down upon. The reason was simply because the Cui family had a close relationship with the northern borderline. They did business in both places. They were even fence-sitters. They leaned toward whichever side the wind blew. Jiang Pingji corresponded with Lu Shi. He did not have a high opinion of the Cui family. He even said that they reeked of money. How could they be noble and virtuous like scholars? At first glance, the Cui family was aligned with power and money. No wonder Lu Shi had such a bad impression of them. The woman nodded vigorously. She said, My wife is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Cui family's first branch. Chongzhou and the northern borderline were borderline. It had always been a place of constant conflict. Even if the Cui family was on good terms with the northern borderline, they could not stop the bandits from running amok. The Cui family sent the eldest daughter-in-law to Shangjing to await delivery. Who knew that they would encounter a rare earthquake? Jiang Pingji had a change of heart. My father is the prefecture magistrate of Chongzhou. What a coincidence. I will write a letter to my father and ask the Cui family to send someone to bring you back. For the woman it was a difficult task, but for Jiang Pingji, it was as easy as lifting a finger. After the woman heard it, she kowtowed to Jiang Pingji a few times in excitement. She almost spoke incoherently. Jiang Pingji looked at the child and smiled meaningfully. She inquired about the residence of the woman and the child and accompanied them for dinner. Only then did she return to the district headquarters under the thin and cold moonlight. She said to the people beside her, Summon Wenjing, Zisher and Zixiao. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them. The others were not in Xiangyang district. Jiang Pingji could only summon the 3 advisors first. Jiang Pingji waited for a while. Qiguan Rang, Feng Zhen and Wei Xi arrived one after another. The 3 of them looked at each other. They did not know why Jiang Pingji summoned them alone. Chapter 864. Without the slightest precaution or apprehension, their lord had thrown them a thunderbolt just like that. Just 6 words, like a sudden clap of thunder, shocked the 3 trusted advisors so much that they didn't know what time it was. Attack the northern borderline now? My lord, you want to ascend to the heavens? What are we going to use to fight? Our heads. Even Feng Zhen, who was always joking and frivolous, was so frightened by Jiang Pingji that he didn't dare to speak. Qiguan Rang didn't seem to have any reaction, but the feather fan in his hand was fanning furiously. It was obvious how anxious he was. Wei Xi was the first to react. He stepped forward and said, My lord, you mustn't do that. Attacking the northern borderline now wasn't courage, it was courting death. Wei Xi had thought that his lord was more mature in this life than in her previous life, but now it seemed that she was even more reckless. Jiang Pingji laughed in her heart, but she asked, Why not? She didn't do it on a whim. She had clearly thought it through. They all treated her like an enemy, as if she was unreliable. Feng Zhen and Qiguan Rang followed closely to persuade her. No matter what, they had to make their lord dispel this dangerous idea. Qiguan Rang said, "My lord, attacking the northern borderline now is not a good time." Feng Zhen secretly took a deep breath. He stepped forward and said, "I agree with the two of you. The northern borderline has experienced the horse plague and suffered a great loss in military strength, but a centipede dies but never falls down. If we don't have the confidence to kill them in one strike, we can't easily attack the northern borderline. Attacking now is no different from striking a rock with an egg. The books on war say that the military is a matter of great importance to a country. It is a place of life and death, a path of survival. In our opinion, we need to go through 5 things: take advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. Only then can we give it our all. The time is not ripe yet, so we must not attack." Previously, they had agreed to peacefully develop for a few years before going to war. Why did their lord change her mind now? The three of them groaned in their hearts, but they also understood Jiang Pingji's temperament. If they didn't say the ugly things, it would be difficult to convince her to give up on this idea. Jiang Pingji sat in the seat of honor and leaned against the table. She said to Feng Zhen, "Zisher, continue." Feng Zhen said, "The so-called 5 things are Tao, heaven, earth, general, and law." The so-called Tao referred to the agreement between the Lord and the generals, and they could live and die together. The so-called heaven referred to the seasons and climate. The earth referred to the terrain conditions. The general referred to the martial arts and abilities of the generals. As for the law, it referred to the organization of the army, the division of duties between generals, and the logistics and material reserves. Now, we disagree with our lord, and we don't know the terrain of the northern borderline and the weather conditions after the war. Although our generals are strong, the newly recruited soldiers have not been trained properly. As for the logistics and provisions, there is a huge gap. It will take 2 to 3 years for the army to be effective. Now that we have started the war, the conditions in all aspects are not ripe yet. I hope that my lord will think twice before acting and consider it carefully. To put it simply, if Jiang Pingji went head-to-head with the north borderline in her current condition, she would definitely be the one to die. Feng Zhen and the others couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. Why did their lord suddenly want to attack the northern borderline? Which idiot instigated this? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "I understand what Zisher is saying." Since she understood, why did she still have such a bold idea? Feng Zhen and the others complained about her incompetence. They even suspected that their lord was deliberately making fun of them. Jiang Pingji's next words made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. "However, I still want to fight." Wuxia didn't say a word. He just secretly watched Jiang Pingji's expression. Qiguan Rang, who was beside him, slowed down his fanning. He said, "Can you tell us the reason, my lord?" His lord's wisdom was not inferior to that of an ordinary strategist. Her thoughts were even more imaginative. She might really have a reason for doing this. Jiang Pingji said, "Of course, it's impossible to contend with the northern borderline with just Wanzhou alone. Moreover, I'm not saying that we have to fight now." The three of them were speechless. They inexplicably felt like they had been F***ed. Qiguan Rang's eyes darkened. He seemed to have thought of something, and a layer of worry appeared in his heart. "Then what do you mean, my lord?" Qiguan Rang asked. Jiang Pingji said, "I think it's time to discuss it with my father. The situation in Wanzhou has stabilized. The recruitment of troops is proceeding smoothly, but Chongzhou and Hu County are both in my father's hands. I don't understand the situation there. Even with my father's help, the trouble we'll encounter will not be small. Those who are loyal to my father may not be loyal to me. While it's still early, I want to merge the existing forces into one as soon as possible. Only when the people's hearts are completely united can we have a chance of winning against the northern borderline." Feng Zhen's eyes turned. He seemed to understand Jiang Pingji's reasoning. He asked, "My lord, are you worried that your stepbrother has ulterior motives? Lucy only had a son and a daughter. In the future, the family property would definitely be divided between the 2 children. The stepbrother was now 14 years old. In a few years he would be able to establish his own family. If he was ambitious and competed with Jiang Pingji, it would indeed be troublesome. The external threat had not been resolved yet, but internal problems had arisen. If the siblings fought and held each other back, how could they stand firm in this chaotic world? The best way was to completely stabilize their position and power before the stepbrother grew up. Now that Jiang Pingji wanted to attack the northern borderline, It was an excellent excuse to take over the military power of Chongzhou and Hu County from Lu Shi's hands. The three trusted subordinates had their imaginations run wild. They were all convinced by their own ideas. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh. She was unwilling to explain too much. They would know the truth when the time came. Lu Shi naturally supported her. However, even if she was Lu Shi's daughter, the aristocratic families in Chongzhou and Hu County might not be willing to accept her. Jiang Pingji did not want to attack the northern borderline a few years later. Her subordinates were still disorganized and in a mess. She continued, "Today I met someone. This person may be the breakthrough point for us to gather the forces in Chongzhou. Chongzhou and the northern borderline are borderline. Once war breaks out, it will definitely be embroiled in the flames of war. As for Hu County, that place has a vast land but a small population. Although it produces a lot of grain, if we farm for a few years, it will be enough for the war. From the looks of it, gathering Chongzhou is far more important than gathering Hu County." When Wei Ci and the others heard this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Based on what their lord meant, they should start preparing for war now instead of fighting. They could be at ease. Wei Ci asked, "Who is this person?" Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "That person is a direct descendant of the Cui family in Chongzhou. We can make friends with the Cui family in the name of saving their lives and persuade them to stand on our side. The Cui family is a fence-sitter. They have close business dealings with the northern borderline. In other words, they are the most knowledgeable about the situation in the northern borderline. If we want to start a war with the northern borderline, we must have an accurate source of information. Apart from that, the Cui family has been rooted in Chongzhou for a long time. If we take down the Cui family, we can use them to gather other local gentry families." Regardless of whether it was external or internal, the Cui family could be Jiang Pingji's springboard. Lu Shi had been the magistrate of Chongzhou for many years. Although he controlled part of the power, the majority was still in the hands of the local aristocratic families in Chongzhou. These aristocratic families had many thoughts. The interests of the family far surpassed the righteousness of the country. They could totally stab their teammates in the back at a critical moment. Jiang Pingji did not want someone to plot against her behind her back when she was fighting a war. Chapter 865. The three of them were smart. How could they not understand Jiang Pingji's plan? But in that case she would have to take away Lu Shi's power. This meant that there would be a conflict of interest between father and daughter. If Lu Shi was old, it would not be too much to abdicate. But Lu Shi was still in the prime of his life. Would he be willing to give up his military power and be a free rich man? Whether it was Wei Ci or Feng Zhen, they had no confidence in this matter. Qiguan Rang turned his gaze to Jiang Pingji and hinted vaguely, "My lord has to discuss this matter with the old master." Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and said, "I know. Father will understand." Qiguan Rang waved his fan and said, "If we can cooperate with the Cui family and understand the situation and military deployment in the northern borderline, we will have the geographical advantage. Popularizing the method of farming will completely solve the food shortage in 2 to 3 years. The army will be self-sufficient. The generals have rich experience in war and are very familiar with training troops. In the long run they will definitely be able to train up a fierce and powerful army. At the same time, the northern borderline will be greatly weakened by the horse plague. Later, with Zixiao's strategy of rabbits and sheep, we will have the power to fight the northern borderline in 3 to 5 years. It's said in military books that the poor of a country will lose to the teacher, and the people will be poor." Wei Ci added, "If we fight the northern borderline, the long-distance transportation of food will inevitably increase the pressure. The price of food near the army will skyrocket. The local people will be affected and their financial resources will be exhausted. More importantly, the longer the transportation of food is, the higher the risk. Once the food line is cut, the soldiers at the front will be in a desperate situation. In my opinion, my lord can send people to farm in Chongzhou and greatly reduce the transportation of food, so that the soldiers will not have to worry about the rear. If food was transported from Hu County or Wanzhou to the front line in Chongzhou, the consumption would be unimaginable. In ancient times, the transportation of food mainly relied on manpower and animal power. The journey was long and time-consuming. It did not mean that the front line would receive the same amount of food as the amount of food transported to the front line. The animals that transported the food had to eat, and the laborers that transported the food had to eat too. If the front line received 1 dan of food, the rear had to send 20 to 30 dan. If there was a war, it was best to farm in a large scale near the front line. This would greatly reduce the risk and consumption of food transportation. But, if that was the case, Wei Xiai could not help but frown when he thought of other things. Jiang Pingji asked him, Zixiao, did you think of something? Wei Xi's expression stiffened. He sighed and said, due to the impact of the horse plague, the economy of the northern borderline has been severely damaged. As a result, the price of foodstuffs has skyrocketed. A large number of lowly herdsmen are unable to afford foodstuffs and live a difficult life. If the northern borderline knows that we are stationing farmland on a large scale at the border of Chongzhou, when the time comes, it will definitely attract a large number of cavalry to plunder. Xi's consideration was not thorough. I'm afraid that the plan just now will not work. If that was the case, all the grain they had planted in the fields would be taken away by the northern borderline. Were they storing food for themselves or sending food to the enemy? When Wei Xiai understood this, he felt ashamed and bowed to ask for forgiveness. Jiang Pingji said, you're right. Why do I need to apologize? It was a good idea to station fields at the border of Chongzhou to reduce the consumption of grain. If the northern borderline sends their cavalry to raid us, we don't have to be afraid. We can directly use these people to practice and get used to the northern borderline's fighting style in advance. However, Zi Zhao's suggestion had to be changed. Farming is fine, but it cannot be concentrated in one place. Set up a few more. Currently, the northern borderline could not mobilize their cavalry on a large scale. They could only plunder on a small scale. If the northern borderline's cavalry came to plunder, they would not be able to plunder much at one time. The losses were small and they could use them to practice. If the grain was stored in one place, if the enemy sneaked around and attacked from behind, wouldn't it be awesome to burn the granary? The four of them discussed the details in detail. Only when the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy did Jiang Pingji end the topic reluctantly. The three strategists who were forced to stay up all night to work overtime were speechless. Let's stop talking about this first. I'll write a letter to my father and explain the reason to him. He will support me. Jiang Pingji stretched her body peacefully and said to the three of them, do you want to stay for breakfast? Today's breakfast is pork buns with mushrooms. It tastes delicious. Feng Zhen was used to wandering around. He often stayed up late, but he was not tired. Qiguan Rank's work and rest schedule had always been stable. He paid attention to his health, but his lord was inhumane. He was used to staying up late. Needless to say, Wei Xiai did not even have eye bags after staying up all night. Thank you, my lord. The three of them ate breakfast with Jiang Pingji and went back with their heads full of battle details. Feng Zhen and Wei Xiai were both single people. Their mansions were close to each other. When he and Wei Xiai returned, he would shake his head while reminiscing about the craftsmanship of the kitchen in the district headquarters. It made Wei Xiai dizzy. Wei Xiai asked, Zisher, don't shake your head. I'm dizzy just looking at you. Feng Zhen said, shake your head and see if water has entered your brain. Wei Xiai was speechless. Feng Zhen continued, back then I was really blinded by lard. How did I end up here? Of all the lords I could have chosen, I just had to choose the one who was the most difficult to serve. If it really didn't work out, I might as well not become an official and be a wealthy idler at home. Now I have money but no land envoy. There are beauties I can't touch, wine I can't drink, and I don't even have time to sleep. Once I'm on board I can't get off. Just like last night, the Lord had a sudden impulse and dragged them along to discuss for the whole night. The whole night. Did the Lord still remember that he was sick and weak? She was really using men like mules. Wei Xiai suddenly said, my lord, why are you here? Feng Zhen was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hugged Wei Xiai and hid behind him. However, where's the Lord? Wei Xiai smiled innocently. I'm just scaring you. Feng Zhen was speechless. How could he have been so blind to have such a close friend? What a scam. Feng Zhen silently recited the mind-clearing mantra several times before he resisted the urge to strangle Wei Xiai. As they neared the door, Feng Zhen suddenly said, Zixiao, do you think the old master will really give up power? Jiang Pingji had been in the limelight in recent years, but Lu Shi had been famous for a long time and was now in his prime. Would he really be willing to give up power to his daughter? It's hard to say. Wei Xiai lowered his eyelids and sneered coldly. But with the Lord's temperament, he has always done things even though he knows it's impossible. If the old master is a smart man, he will make the most correct choice. How can that bastard compete with the Lord? Although Lu Shi was different from his previous life, Wei Xiai could not be at ease with him. However, his lord did not react at all. She trusted Lu Shi, so Wei Xiai could not say anything. The two of them conversed in low voices. They came face to face with a handsome brown-haired youth with a silly smile on his face. Sirs, wait a moment. Wei Xiai and Feng Zhen stopped in their tracks. When they looked, they saw that it was Li Yun who was beaming with success. "Sirs, can you give me some advice?" Feng Zhen teased him. "What advice?" "I would like to propose marriage to the Lord," Li Yun said and nodded his head solemnly. Wei Xiai, who was at the side, trembled and froze on the spot. He slowly tilted his head to look at him. His ink-like eyes carried a chilly intent. Chapter 866. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yun was still smiling brightly. "My father has already asked for the Lord's opinion. Now he's just short of visiting her personally, but I—" The smile on Li Yun's face was unbearable to Wei Xiai. "I keep feeling that I need to prepare something more. Both of you are experienced and knowledgeable, why don't you give me some pointers?" "Oh, is that so?" Wei Xiai chuckled softly. Li Yun inexplicably felt a tingling chill run down his spine. The chill left as quickly as it came, quickly disappearing without a trace. Feng Zhen was a shrewd man. He acutely noticed that Wei Xi's emotions were a little off, but Li Yun, the simple-minded youth, was too slow to notice. He had an idea. He tiptoed and rested his hand on Li Yun's shoulder. He teased him with a smile. "Han Mei is already a man in his 20s. He should have started a family long ago. This is a rare joyous occasion in Wanzhou. It must be a grand affair. It must be done in a lively and joyous manner." Wei Xi's thoughts went astray for a moment, but Feng Zhen would not misunderstand. There were indeed a lot of bachelors in Wanzhou. Now that Li Yun was leaving the group, it was a joyous occasion. Come. Let me, an experienced man, give you a few pointers. There's no use asking Zixiao. He's still facing a big problem himself." Feng Zhen and Li Yun put their arms around Li Yun's shoulders, a mischievous smile on their faces. Li Yun subconsciously felt that Feng Zhen was unreliable, but he was not wrong. Although Feng Zhen was unrestrained, he was still a married man. He had a well-behaved, adorable and sensible son. What about Wei Xiai? It was true that he was gentle and humble, but he was still a bachelor. Asking for pointers on such matters was indeed a little irrational. "Please enlighten me, Mr. Feng," Li Yun said obediently. Feng Zhen glanced at Wei Xiai out of the corner of his eye. He saw that Wei Xi's brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of forbearance and restraint between his brows. He laughed inwardly. "Men should get married when they're of age, and women should get married when they're of age. The two of you are in love with each other. This is truly a golden marriage bestowed by the heavens." Feng Zhen pretended to exaggerate, wishing that he could praise Li Yun and Shangguan to the heavens. Li Yun, an unmarried young lad, blushed and was so embarrassed that he didn't even know where to place his hands. Feng Zhen even said, "Han Mei, listen to me. You only need to run to the Lord and express your sincere and passionate feelings to the person you love. Believe me, no woman in this world can resist such a passionate and unrestrained confession." Li Yun was so embarrassed that he felt as if smoke was about to come out of his head. He had also said implicit words of love to Shangguan before, but he had never said them so bluntly. Who would have thought that Mr. Feng, who appeared to be a debauchee, was actually a passionate person? His petite body hid a bold and unrestrained soul. Li Yun said shyly in a low voice, "Isn't this too offensive? I'm afraid that Lord will despise me and say that I've offended a beauty." Feng Zhen laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? A chaste woman is afraid of a clingy man. She might say you're rude, but who knows how shy and happy she is in her heart." Li Yun was about to nod when he heard Wei Xiai reprimand him while suppressing his anger. "How rude, how impudent!" Li Yun was stunned. He turned to look at Wei Xiai, but all he could see was the other's back as he turned to leave and his wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. This, Mr. Wei, this is..." Once a mild-mannered person got angry, the scene was rather frightening. Even though Li Yun was valiant and brave, he was also shocked at this moment. He didn't know how he had angered the other. Feng Zhen restrained the emotions in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a profound smile. Li Yun muttered, "Mr. Wei has always been self-restrained and polite. Mr. Feng's words just now must have displeased him." Indeed, such a solemn event as a marriage proposal should be carried out with respect and not blindly guided by Mr. Feng. Feng Zhen heard Li Yun's mutterings and scoffed lightly. He said, "Concern leads to confusion. Even he, Wei Zixiao, is no exception." Li Yun continued to be confused, not understanding what Feng Zhen meant. Feng Zhen saw that his brain wasn't working properly and gave him a loving look, as if he was looking at his own silly and adorable son. "If you don't understand, then don't think too much. It's useless even if you understand. Since the Lord has already agreed to your marriage with Wan Yangzi, and Wan Yangzi has feelings for you, you just need to follow the old tradition of the 3 letters and 6 rites and do it step by step. I'll be waiting to drink your wedding wine. Li Yun was dejected. After going around in circles, Feng Zhen still hadn't come up with any good ideas. After easily dismissing Li Yun, Feng Zhen was so worried that he paced in circles 3 times. Feng Zhen knew that with Wei Xi's brain, even if his IQ went offline, it would only be for a short period of time. Once Wei Xi had time to calm down, he would definitely realize that he had made a mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Zhen hurriedly chased after Wei Xi and shamelessly went to his house. I didn't expect this. Feng Zhen hadn't even entered the main hall, but he was already filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. Didn't expect what? Wei Xi had been back for a while. He knelt near the table and stared coldly at the boiling tea stove. He already knew that Feng Zhen would come, but he was secretly annoyed at himself for not being patient enough to have such a stupid misunderstanding. I really didn't expect that you, Wei Zixiao, would have such thoughts about your lord. Feng Zhen lightly slapped the table. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to make one's heart tremble. When Wei Xi heard this, he suddenly raised his head. His ink-black eyes contained an undisguised sharpness. Sure, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I ever have any disrespectful thoughts about my lord? Feng Zhen had a smile on his face as he sat beside Wei Xi. Just disrespectful thoughts? Feng Zhen wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. It was rare to see Wei Xi being forced into a corner. No matter what, he had to enjoy it. He said aggressively, no matter who it was, when they first heard that Han Mei wanted to propose marriage to my lord, the first thought that came to mind was that he wanted to propose marriage to my lord and marry Shangguan. But you're different. Your first thought was that Han Mei wanted to propose marriage to my lord and marry her. Do you think it's reasonable to say that you don't have any other thoughts about my lord? Wei Xi opened his mouth. His secret thoughts had been exposed by Feng Zhen, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. His glib tongue that flowed like a river didn't have any effect on him at all. Absurd. He could only spit out these 2 words. Feng Zhen, who had been imposing just a moment ago, raised his hand and put it around Wei Xi's shoulder the next second, looking like a good brother. My lord isn't married and you aren't either. Isn't it normal to have such thoughts? Feng Zhen said. Why are you so secretive about it? Look, you almost scared the little angel Han Mei just now. Wei Xi raised his hand and brushed Feng Zhen's hand away. His expression was dark and solemn, and he looked at Feng Zhen with even more vigor. How can a person like my lord be disrespected so easily? I don't want to hear such words from you again. See, I and my lord are innocent. Chapter 867. Wei Xi said, My lord, you have yet to succeed in your hegemony, you should not be hindered by this kind of love affair. At this moment, Feng Zhen made an inelegant gesture of using his little finger to pick at his ear, directly outsmarting Wei Xi. Did you hear that right? According to Zixiao's meaning, doesn't that mean that the lord and you are a couple and have an affair? Feng Zhen looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He said, Just now, I only said that you secretly admired the lord, but I never said how the lord reacted to you. Why is it that you and the lord are in love with each other? Could it be that there's more to it? Wei Xi's face paled. He realized in hindsight that he had been tricked by Feng Zhen and was furious. If not for his good upbringing, he would have long lost control of his impulse and kicked Feng Zhen out of the house. You have a beautiful face and a charming body. You deserve to be loved by others. For example, Xinyue, don't you have many women in your boudoir? There was a hint of slyness in Feng Zhen's eyes as he admired Wei Xi's fairy-like face with great interest, revealing the annoyance and shame that only a mortal man could have. He continued, My lord is not an ordinary woman, but she is also a person of flesh and blood. Outstanding women were chased by men, and outstanding men were chased by women. This was a matter of course. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Taking advantage of the fact that no one has an advantage over you, it's better to make a move early than later when she has her eyes on someone else. The only thing is that I'm afraid only you can marry a woman like Lord Wei Xi. After a while, Wei Xi squeezed his molars and squeezed out a sentence. Prodigal Feng Zhen, your words and actions really live up to your nickname. When Wei Xi flared up, Li Yun would be frightened but not Feng Zhen. I'm just teasing you. Why are you so serious? Feng Zhen curled his lips in an unrefined manner. He said, My lord is currently 18 years old. In another 2 years he should be thinking about marriage. Do you really think that she is an immortal banished from the heavens, living in the wind, eating and drinking dew with no distractions in her heart and no emotions? Taking 10,000 steps back, Zishao had placed his lord on a pedestal, but had he ever thought of an heir? I will have to face this problem one day. As an outsider, Feng Zhen naturally saw things more clearly than Wei Xi. He could also tell that Wei Xi did not treat Jiang Pingji as his lord. He clearly worshipped her as a god. Who knew that the gods in Wei Xi's eyes were ultimately just mortals with flesh and blood? Feng Zhen's words calmed Wei Xi's raging flames for a while. Carrying on the family line is a common human thing, Wei Xi said dejectedly. I have never had any improper thoughts towards my lord. It was Feng Zhen's turn to be confused. Adoration was adoration, what was there to avoid about it? Wei Xi was about to drown in a jar of vinegar over the blunder just now, but now he refused to admit it. How was this a man who was so bashful? She was clearly a little princess. Feng Zhen said angrily, I really don't know what you're conflicted about. He said to Feng Zhen, there are some things you won't understand until the time comes. With his previous life's experience, Wei Xi knew that this matter was not as simple as love between a man and a woman. It involved many entanglements of interests. If his lord was not the final victor and was destined to fail, what was wrong with Wei Xi going all out and confessing his feelings? But he knew that was impossible. His lord would definitely win, and she would create an unprecedented golden age for all the people in the world. Wei Xi did not want to be a stain on her reputation and give those gossipy people a reason to attack her. If possible, he hoped that he could stand by her side and quietly sweep away the pebbles for her, so that she could walk more steadily. Feng Zhen wanted to tease him a little more, but he saw Wei Xi's deep frown. The pain on his face did not seem fake, so he could only stop. He was a prodigal son. How could he understand the principle that the more Wei Xi liked and admired, the more he dared not approach? It won't be you. It will always be someone else. Feng Zhen folded his hands into his sleeves. Every word he said was like a knife stabbing into Wei Xi's heart. Just now Han Mei only made a slip of the tongue and you're already so jealous. When the nightmare comes true, Feng Zhen added, why can't you understand? Wei Xi responded with silence. The prodigal son said, I don't understand what you're worried about, but if you think about it carefully, I guess I can guess a thing or two. You're just worried about the gossip of others and the fight for the heirs in the future? It's not difficult to talk about it. Why don't you just change your surname and marry into her family? Wei Xi was speechless. To prevent Feng Zhen from going too far, Wei Xi could not bear it anymore and said, it's not just that. Feng Zhen asked, then what is it? Wei Xi rubbed his brows and said, do you think it's possible for my lord to become the emperor? Feng Zhen thought for a while and said, if she can successfully get rid of the calamity of the northern borderline, my lord will be able to add 9 pebbles and become her own emperor. If she could conquer the northern borderline, plus half of Dongqing's territory, it would not be too much to make her own emperor. Wei Xi asked again, if a woman becomes the emperor, will her husband be the ruler? Feng Zhen instinctively wanted to reply, ridiculous, but he suddenly paused. Wei Xi smiled bitterly and said, if her husband is the ruler, it will undoubtedly be the ruling family of the Empress. The country will not rule the country and the so-called emperor will become a joke. The important officials of the court can tolerate 1 empress, but can they tolerate 2 or even 3? If the throne is passed to a prince, the fight between the empress relatives will become more and more intense. As you can see, the aristocratic families are at their peak and have military power in their hands. If a male emperor ascends the throne, the harem will become a channel for the aristocratic families to control the emperor. No matter what they do, it will be wrong. It's still a little far to talk about this now, but it will have to be faced eventually. Feng Zhen was stunned. He really did not think so much. Wait, according to what you're saying, is it better to let my lord be childless for the rest of her life? Or should I say, when my lord conquers the world, she will then adopt her brother's son and forcibly hand over the world? How is that possible? Wei Xi's eyes were cold and he said, getting rid of the father and keeping the son is the best way. After hearing this, Feng Zhen's eyelids twitched violently. Wei Xi said, forget it, why talk about such a distant matter? If you have nothing else, go home as soon as possible. Wei Xi felt that standing in front of him was an eyesore. Feng Zhen could hear the disdain in Wei Xi's words, but he still shamelessly stayed, thinking about what Wei Xi had said earlier. If my lord could really aspire to the throne, having children would indeed be a problem. In addition, Wei Xi's words also mentioned the problem of the aristocratic families. Nowadays there were many aristocratic families with armies. It would be fine in troubled times, but if the world gradually moved towards unification, it would become a hidden danger of division again. With my lord's temperament, how could she like to be held back by others? Either she would completely weaken the aristocratic families, or they would retaliate and turn them into mere puppets. The interests of the two were completely opposite, and there was almost no possibility of reconciliation. Feng Zhen frowned and thought of many hypotheses. Wei Xi, who was beside him, had already calmed down. He took down the teapot on the tea stove and showed off his tea skills. Chapter 868. Feng Zhen, who had been tricked by Wei Xi, pondered for a long time but still had no clue. Wei Xi even kindly made him a cup of tea. "Thank you," Feng Zhen thanked him as he accepted it. Just as his lips touched the rim of the cup, he suddenly realized that it was not right. He had almost been fooled by Wei Zixiao. She looked up and saw Wei Xi's frowning eyebrows. His eyes, which seemed to be painted black, flickered with a dense gloominess. Seeing this, Feng Zhen's heart softened. He swallowed the words that were stuck in his throat and did not continue to make things difficult for Wei Xi. "I'm tired, so I decided to stay in your residence for a while." Feng Zhen's eyes turned as another idea popped into his mind. He said shamelessly, "In the past, you and I used to sleep together and talk through the night about world affairs. Now that I think about it, it's been so long." Wei Xi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, "There are still guest rooms in the residence that are empty." It was not that Wei Xi was stingy, but Feng Zhen's sleeping posture was comparable to Lu Zheng's. He was also someone who slept from the head of the bed to the end. Feng Zhen was small and weak, but he was very thick-skinned. He coaxed and pestered his way to Wei Xi's master bedroom. While Wei Xi was taking a shower, he unrestrained took off his clothes, leaving only his pajamas on, and hurriedly rolled into the bed. Wei Xi was a bit of a neat freak. The bed was regularly washed and changed. Even in this sweaty weather, the bed was still clean and tidy, emitting a fresh and natural fragrance. No matter what, it was much better than Feng Zhen's doghole-like bedroom. By the time Wei Xi washed up and was ready to sleep, Feng Zhen had already fallen asleep with his limbs spread out. His clothes were slightly open and his hair was messy. He was sprawled out, taking up most of the space. The weather was still hot and it was easy to sweat. Feng Zhen did not even take a shower and just rolled onto his bed. Wei Xi thought to himself that when Feng Zhen woke up, he would definitely wash this mattress 3 to 5 times. Wei Xi was wearing white pajamas and lay on his side on the other side of the bed. Drowsiness overwhelmed him and his consciousness slowly drifted into dreamland. At this moment, Feng Zhen deliberately lowered his voice and asked, "Zixiao? Zixiao? Are you still awake?" Wei Xi struggled to open his eyes and answered vaguely, "What is it?" Feng Zhen said, "Speaking of sleeping together, I suddenly thought of something. You and the Lord seem to have once shared the same bed and slept together?" Wei Xi narrowed his eyes as he listened, but he was highly vigilant about anything related to Jiang Pingji. When he understood the content of Feng Zhen's question, he was so shocked that his entire body quivered, and all his sleepiness was gone. "Feng Zisher, if you don't want to sleep, you should go back to your house earlier." Feng Zhen supported his cheek with one hand and turned sideways to look at Wei Xi. That flawless, jade-like face was now filled with complicated emotions. There was embarrassment and shock as well as the fear of having his secret exposed. It had to be said that this greatly satisfied Feng Zhen's bad taste. "No, I'm not leaving." Feng Zhen shamelessly crawled onto the bed and hugged the pillow with both hands. Suddenly, his fingertips touched a roll of something. He reached out and carefully touched it, taking out the scroll. It was actually a scroll that had been carefully put away by someone. Without waiting for him to react, Wei Xi's expression changed again, and he uncharacteristically pounced on him. Feng Zhen instinctively dodged and avoided Wei Xi. Relying on his agility, he ran away with the scroll. He didn't want to open the scroll, but Wei Xi's reaction was too abnormal. The precious thing on the bedside, could it be the fire-repelling painting that you usually look at for fun? Feng Zhen escaped quickly and opened the painting quickly. Wei Xi was afraid to take action, so he couldn't catch up to him. "Feng Zisher." Wei Xi was so angry that he took the long sword by the side of the bed and unsheathed it. Feng Zhen was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Was he serious? Feng Zhen quickly glanced at the contents of the painting. When he saw it clearly, he looked at Wei Xi with a strange expression. There was no other reason. The woman in the painting was none other than Jiang Pingji. The woman in the painting was sleeping on a flower. The strokes were exquisite and realistic. It was completely different from the current freehand brushwork. This painting was more realistic. The woman's eyelashes were long and slender. Her eyelids trembled slightly, as if she was about to open her tipsy eyes and reveal a pair of clear, watery eyes. That wasn't all, but the woman in the painting was dressed very boldly. It was completely different from the current conservative creative style. Her sleeves were narrow, revealing 2 snow-white wrists. The hem of her skirt was huge, as gorgeous as a blooming peony. In comparison, the hem of her skirt was a little short. It only covered her calves, revealing 2 slender feet. 2 silver rings with bells hung on her slender ankles. The woman was sleeping soundly on the ground because she was drunk. Her sleeping petals were scattered around, making the white look whiter and the red redder. The surrounding rockery overlapped, and the environment was remote and quiet. Here, there was such a breathtaking scene as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Feng Zhen glanced at the time of the inscription and raised his eyebrows fearlessly. My lord was only 12 years old at that time and you already had so many thoughts? The date of the painting was 6 years ago, the first month after Wei Xi's rebirth. At that time the beauty was sleeping and in full bloom. Wei Xi saw the fallen petals all over the ground. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. He couldn't bear it and drew. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Feng Zhen had always been someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut. It was hard to say when he would reveal a word or two to his lord. Although Wei Xi's disguise had long been stripped bare in front of Jiang Pingji, he still harbored some hope. Take it back. Wei Xi pointed his sword at Feng Zhen, feeling even more anxious. Although Feng Zhen wasn't afraid of death, he understood the principle of moderation. He couldn't force Wei Xi into a corner. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, not to mention that Wei Xi's swordsmanship wasn't bad. Fine, I'll return it to you. Feng Zhen didn't dare to throw the painting over. Instead he rolled it up and handed it back to Wei Xi. However, he said, I've never seen anyone more hesitant than you. You were still denying it just now. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, I don't know what else you can say. Not only did he draw such a painting in private, he even hid it next to the pillow in the master bedroom. What was he thinking? Did he even need to analyze it? Wei Xi sheathed the sword in his hand, but the gloominess on his face didn't dissipate. Feng Zhen suddenly asked with a smile, Are you afraid of death? Wei Xi had just said that, getting rid of the father and keeping the son, was the best solution. Now that he was pleased with his lord, he couldn't help but think too much. Of course, Feng Zhen knew Wei Xi's temperament. It was impossible for him to be afraid of death. Feng Zhen calmly prepared to listen to Wei Xi's explanation. Looking at his embarrassed expression, he didn't expect Wei Xi to look absent-minded. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have killed myself back then. Wei Xi barely managed to shut his mouth and did not manage to say the last word kill. Otherwise, with Feng Zhen's ability to cause trouble, wouldn't he get to the bottom of it? Feng Zhen saw that the alarm had been lifted and immediately became fearless. Chapter 869. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? Wei Xi was distracted by Feng Zhen. He was a little tempted, but he suppressed it with his rationality. It's still too early. Feng Longzi found out about this. Wei Xi was mentally prepared for it to be widely publicized. Now that the Lord's hegemony has just taken off, it's really not appropriate to consider personal relationships. If others know about this, not only will the outside world be talking about it, but I'm afraid the Lord's strategists and generals will also have other thoughts. Wei Xi couldn't help but warn Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen was in a particularly good mood now that he had something on Wei Xi. Is it that serious? Knowing that Feng Zhen was deliberately playing dumb, Wei Xi still had to explain patiently. It's much more serious than that. The human heart was sinister, and they were not stingy with using the most despicable and sinister thoughts to speculate about others. Most of the people were ignorant. Once someone took the lead, it wouldn't take long for the affairs of the Lord and her subordinates to be spread everywhere. Open your mouth to start a rumor but run your legs to refute it. Wei Xi could totally imagine how embarrassing the unofficial history would be and how nasty the people would say it. This was just the outside world. Wanzhou would also be in turmoil because of this. Wei Xi being roasted on the fire was secondary. He was afraid that some people would be indignant and think that Jiang Pingji always gave Wei Xi preferential treatment. Once people had such thoughts, there would be more conflicts and the people's hearts would be scattered. The power in Wanzhou would no longer be united and stable as before. After his rebirth, Wei Ci analyzed his past life many times from the perspective of an outsider. Each time he made different discoveries and comprehensions. In his past life, the Lord treated her subordinates fairly, rewarded and punished appropriately, and was clear about rewards and punishments. This was one of her strengths. If he wanted to strive for the throne again, this advantage had to be continued. Feng Jin said tactfully, "Zixiao, you don't trust me? Tell me what you can and never reveal a word about what you can't." Wei Ci snorted. Of course, he knew that Feng Jin seemed to be unrestrained, but he was actually very careful. "I hope so." Feng Jin said to Wei Ci, "I've always felt that something was wrong. Although you didn't say anything, I always felt that you had a lot on your mind. You're sensitive and thoughtful. This is both your strength and your weakness. If there's something that's hard to say, you can tell me. Why do you have to suffer?" No matter what sorrowful things were, once they were spoken, they would feel carefree. Wei Ci sneered coldly. If he were to treat Feng Jin as someone he could confide in, wouldn't the other party be able to grasp hold of his weaknesses? If Feng Jin threatened him with this and asked him to cover for him, help him skip work, secretly drink and visit brothels, what should he do? Don't think that Feng Jin wouldn't do something like that. Wei Ci knew very well what kind of unreliable things Feng Longzi had done in his previous life. He bullied Li Yun, Dian Yen and the other generals who were all honest people. He cheated them of their salary to buy wine and often skipped work. His crimes were too numerous to list. Happiness should be enjoyed in time. How can it be delayed? Feng Jin said. When people live to 100 years old, what they seek is to be free and unfettered, to enjoy themselves in the moment. Therefore he could not understand why Wei Ci was so cautious and indecisive, hoping to have the best of both worlds, but in the end he could not get anything good from either end. He who is sensitive and thinks too much will not live long. Perhaps there were more inside stories that he did not know, but from what Feng Jin could see, if Wei Ci continued on like this, he would only hurt himself and others. No, not necessarily hurting others but definitely hurting oneself. He rolled up the blanket and went to sleep, leaving Wei Ci stunned on the spot with a thoughtful look on his face. On the other side, Li Yun also obediently hired an iceman to hunt a pair of wild geese. The 3 letters and 6 rights were all there. Due to the special circumstances, the whole process only took about half a month. Cheng Jing completed the task that Huang Song had given him perfectly. He had quietly returned with a secret letter from Jiang Pingji and did not attend the wedding. Although time was tight, Jiang Pingji did not mistreat Shang Wanwan. Everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared for her. It was as if she was marrying her younger sister. Speaking of marrying her younger sister, Jiang Pingji was also experienced. She only cared about the overall situation, and the other details would be taken care of by others. A few days before the wedding, the smile on Li Yun's face never disappeared. Not only did he walk with the wind, but he also floated. However, Shang Wanwan was perturbed and restless. She always felt that everything now was beautiful like an illusory dream. Once this dream was pierced, she would be beaten back to the cruel reality and continue to be a widow who was tortured by others and could not see a future. In the words of the livestream's audience, this was called premarital anxiety. Jiang Pingji was busy with work, so she could only entrust Huijun to help her ease Shang Wanwan's worries, so that Wan'er would not overthink things. Huijun's thoughts were exquisite and incisive. Every sentence she said hit the nail on Shang Wanwan's head, and the knot in her heart was easily resolved. Under the anxious anticipation of the 2 newlyweds, the day of the wedding finally arrived. As the first bachelor in the Wanzhou group to get rid of a single partner, Li Yun was not only handsome and likable, but he was also popular, so basically all the colleagues who could attend were present. Feng Jin's wife, Wei Jingxian, even played the role of a blessed wife and helped Shang Wanwan wring her face. "Sister Jingxian, I'm a little nervous." Shang Wanwan was no longer that immature girl. The last time she got married, she felt that she was not attending a wedding, but her own funeral. But today, her little heart was thumping uncontrollably, making her feel helpless and flustered. "Today is the wedding, so you can't speak carelessly," Wei Jingxian said with a smile. "Forget everything that happened in the past." Shang Wanwan was still nervous. She involuntarily clenched her hands under her wide sleeves, leaving shallow fingernail marks on her palms. Li Yun came to fetch the bride on time, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. His life goals were very simple: to take care of his master, marry a wife and have children. Now that he had both, he was naturally beaming with happiness, smiling so widely that only his teeth could be seen. Feng Jin's Changxing and Feng Zhen's Feng Yi became virgins. Changxing was still young, so she happily rolled around on the bed in the bridal room a few times. Feng Zhen's only son, Feng Yi, on the other hand, kept a straight face and silently sat on the bedding. He stayed for a while symbolically before coming down. Feng Yi was the child of Feng Zhen's deceased wife. His appearance was like Feng Zhen's, but his temperament was like his mother's, extremely reserved. Because he was born prematurely, Feng Yi was slightly weaker than Feng Zhen and rarely appeared in front of others. When the crowd saw Feng Yi, they were so shocked that they forgot how to speak. A guy like Feng Zhen, who had no boundaries, actually gave birth to a serious and refined son. It was a genetic mutation. "Hello, uncles." Feng Yi bowed obediently. At such a young age, he already had the demeanor of a gentleman. "Today is Uncle Hanmei's big day. You don't have to be so formal." Feng Zhen caressed his son's hair and casually dismissed him. He had no choice. With his own son by his side, he couldn't drink to his heart's content. You have to have the demeanor of an elder brother. Don't bully the weak. Feng Yi looked frail, but his demeanor was excellent. He really lived up to the name Feng Zhen had given him. The crowd was dumbfounded. They thought that a prodigal son like Feng Zhen would give birth to a son who was extremely daring and dared to dance on his grave. But what happened? Good bamboo shoots come from evil bamboo. Feng Zhen's face immediately darkened. Who was he calling in evil bamboo? Wanzhou was extraordinarily lively, but elsewhere the atmosphere was extremely solemn. "You don't like it?" Lu Shi held a letter in his hand. It had been sent urgently by someone from Jiang Pingji half a month ago. In front of him knelt a handsome young man of about 13 or 14 years old. His facial features were somewhat similar to Jiang Pingji's. "Your son wouldn't dare." "That's good," Lu Shi said. He picked up his pen and wrote a word at the end of the letter. Chapter 870. Today was Han Mei's wedding day. Jiang Pingji released a notice a few days in advance. The viewers on the red bullet screen were already rubbing their palms and rubbing their hands. They displayed the super-fast hand speed that they had gained from being single for more than 20 years. Under the mad scramble, the ratio between red and blue reached 24:1. There was a total of 816,000 viewers in the 850,000 live stream channel. Even so, there were still quite a number of red bullet screen viewers who complained about the blue bullet screen. When Su Ku and Xuanmei got married, Jiang Pingji was only a level 4 streamer, and the upper limit of her streaming room was only 150,000 viewers. When it was Li Yun and Shangguan Wan's turn to get married, Jiang Pingji was already a level 6 streamer. The upper limit of her streaming room had reached 850,000 viewers. One could totally imagine how crazy the rewards on this day were. Not to mention the small rewards, the large rewards that were announced in the live broadcast room were even more explosive. They filled every corner of the live broadcast screen and did not stop for a long time. If the audience did not block the reward effects, they would not be able to see the live stream at all. The blue bullet screen viewers were so shocked by such a grand occasion that they could not close their mouths. It was a wedding between two people who had nothing to do with each other, yet they did not broadcast the actual scene of the bridal chamber. What were these lunatics so happy about? The viewers in the red bullet screen indicated that they were willing. Jinyong Wenv, "I'm heartbroken. My husband is going to marry another woman, and I still have to give him a wedding gift. How miserable." After sending this bullet comment, the nouveau riche waved his hand and threw out 99 luxurious private helicopters. "Zigai dong dongzui, I'm different from you sluts. I'm marrying my son." As soon as the bullet comments were sent, a similarly generous tip was sent out, with a thoughtful message: "This is the dowry for the little angel, Han Mei." Li Yun's beauty value was high, her temper was good, and her personality was contrasting with her cuteness. She fiercely poked the cuteness points of girlfriend fans and mother fans. What was even more frightening was that these people were not only willful, they were also filthy rich. Apart from the earthquake in Shangjing, Jiang Pingji had never taken the initiative to ask for rewards from the audience. As a result, over the years, many viewers complained that they had nowhere to spend the money in their pockets. Now that he finally had a legitimate opportunity to throw money around, why wouldn't he give it his all? They also wanted to let the other live streams know that their live stream also had a local tycoon. Lao Ciji Lianming, in the blink of an eye, even the single dog Li Yun is married. Streamer, are you still not considering pushing beauty CI? Soon after, countless bullet screens copied this sentence. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh when the screen was full of messages urging her to get married. Host V, the frog isn't cooked yet. I'll tell you the good news when it's cooked. Jiang Pingji watched as the MC presided over the wedding ceremony while she chatted with the audience in the streaming room. She chose the topics that she was more interested in to answer. Sinusi, host, you've received so many tips today. Aren't you going to consider giving Han Mei, the little angel, a raise? Host V, of course I'll get a raise. I converted some of it into gold and silver for Waner's dowry. I even wrapped a big red envelope for Han Mei. Jiang Pingji rarely interacted with the audience. Seeing that she was in a good mood that day, many people in the streaming room spoke up enthusiastically. Hallelujah! By the way, today is Angel Han Mei's wedding. As the host, you can't just increase your salary. Host V, that's true, so I've prepared another super big gift pack. It's definitely a surprise. Jiang Pingji smiled mysteriously. The salted fish's curiosity was piqued. However, she kept them guessing and refused to divulge any information. The wedding this time was very different from the weddings that the audience had in mind. The most obvious difference was that the bride did not have to wait in the bridal chamber. They could change into wedding clothes and socialize with the guests together with their husbands. Jiang Pingji was chatting privately with the audience when two newlyweds came to her and toasted. Looking at the joyful Li Yun and the bashful Shang Wanwan, she suddenly had the illusion that she was marrying off her daughter after her son was married. After drinking the wine, Jiang Pingji suddenly said, I've sent a special gift to both of your residences. You can open it tomorrow and have a look. Remember, you can't look at it today. That thing. It's a little inauspicious. I'm afraid it'll spoil your happiness. Li Yun and Shang Wanwan were puzzled, but Jiang Pingji had specifically instructed them not to deliberately disobey. Because Li Yun's alcohol tolerance was not very good, his colleagues did not make things too difficult for him. At least he could stagger into the bridal chamber and not pass out drunk, leaving the bride to guard the bridal chamber alone. Shang Wanwan and the maidservant supported Li Yun to the bridal chamber. Changxing, who was fooling around at the side, saw it and wanted to join in on the fun with her short legs. A gentleman should not look at indecent things. Feng Yi laboriously carried her back and placed her beside Qiguan Rang's daughter. Although Changxing was not young, her weight was not light. In just a few steps, Feng Yi was so tired that he was panting slightly. What? Feng Yi said matter-of-factly, because I'm a gentleman. Compared to the lively and active Changxing, Qiguan Rang's daughter was much quieter. She did not like to speak and was a little shy. What is a gentleman? Changxing could speak coherently now, but her pronunciation was not very clear. Not doing things that should not be done. Feng Yi lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at Changxing's plump and fleshy face. He wanted to pinch it, but he restrained himself. Feng Zhen, who was standing at the side, could tell what his son was thinking. He pinched Changxing's cheeks in front of his son, causing Feng Yi to widen his eyes. There was some rebuke in his eyes. Take good care of the two little sisters. Feng Zhen was satisfied to see the change in his son's expression. It was much livelier than before. Wei Ci saw the interaction between the father and son and shook his head in amusement. After laughing, there was some worry in the bottom of his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Feng Zhen's only son, Feng Yi, died before he was 10. Speaking of the reason for Feng Yi's premature death, it was rather sad. At that time, Feng Zhen was already in his 30s. He listened to the instigation of others and mistakenly believed that hanshi powder had the effect of strengthening the body and bones. One time, the powder acted up and was accidentally seen by Feng Yi. Feng Yi was young and did not understand. He thought that Feng Zhen was seriously ill and was at death's door. He panicked and hurriedly went to find a doctor, who knew that the ground was covered with dense moss. When Feng Yi ran, he accidentally fell and slid into the pond in the courtyard. Feng Yi was a premature baby and his physique was much weaker than his father's. It was still early spring then. The cold wind blew and the pond water was bone-chilling. Feng Yi suddenly fell into the water and naturally fell sick. The illness went deep into his lungs. In less than 2 days he died prematurely. Now Feng Zhen had already quit using hanshi powder. Maybe Feng Yi could grow up smoothly? However, if Feng Yi grew up smoothly, would Feng Zhen still have the idea of remarrying and giving birth to Feng Yu with a second wife? Without Feng Yu, wouldn't there be one less trustworthy person to assist Jiang Yan? Speaking of which, Feng Yu could be considered his son-in-law in his previous life. Perhaps he had too much to drink, Wei Ci muttered something. It was coincidentally heard by Feng Zhen, who had sharp ears. What Feng Yu? Wei Ci was already 80 to 90% drunk. He said, don't let your Feng Yu harm my Yan. Feng Zhen laughed. Who is Feng Yu? Who is Yan? Wei Si said, your son, my daughter? Feng Zhen. Chapter 871. TSK. Daydreaming isn't considered a skill. If you're really capable, you should express your feelings to the Lord. Feng Zhen shook his head and pushed the drunk Wei Si to the side, continuing to drink with the others. On the other side, the newlyweds in the bridal room were so nervous that their palms were sweating. The two of them drank the nuptial wine, not daring to look at each other for a long time, as if one more look would set them on fire. Shangguan stammered to find a topic, suddenly remembering Jiang Pingji's mysterious gift. Li Yun's mind was filled with thoughts of his sweetheart. How would he have the time to be curious about the guest's gift? Wan, it's getting late, why don't we rest early? Every minute of the night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, it couldn't be wasted. Okay. Her voice was like the buzz of a mosquito, as light as a swan feather, but it was heavenly music to Li Yun's ears. He couldn't help but carry her in his arms. Not long after, unbearable panting could be heard in the dimly lit bridal room. The next day the bride served tea. Looking at his married son, Xie Qian's heart was filled with emotions. Jiang Pingji considerately gave the young couple a wedding leave, letting them be lovey-dovey. Shangguan was still thinking about the mysterious gift Jiang Pingji mentioned, and Li Yun was happy to open the gift with her. Is this the gift from Lanting? Shangguan looked at the square box in front of her, it was the size of 2 men's palms. Look at the stick on it, this should be the gift the Lord mentioned. Open it and take a look. Li Yun smiled as he opened the gift. When he opened the box and saw what was inside, the two newlyweds turned pale. Shangguan was so shocked that she took half a step back. There was nothing else in the box, only an urn made of cinerary ash. A newlywed's giving an urn? This is definitely not Lanting's doing. Shangguan snapped out of her trance and said firmly, who packed the gift yesterday? Someone must have changed Brother Lanting's gift to create a rift between Han Mei and the Lord. Li Yun's joy faded slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then lifted his hand to open the urn's lid. It was filled with white powder. He moved closer to smell it. It was indeed human ashes and not powder of similar color. Who was so evil? Han Mei, there's a note here. The paper was made of high-quality Shen paper. Most of the improved paper was supplied to Ching Cheng's bookstore, and the rest was supplied to the district headquarters. Li Yun was reminded by Shangguan. He raised his hand to stop his newlywed wife from touching the unlucky ashes of a stranger. He stretched out 2 fingers, picked up the slip of paper, and slowly unfolded it. This is Lanting's handwriting. Shangguan worked as a clerk in the district headquarters, so she was very familiar with Jiang Pingji's handwriting. She read out the words on the note. This is the ashes of the evildoer from Zhongzhou who killed Han Mei's mother. Today I present it to congratulate you on your wedding. Shangguan was taken aback. She looked up at Li Yun. His young and handsome face was full of forbearance and restraint, only his eyes were slightly red. Han Mei. As if awakened from a dream, Li Yun hurriedly covered the urn and carried it to look for Xie Qian. Xie Qian was still in a daze in the main hall, reminiscing about his late wife. If it weren't for that evildoer's possession, perhaps today, his deceased wife would also be able to drink the tea served by the new bride. Just as he was feeling sad, his mischievous child ran over in a hurry, carrying an urn of ashes. Xie Qian's expression was unbearable. This mischievous child of all things, was he playing with an urn of ashes? Who did he want to curse to die? Before Xie Qian could react, Li Yun carried the urn of ashes and knelt down in front of him. What is this? Xie Qian felt like he was about to have a stroke. He was infuriated by his mischievous child. Father, the Lord said that this is the enemy who killed my birth mother. What? Xie Qian couldn't react for a moment. His expression changed, but his brain couldn't react at all. Suddenly, Xie Qian thought of the yin-yang jade pendant that Jiang Pingji had borrowed for 2 days. He didn't know what to feel. He hoped that the ashes belonged to that evildoer, but he was also suspicious of the truth. Xie Qian couldn't be blamed for his suspicions. No matter who it was, everyone would have their suspicions. The enemy who had been gnashing his teeth for close to 20 years was killed so easily? Han Mei, put it away. Father wants to go and ask about it. If it's true, your mother's spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Li Yun nodded heavily. Xie Qian hurriedly went to look for Jiang Pingji. She seemed to be prepared and wasn't surprised by his arrival. That evildoer was really executed? Xie Qian couldn't believe it. The hatred that had been in his heart for so many years was easily resolved. Jiang Pingji said, "Of course it's true. I'll tell you about that evildoer's appearance and characteristics, then you'll know if it's true or not." She had a very good memory. Not to mention people she had met several times, even if she had only seen them once, she could still describe the person's appearance and characteristics. Xie Qian became more agitated as he listened. In the end, he fell to the ground and burst into tears, unable to control himself. Jiang Pingji waited for Xie Qian's emotions to calm down, then said hesitantly, "There's something that's hard to say." Xie Qian's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Magistrate Lu, please say it. If there's anything I can help with, Xie Xiaohe is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you. It's not a big deal. It's just that this jade pendant is of some use to me. I wonder if you're willing to part with it." Previously she said she would borrow it for 2 days, but she shamelessly borrowed it for half a month. Luckily Xie Qian didn't ask for it from her. Xie Qian thought it was something big. To Xie Qian this jade pendant was a locator to locate his enemy. Now that his enemy had been reduced to ashes, the yin-yang jade pendant had no other use for him. Jiang Pingji asked him for this useless jade pendant. Of course he wouldn't refuse. "Thank you. This thing is of great use to me." As for what use it was, Jiang Pingji didn't reveal anything to Xie Qian. As a considerate lord, Jiang Pingji gave Li Yun and his wife half a month off from their wedding. It wasn't until Chongzhou sent an urgent letter that she summoned Li Yun and Shang Guanwan back. At that moment, Wei Xi had already returned to Shangjing to continue supervising the construction of the provincial government. Jiang Pingji summoned all the people who were left behind to the government office and announced something to them. "Father plans to retire behind the scenes. I'll take over Chongzhou and Hu County." When Qiguan Rang heard this, he stopped waving his feather fan. His lord's efficiency was indescribable, but he looked around and couldn't bear to look straight at the scene. He moved his feather fan higher and blocked his eyes. The group of military officials looked confused. They couldn't react to what had happened. The rest of the civil officials looked as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. "Oh my God! Someone's going to die." They already felt that they were too busy to manage such a large Wanzhou. It wasn't easy for everything to be on the right track, and the Lord's territory had suddenly expanded. There was an extreme lack of capable people, especially Yang Si. He felt his vision go black and his soul almost left his body. She had finally finished her official duties in other places and wanted to come back for a breather. She was stunned by the news before she could even sit down. "Why is it so sudden?" Jiang Pingji said, "It's better to be prepared in advance." Their opponent was the north borderline. If they didn't make preparations, sooner or later they would fail miserably. Yang Si said with some difficulty, "But Chongzhou and Hu County? I'm afraid it won't be easy to intervene." Lu Shi had managed Chongzhou for 4 to 5 years and Hu County for more than 10 years. The people under him might not be willing to listen to Jiang Pingji. "Even if it's not easy to intervene, we have to intervene. Whoever dares to resist will just find a reason to get rid of them." Jiang Pingji's gaze was somewhat fierce. There was no second person who would dare to take the lead in resisting and looking for trouble. Chapter 872. He felt a toothache. How did he end up with such a lord? Arichi grumbled in his heart, but did not show it on his face. Arichi stepped forward and said, "My lord, if that's the case, I'm afraid it will put you in a difficult position." "Oh? What's so difficult about it for me?" Yang Si said helplessly, "The old master has been in Chongzhou for many years. Hu County was managed by him. The former is still manageable, but the latter are probably the old master's trusted subordinates. These 2 places have their own rules. If we interfere decisively, those old men will take advantage of their seniority and bring this matter to the old master. Won't we drive a wedge between the lord and the old master?" Lu Shi was willing to step back, but it did not mean that he had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Would the old men who had followed Lu Shi by Jiang Pingji's account and not secretly trip her up? If this problem was not solved, no matter how good the father-daughter relationship was, it would not be able to withstand the discord and instigation. Sooner or later there would be trouble. Since ancient times, how many fathers and sons did not get along and brothers fought each other? Jiang Pingji lifted her eyelids and said, "Father has already stepped back. All the matters of Chongzhou and Hu County are decided by me. Those old men want to take advantage of their seniority in front of me. Even father can't protect them. I will make things clear to father." Yang Si heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Jiang Pingji asked around, "Are there any other questions?" Everyone did not speak. It was obvious that there were no objections. They knew very well that they would have to fight with the north borderline sooner or later. If the Lord was willing to plan early, it was better than making a last-minute effort. The generals were already in a daze. Their slow brains finally connected with the others and they were secretly delighted. In their opinion, the Lord would take over the power of Chongzhou and Hu County. The busiest people would definitely be civil servants. Little did they know that working overtime was a group activity. No one could escape. After a while, Jiang Pingji said to the crowd, "I don't have any objections for now. Take a look at this." She gestured to Wanner. Wanner got the order and stood up with a smile. She distributed several booklets to everyone. Shengguan Wan was not only the administrator of the women's department of the government office, but she was also the female teacher of Wanzhou Academy. Ever since Xie Qian had fled from Zhongzhou to Wanzhou with Wan Xian, Jiang Pingji had abducted this great scholar of Zhongzhou to enlighten the students of the academy. In order to take over Shengguan Wan's teaching job, she selected someone from the women's department of the government office and asked her to teach the female students of the academy. After the divorce, not only did Li Yun return to work, even Shengguan Wan returned to the government office and became Jiang Pingji's assistant. Li Yun anxiously watched as his wife walked in front of him and handed him a booklet bound with fine thread. He reached out to take it and secretly stroked Shengguan Wan's delicate and soft hand with his fingers. His heart fluttered, but unfortunately he was woken up by her slap. "You're not serious?" Shengguan Wan muttered softly. Li Yun felt wronged. Ignoring this interlude, Shengguan Wan distributed everyone's booklets, then returned to her original position and sat up straight. He tilted his head and asked Li Yun, "Han Mei, what's written here?" Everyone's level of education was different, but Dian Yan was completely illiterate. Li Yun looked at Dian Yan's booklet, then looked at his own booklet. Strangely, he found that the contents of the booklets were exactly the same. The so-called exactly the same was not only the content of the words, but even the size, shape, and horizontal and vertical strokes of each word were the same. Even he noticed this problem, not to mention the other meticulous strategists. Among them, some already knew the reason, such as Qiguan Rang and Su Ku, while others were full of doubts. Jiang Pingji said, "I know what all of you are doubtful about. We'll talk about this later." Everyone? Do you know what was the most hateful thing? She refused to continue halfway through her sentence. Everyone could only suppress their curiosity and carefully read the contents of the booklet. Judging from the handwriting, this was their lord's handwriting. From today onwards to the war at the north borderline, the contents are the difficult problems that we will have to overcome in the next few years. In order for you to have a clearer and more intuitive understanding, I've listed them one by one according to the major and minor items, Jiang Pingji said. The three major items are governance, farming, and training the troops. Let's talk about governance first. Everyone present is a pillar of humanity, but everyone only has a pair of hands, not 3 heads and 6 arms. If it's just Wanzhou, everyone can still handle it with ease. If Chongzhou and Hu County are added, they will be stretched thin and will not be able to handle it. Therefore, I'd like to seek your opinion on whether we should choose a suitable time to issue the recruitment notice. Qiguan Rang and the others did not speak, but their inner voices were the same. Send, send, send. If they did not issue the recruitment notice and recruit fresh blood, these old people would die of exhaustion at the desk. However, something like the recruitment notice was not something that could be issued as one wished. If the contents of the recruitment notice were not satisfactory, the scholars of the world might not be willing to buy it. Therefore, everyone recommended Feng Jin, who was the most talented in literature, and the heavy responsibility was directly placed on him. Feng Jin secretly laughed and cried. He stepped out to ask for details. He was just a ghostwriter when it came to writing the recruitment notice. The core ideas were still provided by the Lord. Jiang Pingji thought about it and said, regardless of your status, only talent is important. As soon as she said that, everyone was silent. Feng Jin's expression also froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and calmed down. In the current selection system, the people selected must have a noble family background and must also have the rigid conditions of benevolence, righteousness, filial piety, and fraternity. Take Dongqing's evaluation system as an example. Family background, virtue, and knowledge belong to the top 3 categories. Appearance, ability, and temperament belong to the bottom 3 categories. Among the top 3 categories, family background and virtue accounted for 90%, and knowledge only accounted for 10%. Or in other words, if you reincarnated with your eyes wide open and reincarnated well, even if you were born with a mental disability, you would be many times more noble than countless poor students. If the two were placed together, the imperial court would also prioritize the former over the latter. Jiang Pingji looked around and asked coldly, "Why, do you have any objections?" Her team had gone through strict selection. Except for Feng Jin, who was tall, rich and handsome, the others were only tall, and from the perspective of a poor scholar, they could not possibly object to Jiang Pingji's suggestion. Regardless of your status, only talent is important. How many poor scholars' hearts were expressed in these few words? Many poor scholars did not lack ability, but their family background was not good enough. They did not even have the ticket to become a fish that leaped through the dragon's gate. Feng Jin's expression was normal as he said, "I have no objections." The others echoed one after another. "I think you all have no objections." Jiang Pingji spoke the truth. She said, "Talented people can help you lighten your burden and help you move forward. Useless people without talent will only add another burden to your heavy work. Do you think what I said is reasonable?" Everyone was speechless. Chapter 873. The time was still too short. If Jiang Pingji was given another 1 or 2 years, she would be able to cultivate a group of talents with a basic foundation. As for the core talents, the cultivation period was even longer. She could only use the recruitment order to recruit people who would be loyal to her. Archiguan Rang lowered his head and flipped through the book. He saw that there were a few smaller items behind the main item, governance. The recruitment order was one of the smaller items, followed by the words bookstore. Jiang Pingji said, "I'm afraid that the recruitment order alone won't be able to tempt the scholars in the world, so I plan to announce an important decision." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When their lord did not cause trouble, the trouble she caused could make them tremble in fear. Now it was obvious that she was going to cause trouble. How could it be a small matter? Jiang Pingji did not say anything else. She gestured for Shangguan to fetch the things. They were also carried on plates, but the previous books were light and thin. The books that were brought up now were all very heavy. These books are for the children of the academy to start learning. In addition to the main text, there are also annotations carefully organized by Mr. Cheng Cheng. Hearing his father's name, Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. After getting a book, he hurriedly opened it. After reading the contents, Cheng Yuan understood why his father always walked with the wind, as if he was radiating the second spring of his life. The words in the main text were relatively thick, only a little smaller than a copper coin. It looked very easy to read, neither laborious nor harmful to the eyes. The words in the annotations were smaller and more detailed than the main text. The content was all in the vernacular. Even an ordinary person could understand it after reading it once. In addition, there were small strange symbols between each sentence. Feng Jin vaguely discovered something. He could not wait to read it again in a low voice. When he encountered those strange symbols, he subconsciously paused. He suddenly understood the function of the symbols. They were all used to punctuate sentences. Looking at the repeated symbols, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that these symbols were not scribbled. Each symbol represented a specific meaning. Not only Feng Jin but Yang Si and the others also noticed it. Archiguan Rang forcibly suppressed his surging emotions. His fingers swiped across the pages and he quickly flipped through a few pages. He discovered that this primer was not empty talk. The format was uniform. It could be 3 words in a sentence or 4 words in a line. It was easy to read. The text was popular, easy to read and easy to remember. It included common sense, traditional sinology, historical stories, and positive life principles. These books were naturally the 3-character classic 100 family surnames, and other teaching materials that Jiang Pingji had obtained from the audience many years ago. However, other than the 100 family names, Jiang Pingji had changed the other teaching materials beyond recognition. Because the history of the audience's dimension was different from the history of her world, many phrases and allusions could not be used. Jiang Pingji had a good memory and could be said to be well read. She simply followed the template and modified it. Not only did she have to eliminate the non-existent allusions, but she also had to eliminate the extreme and ignorant thoughts one by one. Extract the essence and discard the dregs. After some major changes, she also added a lot of content about this world, such as the deeds of Su Gong of the previous dynasty. She gave the draft after the major changes to Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng read it and was so excited that he could not control himself. He made a second major change to the teaching materials. Taking the three-character classic as an example, the original version of the teaching materials had more than 1,100 words. After Jiang Pingji and Cheng Cheng worked together to make major changes, it was expanded to 3,656 words. Cheng Cheng even asked the Zhongzhou great scholar Wan Xian to annotate it and clarify the meaning of each sentence. After some changes, the first edition of the basic teaching materials had a total of 21 books. After a cursory look, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. This set of books was enough to make people go bankrupt, right? Don't think that they were exaggerating. If Jiang Pingji did not play around with rice paper, going bankrupt would be considered a light punishment. Nowadays the mainstream writing materials were mainly bamboo slips. The more extravagant people used silk books, and the more extravagant people used bamboo paper. In fact, before the appearance of bamboo paper in Hejian, the nobles and gentry used the valuable Kai-Ho paper. Our bamboo paper was technically improved on the basis of Kai-Ho paper. It was by no means the first. Otherwise, how could Gu Min keep such a precious paper-making technique? Our bamboo paper had a material limitation and was difficult to mass-produce. Jiang Pingji's rice paper was made from sandalwood. The rice paper produced was better than what the audience had imagined. As for sandalwood, it had a strong vitality and a short growth cycle. After the sapling was planted, it could be used as raw material for rice paper in 2 or 3 years. Chongzhou was full of sandalwood. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Pingji asked Lu Shi to go to Chongzhou. In other words, the value of this set of books was far less than what everyone had imagined. After everyone had roughly looked through it, Jiang Pingji said, "This set of books will be the teaching materials for the academy students to use in the future." No one had any objections, only Dian Yen had one. My lord, can I also go to the academy to study for a few days? Dian Yen worked hard to learn words, but learning was not something that could be seen in a day or two. He still had to train his troops and did not have much time. However, seeing such a large set of books, he felt that he had to squeeze some time to learn even if he did not have time. He wanted to keep this set of books properly and pass it down as a family heirloom. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "There is no end to learning. Deputy Captain Dian has such an ambition. Naturally, it is worth encouraging." Dian Yen blushed slightly. He secretly decided that he would not let his lord down. Shi continued, "This set of books is not only for the students to use as a starting point, but I also plan to use it as a gift to the world's famous scholars." Archiguan Rang glanced at the contents of the title page of the three-character classic and immediately understood his lord's intention. He could not help but smile. The title page was very clean. There were only a few elegant words: author, Wang Yinglin, Lu Shi, commentator, Cheng Cheng. Jiang Pingji did not want to add her name, but there was no such person as Wang Yinglin in the world. She could not clearly say that Wang Yinglin was the original author of the three-character classic. In order to shut everyone's mouths, after some hesitation, she could only say that she had met this person by chance and obtained inspiration from him. The other teaching materials for beginners were handled in the same way. Archiguan Rang had to admit that his lord was a person with great courage. This set of books was given to the world's famous scholars, not for anything else but for one thing: to create momentum. Once the world's famous scholars approved of it, this set of books would be pushed to the altar. Similarly, those who left their names on this set of books would be pushed to the altar. They would truly become gods in one fell swoop. What did the world's scholars desire the most? It was only fame and fortune. The so-called famous scholars, in layman's terms, were those who had fame but did not become officials. Among this group of people, some were truly noble and had unquestionable integrity. They did not want to become officials. Some wanted to become officials but did not have the qualifications. They could only find another way to make a name for themselves. As long as they had a reputation, there would naturally be people coming to claim them. Once they accepted the claim, they would enter the official career. However, being an official was only a temporary pleasure. How could it compare to writing books and becoming famous throughout the ages? Chapter 874. Famous Scholars? Except for a few people who saw through Jiang Pingji's plan, everyone else felt their hearts ache. This set of books was definitely a treasure that was hard to find. It was more than enough to be a family heirloom. Their lord was rich and overbearing. Not only did she want to donate it to the academy, but she also wanted to give it away for free. In their opinion, the cost of this set was no less than 200,000 strings of coins. How could she give it away just like that? Yen Yen and the others felt their hearts ache. Their cheeks twitched slightly. They wanted to say something to stop her, but none of them knew how to persuade their lord not to squander. Ming Hun, who had been in the background, opened his mouth. He asked in surprise, "Does my lord want to use this set of books to attract famous scholars?" If that was the case, the price was too high. Rin Dongqing alone, there were no less than 500 famous scholars who were well known. If everyone was given a set, according to the sky-high cost of 200,000 strings of coins, wouldn't the lord suffer a huge loss? Ming Hun had seen many so-called famous scholars with Meng Zhan. In his opinion, most of these people were embroidered pillows. They looked good but were useless. They had nothing to do all day. They gathered together to sing praises, grieve for the coming of spring and pretend to be coy. They obviously wanted to be an official, but they pretended to be aloof and arrogant. To be honest, they were not good at other things, but they were eloquent and good at gossiping. RTO put it bluntly, many of these famous scholars were more like celebrities. Their ability to get things done left people in the dust. However, did the lord need such embroidered pillows? Jiang Pingji laughed and said, "It's just a set of books. How can it attract all the famous scholars in the world? This is just a stepping stone." In Jiang Pingji's opinion, the group of famous scholars was a publicity platform. This set of rudimentary books was in their hands. Through their mouths, it would spread at the fastest speed. However, this was only the first step of Jiang Pingji's plan. Just a stepping stone? Meng Hun's heart trembled. Of course. Famous people have their own pride. Ordinary things can't move them. Jiang Pingji smiled maliciously and said, "We don't need to spend a lot of money. We just need to send them these beginner's textbooks. Smart people will know what to do." Everyone was speechless. This set of teaching materials were all made from the incomparably precious fine Xian paper. There were 21 books in a set, which was far more expensive than gold and silver. Not only was his master a prodigal, but she was also not very good at arithmetic. The generals were heartbroken. Only a few civil officials remained unmoved. Qiguan Rang smiled and said, "My lord is right. If this primer could be put into practice, it would be able to teach all the students in the world, and they could be called the teachers of the world. Not only will his name spread far and wide, his name will also be immortalized for generations to come." Richi purposely emphasized the last sentence. After the general heard this, he vaguely understood, and his complexion became much better. From ancient times till now, only Kong Sheng could be called a teacher of all ages. From then on, all scholars set this as their highest goal in life. But who succeeded? Revan, the world-famous teacher, Master Yuanjing, who taught many students and whose literary name spread throughout the 5 countries, was still not qualified. If this set of beginners' textbooks could be truly perfected and enlighten the people, those who left their names in it were destined to be immortalized for generations to come. Smart people could see the great wealth hidden in it, but stupid people would think it was just children's books. Jiang Pingji gave this set of books to the scholars not only to advertise herself, but also to tell them that there was a cake in Wanzhou. This is only the first step. We need to attract talented scholars of virtue and prestige to come and compile the teaching materials together. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "I have a second step here. Which scholar in the world doesn't want to write books? It's just that they don't have the means to do so. How many precious manuscripts have been lost? I have an idea. When we send out the teaching materials, we will announce to the world that we are willing to open the bookstore to publish books for scholars. There will be 20 copies of each book. As a reward for publishing the books, the bookstore will keep 10 copies of the samples. If you don't want to keep the samples, you can only pay for it yourself." This idea could be said to be bold. Soon as she said this, the civil officials who were originally calm could not stay calm. This was not something else, it was publishing a book. Which scholar in the world didn't want their ideas and crystallization to be passed down to future generations? If beginners' textbooks could attract famous scholars to join, then writing books could attract the hearts of countless knowledgeable scholars from poor families. At a time when the aristocratic families monopolized the market, the cake that Jiang Pingji threw out was too attractive. It would definitely make countless scholars fight to the death for it. Revan, though Feng Jin and the others were mentally prepared, when they heard Jiang Pingji's words, their hearts still could not help but beat wildly. Everyone said, "My lord is very kind." Feng Jin's reaction was still considered calm, but Su Ku Yangxi and the others' eyes were dark red and bloodshot. Wrongly they knew the pain of the scholars from poor families. Are the aristocratic families monopolized knowledge and education, thus monopolizing the official positions and power in the court? Why did people always say, it is difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son? Was it because the children from poor families were all mentally retarded? Not true. The children from poor families wanted to study, but they could not even find a book. How could the illiterate be a match for the noble son who was well-read? Jiang Pingji's move was undoubtedly carrying a mace and giving a blow to the aristocratic families. Why were the aristocratic families so powerful? It was because they held the most important knowledge in their hands. Every aristocratic family had countless precious books and books. They were born with conditions that ordinary people could not have. After many years of development, the aristocratic families had disciples and officials all over the world. Their power was deeply rooted, and they were united by blood relatives, cutting off the path of advancement for the scholars from poor families. If the sons of concubines from poor families wanted to stand out, they often had to rely on the aristocratic families, be humble and endure humiliation. Artio put it bluntly, it was a distorted and deformed hierarchy of power. If there was any wealth in the world that was shared by the whole world, it was undoubtedly the written word. Jiang Pingji knew that her actions would cause a lot of resistance. Perhaps it would even cause the aristocratic families to group together and attack her. But this was not important. When Yang Si thought of this matter, his heart sank. He said hesitantly, "My lord, should we postpone this matter? If it is suddenly spread, I am afraid it will cause controversy among the scholars in the world." Yang Si did not want Jiang Pingji to be hurt because of this. If she fell, there would be no hope for the poor families. Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "Then let them talk. A dog that bites doesn't bark and a dog that barks doesn't bite. Your lord is rich. I am willing to be a sucker and publish books for others. Why should they be jealous? I have discussed this matter with Mr. Ching Ching many times and have already set a general plan. In addition to the first two steps, I have a third step, which is to set up a book club that is free and open to the public." Chapter 875. After careful discussion with Mr. Ching Ching, I plan to open the library to the public so that all scholars can enter. Jiang Pingji said this because there was a similar library in the previous dynasty called the Golden Scale Library. The Golden Scale Library was proposed by Prime Minister Huang Fuxiu of the previous dynasty. Its original purpose was to benefit the scholars of poor families. However, since Prime Minister Huangfu's death and his body was dismembered and cooked, the Golden Scale Library became a place that only the nobles were qualified to enter. Jiang Pingji now proposed to build a library similar to the Golden Scale Library. Presumably, all the scholars of poor families in the world would respond. Previously I said that I would help people write books. With the consent of the people involved, the samples they leave behind will also be added to the library. We can specially open such a place for people to communicate and discuss. Jiang Pingji was sure that if these three things were done well, Wanzhou would become the holy land in the hearts of the scholars of the world. When that time came, she would slowly choose and not worry about not having enough talents. After saying this, Jiang Pingji began to select people. Archiguan Rang and Feng Zhen went to Chongzhou. Yang Si went to Hu County. Su Ku and Feng Jin stayed behind to manage Wanzhou. Lu Shi agreed to retreat behind the scenes and give all power to Jiang Pingji, but whether she could completely conquer Chongzhou would depend on her ability. Archiguan Rang was from Chongzhou. He was very familiar with the situation there. Feng Zhen looked unreliable, but in fact he was very scheming. When the two of them worked together, it would be difficult for others to take advantage of them. The local nobles in Hu County had been beaten by Lu Shi, so it was relatively easy to conquer. Yang Si could handle it alone. Su Ku and Feng Jin had a tacit understanding. Jiang Pingji was very relieved to let them stay in the base camp. After talking about management, let's talk about stationing the fields. Since ancient times, before the troops and horses moved, provisions and fodder came first. With sufficient provisions and fodder, there would be confidence in fighting a war. Jiang Pingji said, stationing the fields has begun to show results. Before Zixiao went to Shangjing, he gave me many suggestions. I think it is feasible. I plan to open up a wasteland of fertile farmland in Chongzhou and station troops there on a large scale. In this way, not only will we be able to relieve the pressure on our supplies, but we will also be able to shorten the length of our supply lines. Archiguan Rang and Feng Zhen had already heard Wei Ci talk about the matter of Chongzhou's farming. Naturally, they had no objections. The others secretly calculated and agreed with this proposal. If they didn't farm, they wouldn't have been able to raise such a large army. After many rounds of recruitment, Wanzhou now had 60,000 soldiers and horses, and the size of the female battalion had also expanded to 7,000. This was the result of Jiang Pingji deliberately raising the bar. If they did not reject anyone, their military strength could reach more than 100,000. Within the borders of Dongqing, Jiang Pingji was the undisputed ruler of the north. Li Yun asked, "Is there any ownerless wasteland in Chongzhou that can be cultivated?" Because of excessive land annexation, a lot of land is private property of the wealthy families. This time the scale of the farm should be quite large. If there isn't enough land, I'm afraid it won't work. Jiang Pingji smirked. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The location of the field can only be decided after a field inspection. If the local tyrants were smart, she didn't mind a win-win cooperation. If they were not sensible, she could only seize the field by force. Originally, Wei Ci was in charge of it. However, Wei Ci had already gone to Shangjing to supervise the construction of the provincial government. Now he was divided and unable to do anything. Jiang Pingji thought about it and named Li Yun. She asked him to take on the role of Chongzhou's military officer of agriculture and specifically deal with this matter. Li Yun Kai happily agreed. There were only so many details about the field. Jiang Pingji changed the topic to training soldiers. When it came to training soldiers, the group of generals seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. One by one they were full of energy. Jiang Pingji asked them about the progress of the training of new recruits one by one and received satisfactory responses. In 5 years at the latest, we will go to war with the northern borderline. Jiang Pingji started talking. The generals couldn't help but perk up their ears and listen attentively. They were afraid of missing a word. I think everyone is clear about the strength of the northern borderline's cavalry. They move quickly and deploy their troops flexibly, but they also have obvious disadvantages. I intend to take advantage of this disadvantage and specially train the army to restrain the cavalry. I have proposed this before, but the scale of the training is too small and the results are not great. Now we will really implement this and officially divide the army. The northern borderline relies too much on the cavalry. The army is very monotonous. Their speed is indeed very fast, but they are not invincible. They also have fatal weaknesses. First, their defense is not strong. Second, the army is too monotonous. Once they encounter a specialized army, there is almost no way to turn the situation around. Jiang Pingji intends to officially divide the army into different types and increase the diversity of the army. This will also allow more flexible deployment and command on the battlefield. In order to restrain the cavalry, Jiang Pingji came up with a lot of targeted plans. There are military formations, army types, defensive equipment, and more insidious traps. Everyone turned the page of the booklet in their hands. Suddenly they felt a chill down their backs. There was only one thought in their minds: how difficult is it for our Lord to get along with the cavalry? Looking at the content written by Jiang Pingji, they thought about it a little and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the northern borderline cavalry. First, let's talk about military formations. The booklet drew a simple fish-scale formation. The heavy infantry were to hold shields and spears and form a square formation similar to fish scales. Jiang Pingji had led more than 100 soldiers to sneak into Jiamen Pass and break out of the encirclement. The military formation they used could be regarded as a small fish-scale formation. However, the northern borderline cavalry is mostly light cavalry in cloth clothes or rattan armor. They are very mobile. If the enemy is not surrounded, this kind of fish-scale formation is not very effective. Then there is the spear formation that everyone is more familiar with. The advantages of the spear formation are obvious, but so are its weaknesses. However, Jiang Pingji previously proposed to divide the army types and let the different types cooperate to make up for each other's shortcomings. In this way, the spear formation is not without merit. Speaking of military formations, there are also ferocious crossbowmen. They use the improved crossbows that Jiang Pingji has improved several times before. Jiang Pingji's original troops all used the improved crossbows. Over the years, she has developed many ways to cooperate in battle. It is quite effective. In addition to the improved crossbows, the army also has the ballista. It has a long range, great power, and high lethality. It can cause great damage to the charging northern borderline cavalry. In addition to these, there are other gadgets, such as the barricade spear and the iron caltrops. The barricade spear can be arranged in front of the army to block the charging horses and prevent the cavalry from charging. The iron caltrops have 4 sides. No matter how you look at them, there will be one side facing up. They are sprinkled on the enemy's charging path and slightly covered with grass and trees. If a horse steps on them, the iron caltrops will pierce into the horse's hooves, almost crippling the horse. In the booklet they also saw 2 new weapons with new designs. One is shaped like a sickle, specially used to cut the horse's legs. The other is thick and mighty, named Zamadeo. Our Jiang Pingji intends to train special forces, about 5,000 of them, to fight against the northern borderline's warhorses. Compared to the ability to fight on horseback, the northern borderline cavalry is not good at fighting on foot. Chapter 876. The political situation was turbulent and chaos arose. Zhongzhou was ambitious. They wanted to take advantage of the endless war between Nanxing and Dongqing to send troops to take advantage and expand their territory. However, they also had a head full of lawsuits. The internal struggle was unprecedentedly fierce and the lives of the people were getting worse. Perhaps it was because they were nearing their end and followed in the footsteps of Nanxing and Zhongzhou. There were already several peasant armies that tried to rebel in Zhongzhou. However, the scale of the rebel army was too small. Before they could make any waves, they were brutally suppressed by the official army. The civil society was restless. The aristocratic families that had their own armies also had their own worries. There was a faint sign that the feudal lords were going to split. At this sensitive time, a shocking piece of news came out of the Zhongzhou palace. Empress Du was a wooden man who had turned into a demon. The ambitious feudal lords couldn't hold back and used this as an excuse to scold the current emperor for going against the grain and allowing a demon to harm the palace. They even spread the news. Who knew if the emperor, princes and princesses in the palace were still human? This rumor spread quickly and the already weakened imperial power was on the verge of collapse. Of course, the imperial family would never admit to this rumor and denied it. However, Empress Du was dead and the behavior of the imperial family was suspicious. The people were more and more convinced of the rumors about the wooden demon. The emperor ordered that after Empress Du died, she was not allowed to enter the imperial mausoleum or enjoy offerings. He also took back the golden seals that Empress Du had used when she was conferred the title. Although he didn't say that she was abolished, this treatment was no different from abolishing her. Within Zhongzhou, who didn't know that Empress Du was favored by the emperor? If she wasn't favored, how could Empress Du's 4 self-accomplishment classics for women be so popular in Zhongzhou? Now that Empress Du was dead, if there wasn't something fishy going on, why would the emperor treat the woman he once loved so cruelly? After some thought, the people's guess was actually very close to the truth. When Empress Du was unlucky, the Du family was the first to bear the brunt. The Du family was already starting to decline. Who knew that the virtuous Empress Du would appear? Her 4 self-accomplishment classics for women was praised by the world's famous scholars and was set as a role model for women. The Du family also benefited from it and couldn't help but feel elated. Even their bones became a few pounds lighter. Now that their backer had fallen and they had offended many aristocratic families with heavy military power, they would sooner or later be dealt with by others. Therefore, this branch of the Du family did not have an easy time. When they were in the limelight, everyone wanted to bask in the limelight. When they were in dire straits, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could kick them when they were down. Faced with the huge difference in their situation, many of the Du clansmen started to complain about Empress Du. However, the descendants of Emperor Du were all dead, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. With nowhere to vent their anger, they could only vent their anger on Du Wunyang. Du Wunyang was Feng Jin's eldest brother, Feng Gui's first wife, the original Madame Feng Du. After her separation from Feng Gui, she was safely sent back to Zhongzhou. According to the increasingly abnormal atmosphere in Zhongzhou, as a woman who had been chased out by her husband's family, she should be caught and drowned. However, she had Feng Gui's permission to release her wife. The person who sent her back was also a trusted aide whom Feng Gui had carefully selected. After a series of struggles, Du Wunyang barely managed to keep her life. She was casually sent to a Buddhist hall by Madame Du to become a nun. Du Wunyang hated Feng Gui in her heart. She had been thinking about how to use her family's influence to exert pressure on Feng Gui and make him welcome her back on his knees. However, the cruel reality hit her hard. Not to mention using her family's influence, if Feng Gui had not sent his trusted aide to deal with Madame Du, she would have long been tied up and drowned. Even so, she had never felt a shred of gratitude or remorse. Du Wunyang learned from Empress Du's style of doing things. She used her opponent as a stepping stone to climb to the top, thus earning her virtuous reputation. Now that Empress Du had passed away and the Du clan was implicated, Du Wunyang, who was in the Buddhist hall, was naturally not having a good time. They did not want her life, but they sent female servants to humiliate her every day. They even made ugly male servants watch her being humiliated. According to the contents of the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women, Du Wunyang should have committed suicide to protect her reputation. However, just as Feng Gui had mocked, she had always been strict with others and lenient with herself. Her life was so important, how could she give it up so easily? She could use the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women to restrain others and suppress her opponents, but she would never use it to punish herself. Du Wunyang was in dire straits, but her ex-husband, Feng Gui, was unexpectedly blessed. Ever since Shangyang County was taken over by Jiang Pingji, the lives of the people in the county were guaranteed. Feng Gui finally did not have to be so busy that he could not return home. When he had more free time, he would devote himself to reading. Occasionally he would go out to visit friends and participate in scholarly gatherings and poetry gatherings. He personally taught his 2 children how to read. With Du Wunyang as an example, Feng Gui personally asked about his 2 children's daily lives. One day he had just returned from outside. There was already someone waiting for him outside the manor. Feng Gui was secretly surprised. He followed the person to see his father, Feng Ren. "Huaizhang, come over and take a look at this." As soon as he entered, Feng Gui saw his father, Feng Ren, sitting on a mat. Beside him was a stack of books. Unlike the usual scroll-bound books that he was familiar with, these books were fastened with white thread. "Father, this is?" Feng Gui walked forward and picked up one of the books. It felt smooth and cold to the touch. When he opened the title page, he saw a familiar name. He flipped through it again. The profound meaning inside was thought-provoking. Feng Gui came from a noble family that had been passed down for close to 1,000 years. After many years of accumulation, the family had a collection of more than 100,000 books. Feng Gui didn't dare to say that he had read all of them, but he had some impression of them. However, he was completely unfamiliar with the books in his hands. In other words, it was highly possible that these books were newly published. The newly published books even used expensive paper. It was extremely extravagant. "They were sent here from Wanzhou not long ago," Feng Ren said. "Second brother gave them to you?" Feng Gui was the first to think of his younger brother. Feng Ren shook his head and said, "That's not the case. These were given to me by the Wanzhou magistrate, Lu Shi. Not only do I have them, but other famous scholars also have them." When Feng Gui heard this, his expression cracked. Not to mention the contents of the books, just the paper alone was worth no less than 200,000 strings of coins. Even if Lu Shi owned a paper-making workshop and was very wealthy, he couldn't afford to squander like this, could he? Gifting one set wasn't enough, and he even gave it to other famous scholars? Feng Ren said, "Take a look at the contents." Feng Gui did as he was told and read carefully. Not long after, he was fascinated. Feng Ren snorted and said, "Lu Shi played a very big game of chess. The bait he threw out was too tempting." Feng Gui agreed with him. He could see clearly that the potential value of this set of books was immeasurable. Feng Ren threw another bomb at Feng Gui, causing him to be at a loss for what to do. The Wanzhou magistrate, Lu Shi, not only generously gifted books, but he also generously expressed his willingness to write books for the world's scholars, Feng Ren said. "Do you still remember the Golden Scale Pavilion of the previous dynasty?" In his letter, Lu Shi mentioned that he wanted to rebuild the Golden Scale Pavilion and provide it to the world's poor scholars for free. "Currently, only I have received this letter. The others have only received books." Feng Gui lowered his gaze and said, "Lu Shi, this is..." Chapter 877. For the Feng family to be able to survive for thousands of years, other than strict family rules and noble family values, it was also due to their foresight. For example, Prime Minister Huangfu built the Golden Scale Pavilion in the previous dynasty. It was said to contain millions of books. Where did these millions of books come from? Other than the 30,000 books donated by Prime Minister Huangfu himself, the rest were donated by various aristocratic families. The Feng family had donated 100,000 books. Books were lifeless, but people were alive. It was precisely these 100,000 books that protected the Feng clan, allowing them to obtain another 200 years of prosperity. Compared to the other aristocratic families, the Feng family's style was different. If one were to compare those aristocratic families with armies to strong men with 8 packs, then the Feng family would be like a refined scholar with a tall hat and a wide belt. Not only did they look different, but their combat abilities were also on a different level. If it wasn't for the fact that they had so few troops, the Feng family wouldn't have had to hand it over to Jiang Pingji for the sake of the safety of Shangyang County. Now the Feng family was faced with the same choice. Lu Shi wants us to donate books? Feng Gui was a little angry. It wasn't that he was selfish and didn't want to donate books, but did Lu Shi have the right to do so? During the Xia dynasty, the Feng family was willing to donate 100,000 books in response to Prime Minister Huang Fu's call. More importantly, it was for the long-term future of the family. 100,000 books in exchange for more than 200 years of prosperity for the Feng clan. This was a very good deal. The Xia dynasty had unified the Central Plains, but Lu Shi had only occupied half of Dongqing. Prime Minister Huang Fu was extremely powerful and had power over the court. Compared to him, Lu Shi was nothing. If they donated the books to Lu Shi to enrich the Golden Scale Pavilion, what benefits would the Feng family get? Feng Gui's idea was exactly what Feng Ren had in mind. However, after his anger subsided, the sly old fox thought about it carefully and felt that this deal might work. Huai Zhang in Dongqing, besides Lu Shi, who else can stop the disaster of the north borderline? Feng Gui was silent. After a while he said, "Besides her, there is only Lu Shi." Feng Ren said, "A few days ago I received news that Lu Shi, that sly old fox, has chosen to retire. He has handed Chongzhou and Hu County over to Lu Shi." Feng Gui didn't say anything. The northern borderline has already matured. Although the horse plague has delayed it, it will probably recover in 3 to 5 years and send troops to Dongqing again. Look at the current situation. The royal family is struggling at death's door, and the other feudal vassals have their own armies and are independent. If the northern borderline took advantage of the situation and attacked, there would be internal chaos and external enemies. Who could stop the northern borderline iron cavalry? The Feng clan had been rooted in Shangyang County for generations. If the northern borderline invaded, the Feng clan would not be able to protect themselves. Unless the entire family migrated and fled to another place. Speaking to this point, there was a hint of desolation in his voice. Now the world was in chaos and wars were happening everywhere. If they escaped from Shangyang County, where could they migrate to? In comparison, Lu Shi had managed Wanzhou in an orderly manner and had become a rare peaceful paradise for Dongqing. It was better for the Feng family to express goodwill to her and help her. Feng Gui understood the meaning behind his father's drawing and his expression changed. Father wants to help Lu Shi, that's not the case. Feng Ren didn't want to pick a side now. This was a decision that concerned the survival of the entire family. How could he make such a rash decision? Father, what do you mean by this? Feng Ren said, I'm just expressing my goodwill. Expressing goodwill didn't mean choosing a side. Strictly speaking, the Feng clan and Jiang Pingji had common interests. The stronger Jiang Pingji's power grew, the safer the Feng clan would be. Moreover, Feng Jin was Jiang Pingji's trusted confidant. With such a relationship, the two could be considered as natural allies. I want to bring the 10,000 books to Lu Shi first. Saying this, Feng Ren pointed at the set of beginner's textbooks. These books are very suitable for children to learn. His words seem simple, but they contain infinite logic. If we can implement them thoroughly, perhaps they can really open the minds of the people. The Feng clan wasn't without ambition, but their ambition was different from other clans. As a rare millennium-old aristocratic family, they only had one goal, to continue the family line. While the other aristocratic families were desperately gathering wealth, oppressing the people and searching for treasures, the Feng clan adhered to their ancestral rules. They didn't fight or plunder, didn't touch military power, didn't make enemies everywhere, and didn't provoke resentment from the people by force or trickery. They wholeheartedly guarded the cultural wealth their ancestors had accumulated. Before the Xia dynasty was established, there was a chaotic era of 16 kingdoms that lasted for hundreds of years. How many prominent clans were destroyed at that time? Only the Feng clan of Shangyang remained standing even though Shangyang County had changed hands several times. After all, the millennium-old aristocratic families and the new nouveau riche had different ideologies. Feng Ren said, I'll go take a look. It'll be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Not to mention other things, just the set of books in front of him was enough to push Qing Cheng to the top ranks of famous scholars. Before this, how many people had heard of Qing Cheng's name? The cake was only so big. No matter what, the Feng clan had to take a bite or two. If Lu Shi was the final winner, this investment was definitely the best choice Feng Ren had made in his life. At the same time, Many famous scholars in Dongqing also received this set of beginners' textbooks. Some people scoffed, but when they saw the names on the title page they also felt jealous. Some people were so shocked that they couldn't wait to sleep with these books every day. At the same time, they used their connections to inquire about Lu Shi and the others. The topic was highly discussed, and so was its popularity. The names of Qing Qing and the others often appeared in big and small gatherings of famous scholars. Overnight they became famous all over the world. After the public opinion fermented for a while, another piece of heavy news came crashing down. Write books and become famous immediately. How many scholars dreamed of this? This was a shortcut for countless famous scholars to further promote their literary names. The ancient times were not the modern times, where one could publish a book by spending tens of thousands of dollars. If one wanted to publish a book in the ancient times, one could not afford it even if they had a lot of money. Jiang Pingji's popularity was already very high. Now that such a big piece of news was revealed, people yearned to go to Wanzhou. This was not the end. When the news of Wanzhou investing money to rebuild the Jinling Pavilion spread, many aristocratic families looked at it coldly. The poor children were so excited that they could not control themselves. Jiang Pingji knew that this move would attract many talents, but she never thought that she would catch such a big fish. It was no longer a river fish. It was clearly a whale. Greetings, master. Hearing that there was an ancient person visiting, Jiang Pingji was stunned for a moment. She immediately asked someone to invite him to the main hall. Seeing the person, even someone as calm as Jiang Pingji could not help but be shocked. She came back to her senses and quickly bowed to the person. The hale and hearty Master Yuanjing smiled and helped her up. He said gently, "Times are different now. Magistrate Liu is too polite. A teacher for a day is a father for life. It is my duty for a student to bow to a master." Jiang Pingji quickly adjusted her emotions, but her heart was still in turmoil. She never thought that she could catch such a big fish like Master Yuanjing. Wasn't this person unintentionally involved in the fight for the dukes? Was he wholeheartedly focused on guarding the academy and educating people? Now that he appeared in front of her, how could she not be surprised? Surprise. Surprise. Chapter 878. It turned out that Jiang Pingji had good taste. Master Yuanjing didn't come to help her. He was just interested in the beginner's teaching materials. She wasn't surprised by the result. Master Yuanjing was a highly respected teacher in Dongqing. He had taught many students for decades and had accumulated a wealth of teaching experience. With him, the value of the beginner's teaching materials would reach another level. It would be accepted and recognized by more people. If she spread the news that Master Yuanjing was coming to Wanzhou, it would attract more students to gather in Wanzhou. However, Jiang Pingji had to suppress the tempting idea to avoid Master Yuanjing's dislike. He wasn't willing to intervene in the battle between the feudal lords, so she couldn't make a decision on her own. "Master, you must be tired from the journey. I'll ask someone to help you settle down." After the small talk, Jiang Pingji saw that Master Yuanjing looked tired. She asked with concern, "Master, you came from Langyi County. It's a long journey. Why didn't you bring more people to serve you?" "I don't care about those things. Why would I need so many people to serve me?" Mr. Yuanjing smiled and said, "If I were 10 years younger, I would be able to travel alone. Now that I'm old, I've become a burden." Needless to say, when Master Yuanjing was young, he was also a ruthless person who fought along the way. He might be amiable now, but when he was young he killed a few bandits. As they were talking, there were unfamiliar footsteps approaching. Jiang Pingji looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly plump young man standing outside. Seeing Jiang Pingji look at him, the young man was stunned. He immediately bowed respectfully. Jiang Pingji smiled. "Senior Zuda, long time no see. Why are we so distant?" The young man's surname was Tang. His first name was Yao. His courtesy name was Zuda. He and Jiang Pingji had a bad relationship. Back in the day they had a conflict at Jishan Hot Spring in Shangjing. Tang Yao stood up for two playboys who had offended Jiang Pingji. Of course, the conflict ended with Jiang Pingji's victory. Master Yuanjing even reprimanded Tang Yao. Later, Jiang Pingji went to Langyi to study. Tang Yao didn't like her. Although he didn't deliberately cause trouble, he always treated her coldly. Jiang Pingji realized that he meant no harm, so she did not take it to heart. In Jiang Pingji's memory, Tang Yao was a young man born in a gentry family. He was proud of his family background and bloodline, and he worked hard to protect this honor. From Tang Yao's point of view, Jiang Pingji was a weirdo in the circle of the gentry. Looking at it that way, it made sense that Tang Yao did not like Jiang Pingji. Tang Yao stood outside, hesitating to enter. The expression on his face was slightly stiff, and he did not dare to make eye contact with Jiang Pingji. Master Yuanjing found it funny and called out, "Zuda, come here." Tang Yao hesitated for a moment, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. He walked steadily to Master Yuanjing's side and sat down. "Master." Tang Yao bowed to Yuanjing, then turned to Jiang Pingji and said, "Magistrate of Liuzhou." Jiang Pingji smiled. "I haven't seen you for a few years. Senior Zuda has become more mature." After saying that, Tang Yao's expression slightly twitched, but he didn't dare to refute. Master Yuanjing smiled and said, "Don't blame Zuda." He was shocked too. Surprised? It couldn't be. Was her face really that ugly? Master Yuanjing smiled and explained, "A few months ago, I received news that Lanting is a girl." Zuda refused to believe it and insisted that it was slandered by others. Now that he saw Lanting in person, how could he not be shocked? Although she's a girl, she's still better than thousands of men. "I see. In that case it's my fault." Jiang Pingji recalled the 3 years she spent studying in Langyi County and could not help but laugh. There were probably many people who were as confused as Tang Yao. She studied in Langyi for 3 years. She thought she studied seriously, but in the eyes of others she was still a model of ignorance and incompetence. There were even people who said she was a libertine who slept with prostitutes and secretly spread the rumor that she impregnated an unknown prostitute. Although it was a groundless rumor and there was no concrete evidence, it could be indirectly proved that Jiang Pingji's reputation in Langyi was not good. Even though Jiang Pingji had left Langyi, many places still spread her legend. When Jiang Pingji's identity was revealed, those people's faces were slapped swollen. Lucy was a girl. No matter how much she slept with prostitutes, it was impossible for her to impregnate someone. As for the rumor of heartless men abandoning good girls, it was even more unfounded. The few people who liked to smear her reputation kept quiet out of fear and closed their doors. Master Yuanjing said, "You have your own difficulties. How can I blame you? If there were no difficulties, who would hide their true identity for more than 10 years? Jiang Pingji smiled noncommittally. To facilitate the academic exchange between Master Yuanjing and Qing Qing, Jiang Pingji moved Master Yuanjing's residence near the latter. Just as Jiang Pingji had guessed, Master Yuanjing did not get involved in the government affairs of Wanzhou. Tang Yao, who was by Master Yuanjing's side, also behaved himself. He accompanied Master Yuanjing to visit Qing Qing every day. As soon as the two academic education maniacs met, it was as if the heavens had struck and the earth was on fire. The scene of the collision of ideas was like sparks and lightning. Every time the two of them talked excitedly, they would always forget to eat and sleep, as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Jiang Pingji gave a set of 21 beginner teaching materials, but in Master Yuanjing's eyes, something was still missing. Qing Qing respected the big shot in the educational world. If Master Yuanjing said something was missing, there must be something missing. However, the two discussed for a few days, but they could not grasp the inspiration. Until Jiang Pingji visited them by chance. She heard Master Yuanjing and Qing Qing's doubts and said carefully, "The 6 skills of a gentleman are divided into rights, music, strategy, mathematics, calligraphy, and archery. The soldiers in the military camp are divided into different categories, such as infantry, cavalry, archers, and crossbowmen, so on and so forth. The beginner teaching materials naturally have to be carefully classified to differentiate the difficulty from easy to difficult. If all the content is mixed up and taught to the students at the same time, it will be too complicated. Secondly, even the teachers can't distinguish which students are good at. If they can't even distinguish this, how can they teach in accordance with their aptitude?" Master Yuanjing and Qing Qing were suddenly enlightened. They seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Countless inspirations burst forth in their minds. The two of them gathered together and got busy again. They were so engrossed in it that they forgot everything else. They directly put Jiang Pingji aside. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Seeing the strange glint in their eyes, she secretly broke into a cold sweat for the students who would use the teaching materials in the future. No one paid attention to Jiang Pingji. She stayed for a while and was ready to leave. Tang Yao stood up to send her off. Tang Yao deliberately lagged behind and followed behind Jiang Pingji. Before entering the door, Tang Yao said, "Magistrate Lu, I have a question." Jiang Pingji stopped and looked at Tang Yao. "Senior brother Zuda, please ask away." Chapter 879. The audience in the streaming room had a good impression of Tang Yao. Seeing that he kept avoiding Jiang Pingji's gaze, they thought the young man had a crush on their cool streamer. Half a minute ago, they were still optimistic and mistakenly thought that Tang Yao wanted to confess. But, after hearing Tang Yao's words, many of them were furious. Tang Yao, I'm so angry. Who does this kid think he is? Mo Lingyin, how dare he say that the little angel by the Lord's side is a humble person? Believe it or not, a bunch of red bean buns will teach him a lesson? Li Jiamacho, I feel that this kid is too naive. No one's wealth comes out of nowhere. He can wear silk and satin and have the right to talk to the streamer face to face. Isn't it because he was born into a good family and has a good ancestor? Raw blueberry juice. Is this the legendary difference in family status? To be honest, it's a little annoying. Tens of thousands of years ago, whose ancestors weren't monkeys climbing trees? A few hundred years ago, whose ancestors weren't farmers facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky? If you have the ability to be proud of having a good ancestor here, why don't you work hard so that your descendants can boast about their ancestors? Su Huan City, everyone understands this, but the ancients didn't listen to this. Otherwise, why would there be hierarchy? The audience in the streaming room discussed, and Jiang Pingji's face darkened. She asked, why should I be ridiculed? Tang Yao's lips moved. Looking at Jiang Pingji's bright eyes, he momentarily forgot how to speak. When he realized what he had said, Jiang Pingji's face darkened. Tang Yao said, how can the governor be so lowly? Look at the people under your rule. One is a sinner who has been branded, one is the son of a prostitute, one is a mixed blood, and the rest are uncivilized, courageous, and unwise boors. Since it's a great matter to help the world, why do you need to work with such lowly and immoral people? If this matter is spread, the scholars of the world will naturally be ashamed. Jiang Pingji snorted coldly after hearing that. Tang Yao felt a slight chill on his back. He subconsciously took a small step back. An indescribable chill spread from the soles of his feet to his brain. Jiang Pingji sneered. Oh, but I don't think it's worth laughing at. On the contrary, it's you who said it that's hilarious. Tang Yao's face paled as if someone had nailed him to the spot. Master Yuanjing knew about Tang Yao's problem. He tried to correct it, but it was not very effective. This time, he had brought him here to broaden his horizons, so that he would not be a frog at the bottom of a well. Tang Yao's family background wasn't as high as Feng Jin's, but he wasn't weak either. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and the people around him instilled in him the idea that his family's bloodline was noble, and that the aristocratic families were born to be superior to the poor. He slowly accepted this kind of brainwashing, and he felt that people from poor families were insignificant and without virtue, and that he shouldn't associate with them. It was because of his admiration for Yuanjing that he became a disciple of the Langyi Academy. This was the first time his outlook on life was impacted. Master Yuanjing paid particular attention to education without discrimination. He always insisted on teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Therefore, his students had different backgrounds. Tang Yao never interacted with students who weren't part of the landowning households. It seemed very rude, but this kind of behavior was normal among landowning households. Tang Yao was furious. He originally wanted to befriend Jiang Pingji, but he didn't expect her to hang out with people from all walks of life. It was fine that she didn't want to learn and she slept with other women, but she had the bad habits of eating, drinking, and gambling. She behaved rudely, and she didn't have the slightest moral integrity that a landowning household should have. Jiang Pingji looked at Tang Yao coldly. The sinner you mentioned, his birth mother was killed by a domineering country gentleman. As a son, how can he be indifferent? When an ordinary man is angry, blood can be spilled. Is it wrong for Xiaoyu to stand up for his mother? Tang Yao was speechless. His birth mother was killed, and as a son he was indifferent. Wasn't that extremely unfilial? An unfilial person was an animal. As for the son of a prostitute? If it weren't for such an unfilial and unfaithful animal, would the women in the brothel still have feelings for him and get pregnant? The mistakes of parents don't implicate children. You said that Wenjing was a mixed blood. But in the end, wasn't it because the nobles of Dongqing were cowardly and incompetent, so their land was invaded by foreign clans, and their people were humiliated? If it was a humiliation, shouldn't those nobles who held their positions without doing any work, commit suicide to apologize? Tang Zuda, I can still listen if you criticize them based on their talents. Using such an excuse to attack others is really the behavior of a despicable person. Tang Yao stood rooted to the ground after being scolded by Jiang Pingji. His ears were ringing. He wanted to refute, but the words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Jiang Pingji continued, You said that the generals under me are all uncivilized, brave but not astute? That's a big mistake. If it weren't for them fighting in the north and south to quell the calamity of the Tsingyi army and the Red Lotus group, Wanzhou today would just be purgatory on earth. Tang Zuda, have you ever seen the tragic sight of white bones exposed in the wild and no rooster crowing for 1,000 miles? I don't want to hit you, but with your body, I'm afraid you can't even withstand one of my fingers. In conclusion, Tang Yao, who was neither good at literature nor martial arts, had no right to criticize her little princesses. Jiang Pingji added one last stab. The old people often say, when you drink water, don't forget the person who dug the well. The grains you eat, the clothes you wear, every grain, every stitch and thread, what do you get from your own labor? These are all the hard work of ordinary people. From the beginning to the end, have you ever put in any effort? Have you ever shed a drop of sweat? In that case, are you considered an ungrateful person? After saying that, Jiang Pingji snorted coldly, turned around and left, leaving Tang Yao rooted to the ground. Tang Yao followed Master Yuanjing and left Langi. As they hurried along, they traveled and studied. He who lived in an ivory tower finally saw the cruel scene outside the ivory tower. The wild wolves and fire dogs were so hungry that they were emaciated. In order to find food, they had no choice but to search for human bones on the ground to satisfy their hunger. The damaged white corpses were half covered and half exposed in the wilderness. In a trance, they seemed to be able to hear the mournful sobs of lonely souls. The refugees on the road had lost their humanity under the oppression of life. They could do all kinds of inhumane things. Such a miserable scene caused people to panic in their hearts. After entering the territory of Wanzhou, it turned out to be another paradise on earth. After asking carefully, Tang Yao discovered that the people had put those humble people on a pedestal. Some people even set up longevity tablets for them in their homes. Feng Jin, Wei Xiai, Feng Zhen, and the others were all from gentry families. How could the others deserve it? That was why Tang Yao was so conflicted when he saw Jiang Pingji. What he saw and heard were in a fierce struggle with his own thoughts. The two sides were in a deadlock. Tang Yao suddenly had an impulse to try to find an answer from Jiang Pingji. Unsurprisingly, he was severely criticized by her. Tang Yao returned to the house in a daze. Master Yuanjing and Cheng Cheng were chatting and laughing. Zuda, how is it? Tang Yao pursed his lips and did not say a word. Although the master was always nagging, he was sure that the other party definitely knew what had happened. Master Yuanjing sighed and said, if there's anything you don't understand, just watch, listen and think. Why bother to provoke her? Chapter 880. Tang Yao still had no reaction. He looked at the dejected Lu Shi, like a defeated rooster. He had lost all his vigor. Cheng Cheng's gaze shifted between the two of them, as if he was curious about what the teacher and student were up to. After a few breaths, Tang Yao said dejectedly, I meant well. Although the boy's words were harsh, Tang Yao didn't mean any harm. Jiang Pingji had either been fighting or preparing for war all these years. She didn't attend gatherings between the gentry, so she didn't know what others thought of her. Tang Yao was different. He kept in close contact with the gentry, so he was well informed about all kinds of gossip. Lu Shi was the legitimate son of the Lu family in Hejian. No, the legitimate daughter. She had a rather noble background, but she didn't want to improve herself. She spent all her time with a group of lowly and immoral people. Tang Yao often heard people talking about her behind her back. Everyone said they were ashamed to be associated with her. Based on Tang Yao's worldview and standpoint, there was nothing wrong with those words. The noble families and the commoners were originally people of two different worlds. Yuanjing said, that person's honey is my frost. Tang Yao said, but... His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words that were hovering on the tip of his tongue. Tang Yao was confused. Had Lu Shi not discovered the crux of the problem? What crux? Why were there so few people seeking refuge with her? In terms of fame, fortune, birth and prestige, her overall conditions weren't worse than others. Even though she was a woman, Dongqing wasn't Zhongzhao. She hadn't suffered too much from the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. Not to mention that she was the official governor of a province. She was in the limelight during the alliance meeting. With such good conditions, why were there so few gentry families willing to seek refuge with her? On the surface, it seemed that Lu Shi was in his prime. Seeking refuge with Lu Shi was more promising than seeking refuge with her. In fact, there was another, deeper reason hidden within. How many of the people around Jiang Pingji were from proper aristocratic families? The civil officials were divided equally. Feng Jin, Wei Xiai, and Feng Zhen were from gentry families. But other than Feng Jin, the other two's families had fallen. As for the generals, the situation was even worse. Except for Luo Yue, who was somewhat promising, the others were all wiped out. Therefore, in terms of power structure, 80% of Wanzhou was made up of people from poor backgrounds. In the eyes of those proud and arrogant landowning households, this was just a group that couldn't be shown in public. Those aristocratic families who valued bloodlines and insisted on family status were not even willing to share the same room with people of humble origins. To put it bluntly, they would feel disgusted even if they breathed the same air, not to mention working under a lord and being suppressed by someone of humble origins. How could they tolerate this? This was absolutely intolerable. Not every landowning household was as noble as the Feng family and had a clear understanding of themselves and the general trend of the world. This was also the reason why the Feng clan had been able to survive for 1,000 years. In contrast, the other aristocratic families had been beaten to death on the beach one after another. Tang Yao said that Su Ku was a sinner who had been branded, Qiguan Rang was the son of a prostitute, and Yang Si was a mixed-blood bastard. This just happened to reflect the position of power in Wanzhou in the eyes of the aristocrats. A lowly birth was an original sin. How could a lowly and immoral person be associated with them? As for those reckless martial artists who lacked literary virtue and could not be educated, they were even more despised. Dongqing had always valued literature and restrained martial arts. Coupled with their poor birth, the group of martial artists in Wanzhou was naturally looked down upon and despised. Of course, there was no lack of clear-headed and noble people among the aristocrats, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Tang Yao was scolded by Jiang Pingji and he felt very wronged. In his opinion, he was persuading her out of goodwill to get closer to the aristocrats and not to lower her status by mingling with a group of humble people. Master Yuanjing sighed. Tang Yao was a very filial and good student who respected his teachers, but he also had the bad habits of the aristocrats. As a smart person, how could he not see through Jiang Pingji's plan? To him, whether it was the aristocrats or the poor, those who were useful were people, and those who were useless were just trash. In times of prosperity, the aristocrats could cover the sky with one hand. In times of chaos, etiquette collapsed. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss, who cared if you were an aristocrat or a poor family. Seeing that Tang Yao's head was still hanging, Yuanjing said, "Lanting is a smart person. How could she not know her own situation?" Tang Yao was even more confused when he said that. If Jiang Pingji was really clear about her situation, she should have made better use of her advantages and contacted the aristocrats. But now, the aristocrats had developed a prejudice against her, and none of them were willing to join her. Master Yuanjing said, "Zuda, you don't have to worry too much. The situation will improve in at most 5 years." It was not completely chaotic yet, and the aristocrats were still immersed in the dream of controlling everything. When the north borderline was destroyed, you don't care about me now and you won't be able to reach me in the future. Cheng Cheng heard that and glanced at Master Yuanjing from the corner of his eyes. Cheng Cheng and Jiang Pingji were like teachers and friends. He vaguely knew about the latter's plan. He did not expect the teacher in Langya County to be able to see through everything so keenly. Master Yuanjing said to Tang Yao, "Zuda, come here and help me organize." Instead of letting the student go out and offend people, it was better to keep him by his side and help him compile the teaching materials to avoid getting into trouble. Putting aside Tang Yao's other qualities, at least his talent was worthy of recognition. Little did he know that Master Yuanjing's decision allowed Tang Yao to avoid a fatal crisis. Tang Yao and Jiang Pingji's conversation did not go unnoticed. The content of the conversation spread out and soon reached the ears of a few people involved. Su Ku's expression was cold. Qiguan Rang sneered when he heard that. Yang Si snorted and went straight to the door. As mentioned earlier, Yang Si's teacher was Master Yuanjing. If one were to get to the bottom of it, he and Tang Yao could be considered brothers of the same master. In his early years, Master Yuanjing traveled abroad to train himself and pick up good seedlings from his family. Yang Si, who was still a baby, was abandoned by his mother behind the door of a cheap hostel near the brothel. The place was remote and cold. When he was about to cry his last breath, Master Yuanjing happened to be practicing his sword in the backyard of the hostel. He heard the noise and picked up the baby. Master Yuanjing knew the child's background, so he did not deliberately look for the child's mother. Instead, he found a farmer nearby to raise the child. Otherwise, with Yang Si's status, how could he learn to read and write? Yang Si did not come to beat him up, and he did not introduce himself as soon as they met. Instead, he called himself Master Yuanjing's student. Tang Yao did not know his background, so he was foolishly tricked by Yang Si to learn from each other. After a round of competition, Tang Yao lost more than he won. "May I know where you are from, senior?" Tang Yao asked in hindsight. His attitude was sincere and humble. Yang Si smiled insincerely and said, "I'm from Dingjun in Qinzhou." Tang Yao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the address. He had a vague bad feeling. As expected, Yang Si stood up and flicked his sleeves. He looked humble, but he was actually mocking the other party. "He's just the son of a prostitute. He's just a lowly and immoral person. How is he qualified to be called by you?" Chapter 881. Yang Si seemed calm, but in fact he was a hot-tempered person who refused to suffer losses. Wei Ci owed him 1 copper coin worth of buns, and Yang Si could also remember it well. With the compound interest, it turned into several strings of cash. He even dared to trick his best friend, let alone a brat who spoke rudely to him. If it were not for Master Yuanjing and the Lord, Yang Si would definitely not let it go so easily. By the time Wei Ci heard about Tang Yao's incident, the weather had already turned completely cold. He carefully recalled and could not help but sigh. Yang Si and Tang Yao were destined to be enemies. In his previous life, both Yang Si and Tang Yao served under Huang Song. At that time the world was already in chaos and the 5 kingdoms were no more. The wars between the feudal vassals became more and more intense, and the aristocratic families all took sides. Tang Yao, who had a deep prejudice against the poor, had no choice but to become an official for the sake of his family's grand plan. He chose Huang Song, who was one of the most powerful people at that time. As soon as Tang Yao arrived at Huang Song's camp, he was put in an important position and made contributions twice. He was born into a landowning household. With his addition, the landowning household under Huang Song's banner suddenly grew in power. As the lord, Huang Song did not mediate in time, inadvertently exacerbating the conflict between the two forces. The two factions fought openly and covertly, and the battle situation became more and more intense. During one of the celebratory banquets, Huang Song shared some fine wine with everyone. Tang Yao was so happy that he couldn't help but drink too much. In public, not only did he point at the mulberry tree and scold the locust tree, he even quoted classics to ridicule him as the son of a prostitute, causing Yang Si to be put on the spot. After this incident, the two of them became sworn enemies, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. At that time, the emperor had already gotten rid of the Su family and launched a sneak attack on Anshui, who had a weak military force. The conflict between her and Huang Song had been made public. After the two sides rested and reorganized, they tacitly gathered their forces and prepared for a battle to the death. The frontal battlefield was in a stalemate, so His Majesty placed the breakthrough point of the battle on the weaker flank. Coincidentally, Yang Si and Tang Yao were arranged to be together. His Majesty took advantage of Yang Si's gluttony and deliberately sent people to contact Yang Si, and deliberately let Tang Yao see it. Everyone in Huang Song's faction knew that Yang Si was a picky eater. There were very few foods that could be approved by his picky tongue. At first Huang Song scoffed at this. This kind of lowly method of sowing discord was completely ineffective. It was fine if it happened once or twice and Yang Si had personally explained it to Huang Song, but what if it happened more often? Many a little makes a mickle. The snowball of suspicion was getting bigger and bigger. Coupled with Tang Yao's provocation, Yang Si's situation was worrying. Even though Yang Si righteously rejected the sugar-coated bullet later, Huang Song's suspicion of him had already taken root. After that, His Majesty took the counselor's advice and played a hat trick. He successfully killed some of Huang Song's elites and asked the best calligrapher to imitate Yang Si's handwriting to write a specious letter to the enemy. Then he deliberately exposed the flaws to Tang Yao. Since Tang Yao had obtained the evidence, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity easily. On the other hand, His Majesty had sent an undercover agent to secretly leak information to Yang Si, telling him to escape as soon as possible. After a whole set of punches, there was no place for Yang Si to hide under Huang Song's tent. His Majesty tricked Yang Si and weakened the flank defense line in disguise. Using this as a breakthrough, he fought bravely. Because of these experiences, Wei Ci's heart ached for Yang Si. It wasn't a big problem to have a little bit of a hobby, but unfortunately he met a black-hearted opponent and a pig-like teammate. After Huang Song was defeated, Yang Si still held a grudge and returned all the humiliation he had suffered in the past to Tang Yao. Tang Yao couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide by hitting the wall. In this life, looking at the situation, although the two of them had conflicts, their feud wasn't too deep. At least it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. Considering their relationship with Master Yuanjing, they probably wouldn't completely kill him, right? Wei Xi's guess was right. The two of them would indeed not have a death feud. However, Tang Yao had also offended Su Ku and Qiguan Rang. Su Ku had a good temper and didn't care, but Qiguan Rang's resentment was no less than Yang Xi's. Fortunately, Master Yuanjing had already decided to keep Tang Yao by his side and write the book seriously. He would make full use of Tang Yao's strengths and avoid competing with Qiguan Rang and the others on the same stage. In this way there wouldn't be many opportunities for them to have conflicts, and they wouldn't fight to the death. This year was the second year of the farming system. God was especially kind and there was abundant rain, so Wanzhou welcomed a rare bumper harvest. According to the rules of the farming system, the state government could receive 30 to 40% of the food. Even so, the amount of food left in the hands of the people was more than twice as much as before. The taxes collected by the state government filled the warehouse to the brim. According to Su Ku's calculations, it was enough to support Wanzhou's expenses for 3 years. When Jiang Pingji received the news, she had already taken Qiguan Rang and the others to Chongzhou. Yang Xi went to Hu County according to the original plan. Feng Jin and Su Ku stayed in Wanzhou to look after the house. Of course, looking after the house in a place like Wanzhou wasn't an easy job. Feng Jin looked at the blueprint of the golden scale pavilion that his lord had left behind. He was so angry that his vision turned black. He deeply regretted making such a bad friend. Apart from the huge project of the golden scale pavilion, he and Su Ku had to receive famous scholars and big shots from all over Dongqing. When the golden scale pavilion was completed, it was estimated that they would welcome a large number of scholars from poor families. Just thinking about the huge workload, even a gentleman like Feng Jin wanted to curse and strangle his lord to death. Because of this deceitful lord, he and Jingxian didn't dare to ask for the second treasure. Doesn't your conscience hurt? A proper and elegant gentleman was now forced by Jiang Pingji to the point that he was about to become an iron-eating beast. Master, master. An attendant called out to him outside the door. What's the matter? Feng Jin's sword-like eyebrows were furrowed. The old master is here. He's outside the house now. The old master? Feng Jin had stayed up for too long. He was still feeling lightheaded. He didn't react when he heard the way he was addressed. Wait, Feng Jin shuddered and woke up in an instant. Why is father here? Wasn't the old master referring to his father? Feng Jin hurriedly put on his wooden clogs and hurriedly went to the door to welcome his father, Feng Ren. The attendant at the side secretly complained, but he didn't dare to stop Feng Jin. He could only accept his fate and follow. The travel-worn Feng Ren saw his second son's untidy clothes and untidy hair. His expression was a little strange. Feng Jin was speechless. Feng Ren received the beginner's teaching materials earlier than Master Yuanjing, but he arrived in Wanzhou nearly a month later than him. It wasn't that he deliberately delayed the time. It was entirely because it took time to organize 10,000 books. Moreover, they were all made of bamboo slips. They were packed in dozens of carriages. Not only did they move slowly, but they also encountered bad weather for a few days. In order to prevent the slips from getting damp, they had to find a village to rest for the time being. After some delay, how could his walking speed compare to Master Yuanjing's group, who had a light carriage? Your clothes are untidy and you don't care about your appearance. How dare you appear in public like this? What a scandal. Feng Ren frowned. His second son had always been steady. He didn't expect that after Feng Jin got married and became a father, he became more and more degenerate. Feng Jin was speechless. Chapter 882. Before late autumn, Jiang Pingji successfully arrived at the Chongzhou capital with more than 10,000 troops and horses and the little princess's resentment buff. Chongzhou was more northerly than Wanzhou, and the omen of winter could already be felt. When Feng Zhen and Qiguan Rang each held onto their fur cloaks and refused to let go, Jiang Pingji was still graceful. Zhengtu, is there anyone in front to receive us? Jiang Pingji called out to Fu Wang, who was leading the troops from a distance. Fu Wang led the troops to clear the way. His burly and strong body rode on a tall horse. He was born with a dignified aura. However, such an extraordinary and valiant man had now furrowed his brows into a knot. Just by looking at his face, outsiders could tell that he had a lot on his mind. Hearing his lord's call from behind, Fu Wang's heart overflowed with anxiety. Jiang Pingji knew what he was anxious about. Fu Wang seemed to miss Huijun very much. He often sent her all kinds of things through the hands of others. Sometimes it was rouge and face powder that women liked, sometimes it was brightly colored silk satin, sometimes it was just 1 or 2 bunches of ordinary wildflowers. Occasionally he even copied some interesting words for her. If he received something good, he would not forget to send it to her. However, no matter how Fu Wang tried to be friendly, Huijun avoided meeting him. What a joke. How could she let him see her appearance? Counting from the end of April, she was almost 5 months pregnant. She could not use the excuse of getting fat to coax a child to fool Fu Wang. Instead of being caught red-handed by him, it was better to continue hiding and wait until she gave birth to the child. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The weather was nice that day. Huijun was pregnant and prepared to carry books to the courtyard to read in detail to recharge herself. She did not want to be a burden to her Langjun. After the child was born, she still had to find a way to make a living and support her mother and son. Jiang Pingji knew her plan. She turned around and got Huijun a precious teaching material on arithmetic. I forgot to mention that ever since Jiang Pingji suggested the division of subjects, Ching Cheng and Master Yuanjing forgot to eat and sleep. They referred to the formula of arithmetic that Jiang Pingji gave them and searched for ancient books on related subjects. They came up with a rough teaching material on basic arithmetic. If Huijun learned well, he could arrange for her to learn from Suku after she gave birth and learn how to manage the household affairs. Just as she was charging, she realized that a large patch of dark clouds had descended on her head. When she looked up, a tall and burly general stood in front of her, blocking the sun above her head. The other party's tiger eyes stared at her lower abdomen in confusion. His whole body froze on the spot, motionless as if someone had pressed the pause button. At that moment, Huijun was so shocked that her soul almost left her body. This face, she was not dead. Huijun was so frightened that she did not even bother to put on her wooden clogs. She got up and pushed Fu Wang away, running barefoot into the house. Fu Wang. Huijun was not as tall as Fu Wang. Not only were her legs shorter, but she also had to take care of the child in her belly, so she did not dare to run too fast. Before she could take 2 steps, Fu Wang grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. What? Fu Wang stared at her stomach and raised his eyebrows. Huijun did not say a word. Fu Wang picked her up and placed her in the corridor. He then picked up her wooden clogs. Forget it, it's yours anyway. Fu Wang had been in Wanzhou for some time. Although Jiang Pingji had long concealed Huijun's identity, if Fu Wang was determined to investigate, he would more or less find out something. Moreover, when Fu Wang met Huijun, she was still the Empress of the Dongqing Emperor. I'm going to Chongzhou with the Lord to prepare for the war. I'm afraid I won't be back for a few years, so I wanted to come and see you. He did not expect her to give him such a big surprise. He was almost scared out of his wits. Huijun did not speak. She only used her right hand to cover her stomach and her left hand to tightly grasp the teaching materials that Jiang Pingji had given her. I've asked the Lord. You're unmarried now. The Dongqing Emperor was completely dead, and the 4th prince, Wu Majun, was only left with a skeleton. Huijun should be considered a widow now. Since she was a widow, she was unmarried. After a while, Fu Wang tried to reach out to touch Huijun's stomach. She was so scared that her whole body tensed up. When I come back, I'll teach him martial arts and reading. I won't let you work too hard. If you run into any trouble, take this to my former deputy general. He's stationed here now. If he sees this thing, he'll definitely help you if he can. Huijun looked at Fu Wang with a strange expression. He was not even sure who the child in her stomach belonged to. How dare he say that? Fu Wang was talking to himself. Huijun said with slight awkwardness, General Fu, what do you mean? You've accepted all the things I've given you over the past few months. After hearing that, Huijun almost could not react. She thought that Fu Wang's first reaction when he saw her was to take something and chop her into pieces to vent his anger. At Jimen Pass, if she had not purposely set a trap for Fu Wang, even if he had lost, he would not have lost so badly. She did not think that this man was really interested in her. Fu Wang passed the token that he always carried with him to her hand. He said a few words in a hurry, then climbed over the wall and left. Huijun was speechless. She was wondering how Fu Wang, this uncouth man, could sneak in without a sound. Did he climb over the wall? Thinking of this, Huijun could not help but frown. Lecher, you actually think that the Lord's backyard is your home? Fu Wang liked Huijun. Knowing that she was pregnant, he changed the things he usually gave her to good medicinal herbs that were gentle and nourishing. As for whose child Huijun was, he did not think much about it. Song Prefecture was located in the north, and part of it was bordered by the mutated tribe. The mutated tribe was fierce and often killed people. The border was in constant chaos, causing women to lose their husbands and children to lose their fathers. After many women lost their husbands, they would still bring their ex-husband's child to marry their current husband. The current husband was also generous to his stepson, and most of them treated him like his own. This was because no one knew when something would happen to them. Raising their stepson seriously was no different from raising their own son. Fu Wang had been raised by a pack of wolves, and his adoptive father, Fu Yang, had brought him along. He had lived in such a tough environment for more than 10 years. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Fu Wang did not feel too conflicted. As long as Huijun was his, then Huijun's child would also be his. He was currently preoccupied because when he left, he had sneaked a look at Huijun and found that her belly had grown a lot bigger. Fu Wang had once seen a woman give birth, and that had been a psychological scar for the rest of his life. There was a peasant family at the border. The husband had recently passed away, and the wife, who was more than 9 months pregnant, could only manage the household and bear the heavy burden of field work. Unexpectedly, she was too tired, and her amniotic fluid broke and she was about to give birth on the spot. At that time, Fu Wang was still living with the wolf pack. Because it was autumn, it was not easy to find food, so he could only leave the wolf pack's territory and search for prey further away. Coincidentally, he met the woman lying in the field, her legs wide open. A baby's head with fetal hair was slowly coming out of her womb. The young Fu Wang was so scared that he was sweating all over. Chapter 883. Knowing that Jiang Pingji had arrived, Lu Shi had already sent people to meet them. Fu Wang rode forward and found that there were many people to meet them. He glanced around and saw that the young man in front was dressed in brocade clothes. His face was somewhat similar to his lord's. Fu Wang knew that his lord had a younger brother. Seeing the young man's appearance, he could roughly guess his identity. He stepped forward and asked. The young man smiled and introduced himself, confirming Fu Wang's guess. The young man's figure was on the thin side, and his appearance was delicate and elegant. He was dressed in exquisite, luxurious clothes, and his head was covered with a glossy fur coat. Just by standing there, outsiders could tell at a glance that he was an ignorant young master of a wealthy family. He was a naive child who was ignorant of worldly affairs, like a completely harmless kitten. Seeing the young man's outfit, Fu Wang labeled him in his heart, a weak rookie. After all, he was the lord's younger brother. Fu Wang got off the horse and bowed to him. I heard that my sister is here. Can you take me to see her? The young man quickly helped Fu Wang up. His smile was pure and clean, just like the pure white snow on the mountain peak. It made people unwary. Fu Wang had never heard that his lord was close to her younger brother, but he had never heard any bad rumors either. Seeing that the young man was so excited and eager, Fu Wang's cold expression softened slightly. He stood up straight. His tall and burly body made the young man feel inferior. Of course. Fu Wang got on the horse again. The young man also asked his servants to bring his mount over. His movements were clumsy, and he climbed up the horse with some difficulty. Because of the waste of time, the young man smiled at Fu Wang a little embarrassedly after he sat down. General, please lead the way lest my sister gets anxious. Fu Wang didn't comment. He led the young man to see Jiang Pingji. The young man sat on the back of the horse. He held the reins with one hand and clumsily pressed his hair scarf with the other. He used his arm to block the whistling autumn wind. Seeing that, Fu Wang could not help but label the young man as a good-looking but useless vase. He was a man, but he was so rusty in horsemanship. It was really embarrassing. Fu Wang silently led the way and brought the young man to Jiang Pingji. When the young man slowly appeared in the camera range of the streaming room on a tall horse, the audience was already screaming. Xiahou Zixuan, oh my god, I just saw my first love. Liam Mianzi, how shameless. That's my baby's fiancé. Which little b** tch wants to snatch him from my baby? Nongfu Shanquan Yudiangshuan, don't you think that this young man looks a bit like the streamer? I remember that when the host was studying in Langyi, he was also dressed like a rich young man, and it was even more similar when he was riding a horse. However, their auras and mental appearances were different. The host was even more spirited. This little brother was like a rich young master who had walked out of a painting. Lao Siji Lianming, they do look alike. Are they relatives of the host? That might not be the case. After all, it was an ancient clan society and there were quite a lot of relatives. Speaking of which, I quite missed the way the host dressed as a man. This way I could at least be comforted. The other party was a cute girl with a penis and I could even dream of marrying her. Now that he had changed into women's clothing, it was a long story. Cafeteria Daffinanti, I've been following the live stream for so many years, but I never expected you to be such a beast in human form. The live broadcast room was still a sea of red bullet screens. Occasionally, a few pitiful blue bullet screens floated by, but they were instantly drowned by the sea of red. Due to the huge changes in the live broadcast room, the former hardcore fans were cleared out, and now the audience was much more obedient. Jiang Pingji could occasionally see a few blue bullet screens with normal content. Xingyi Yixing, someone told me that the host of this live stream has changed, but I didn't believe it. After coming here out of admiration, she realized that her style was completely different from before. She was indeed a proper streamer. The drawing style was normal, and the only flaw was that the plot was boring. Who got single first is a dog. Looking at this handsome boy, I suddenly remembered Chao Da's description of Jia Baoyu. Her face was like the moon in mid-autumn, her complexion like the flowers at dawn in spring. Her hair was like a knife, her eyebrows like an ink painting, her nose like a hanging gull, and her eyes like autumn waves. Although she was angry, sometimes she seemed to be smiling, and sometimes she looked at him with anger and affection. In the past, when he was thinking about it, he didn't have a clear impression of it. Now he finally had an idea. What's the name of this little brother? Seeing the two blue bullet screens, the red bullet screen viewers were also shocked. Following that, the red bullet screen asked in astonishment, "So there's a Chao Da in your dimension too?" Sure enough, different dimensions, same civilization. In comparison, all the people in the dimension spoke Mandarin, which didn't seem to be a big deal. Jiang Pingji looked at the bullet screen with interest. Seeing the audience mention the unfamiliar little brother, she couldn't help but shift her gaze to the distance. Sure enough, the young man in embroidered clothes who appeared in the camera was riding a horse behind Fu Wang. He also noticed her. When their gazes met, Jiang Pingji could clearly feel the joy emanating from him. "Sister!" The young man in embroidered clothes shouted from afar. He rode the horse a few steps faster than he was familiar with, then he climbed down from the horse's back with difficulty. Fu Wang watched from the side. He couldn't bear to look at him, so he simply stepped forward to help him, saving the young man from falling off the horse. Jiang Pingji looked at the face of the young man in embroidered clothes and nodded in response. Speaking of which, this was the first time she saw this brother of a concubine after so many years of transmigration. From his appearance, he looked like a typical member of the Liu family. Jiang Pingji recalled the children of the Liu family she had seen in her mind. Almost none of them were ugly. Because the young man's eyebrows and eyes were not fully grown, he had a bit more innocence and childishness, which made him more likable. "Sister, father has already prepared a banquet and is waiting for you in the manor. He has been asking why you haven't come yet for the past few days, so he asked me to wait outside the city every day. Finally you have come." The young man in embroidered clothes said so much in one breath. His breathing was a little rushed and his cheeks were a little pink. He looked even more delicious and moving. The strange aunties and strange uncles in the streaming room were already hungry and thirsty. "Really? Didn't I already send someone to inform you? Why does father still ask you to wait outside?" Jiang Pingji's words were not pleasant to hear. Fu Wang, who was at the side, heard it. His gaze swept between her and the young man in embroidered clothes. It seemed that the relationship between the brother and sister was not good. That was true. How could one be compared to the daughter of a concubine and the son of a concubine? Even if this son of a concubine was Lu Shi's only son, his lord was so promising. Wasn't it better than having an idiot son? The face of the young man in embroidered clothes froze. He seemed to be a little depressed, but he quickly recovered his enthusiasm. Even if Jiang Pingji's attitude towards him was cold and implied that Lu Shi did not treat him well, he did not say anything. After all, it was the truth. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.